This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride,
Forged through generations.
now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete,
We play to win.
driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
Warm welcome to Headingley for Yorkshire versus the Blaze in round 3 of the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. It's a cold Saturday morning, but thankfully a reasonably sunny one as well. Temperatures skying up towards, we're reliably informed, about 14, 15 degrees at the best of the day. A little bit of rain forecast to be around, but we hope it stays away and we can get a full game in. Yorkshire already with defeats on the road away against Somerset and Surrey by close margins, almost defending sub-200 scores to start off life in Tier 1. They're up against the Blaze, who are trying to come off the back of beating Lancashire, having lost to them 3 times in this format last season, and make it a double against both sides of the Rose. I'm Michael McCann. I'm delighted to say alongside me is Aaron Viles, with plenty of special guests to come later on. Very good morning to you.
Good morning to you as well, Michael. Good morning to everybody tuning in as well. It is great to be back, isn't it? Here at Headingley on the comms team. No finer way to spend a Saturday.
Yeah, and it's not been a bad few months for you, because dreadfully modest about it, but you are listening to the current reigning ECB Domestic Broadcaster of the Year in Aaron Viles, who will be part of our commentary team today. And let's get to the important matters of the day, or the most important, I should say, because we've already got team news for you. The toss has been done. The Blaze have won it. Kirsty Gordon correctly called heads against Lauren Winfield Hill and decided to have a bowl. And I mentioned that it is a cold sun, but that is shining away to the east and to our left. But as we look over the pavilion in which we are sat, the overheads have definitely played their part in that decision.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've had a quick look on the radar. Seems to be a little bit of a band of rain approaching around about 2 p.m. this afternoon. So fingers crossed that it does go over the ground and it won't be impacting the game itself. But yeah, I think that's definitely been a factor with regards to that decision at the toss.
Let's get to the team news. Yorkshire have named one change to the side that lost against Surrey on Wednesday. Innes Blackwell, the 16-year-old who opened the batting in the first game in the loss away at Somerset, is back in. Georgie Boyce, who made 3 against Surrey, having linked up with Yorkshire on loan for a second time, having done so last season, has to drop out because she's playing against her parent county, who she's on loan from, so she would be ineligible. But apart from that, it is an unchanged team for Yorkshire, and it is a home debut for the Australian World Cup winner, with more than 200 appearances for that juggernaut of a sports team that's been the Australian professional women's cricket team across the last decade or so. Certain Jess Jonathan.
Yep, fantastic to be here and witnessing her home debut just as a spin bowler as well. A very canny and wily operator. Very different spin bowler to what you see across the country as well. Looks to almost round arm it in, target the stumps. Yeah, I do think this should be a good day for the Aussie.
And in terms of that bowling attack for Yorkshire, looking to take advantage when they get there, it would, you'd imagine, be the likes of Langston and Slater opening up. But interestingly, Claudie Cooper's been often used with the new ball this season. Jess Woolston also offers a seam option. Worth saying when it comes to rounding up wider situations in the squad, Olivia Thomas, who was Yorkshire's player of the season last time around, is sadly out for the first half of this season. with a shin problem, and Yorkshire have got to try and put together a complete performance. Richard Pyro was saying that in both of the first 2 games they've got 50% of the game right. A 1-wicket defeat against Somerset where Sophie Luff played a magnificent innings to see the West Country side home. And then at the Oval, a curious game where Yorkshire, at a rain delay, were 115 for 2 and sitting pretty with the bat, but then it all fell away quite quickly and Yorkshire found themselves in more than a bit of a pickle when Paige Schofield was bashing the ball all over the place after Yorkshire had themselves collapsed. But actually, ultimately, in only losing by 3 wickets, they nearly pulled it off some kind of miraculous victory, Aaron.
Oh, 100%. And look, the bowling in both games has been absolutely top tier. You mentioned the close nature of the defeat in Taunton, just the 1-wicket victory there for Somerset, and even that game at the Oval, yes, in the end, I mean, Paige Schofield, that was quite unbelievable hitting in South London, but the bowlers did a really good job just to wrestle back some control, bring back that momentum, and I do think that is going to be another key aspect of today's game. The bowling attack does look very, very strong.
But of course, for now, Yorkshire have been put in by the Blaze, so for a 3rd time in a row, Yorkshire will be starting the game batting, and for the first part, you would say that psychological milestone of 200 feels like a big thing. Bowled out for 178 in just under 34 overs at Taunton, and then against Surrey made 189 all out off 40.1.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's what Rich Pyro was almost alluding to with regards to those comments. It's about almost bringing the two together, isn't it? Those excellent bowling performances, getting a big score on the board, and let's wait and see what will happen. Fingers crossed the weather won't play spoil sport.
Let's have a look at the Blaze lineup then. This is a team that have consistently been there or thereabouts in Tier 1 of women's cricket. They reached the semi-finals of all 3 major competitions last season and were very disappointed with that. That gives you a sense of the high expectations that it comes to them. They'll be rebranded as Nottinghamshire in 2027, so they're looking to go out in a blaze of glory, if you will, this season. Plenty of other puns available, of course. In terms of the team selection, they have the luxury of bringing in Tammy Beaumont, who got her 50th cap with a nice presentation on the outfield. It is, no disrespect to Ella Claridge, quite clearly an upgrade. You're bringing in someone who is a World Cup winner and someone who is a legend of the sport, quite frankly. But this team right across it has so many threats.
Well, they do. I mean, it's so well balanced on paper. And of course, you speak about those threats. We'll start with the batting. Tammy Beaumont and Marie Kelly. What an opening pairing that is. Of course, you've got Catherine Bryce, who last season was the Blazes' leading run scorer and wicket taker in this competition. And of course, Orla Prendergast. What a performance that was against Lancashire to get that victory via DLS. So the batting looks very strong. As for the bowlers, a very varied bowling attack. You've got right arm seam, you've got left arm seam, off spin. Of course, you've got the right arm off spin as well of Kirsty Gordon. On paper, looks very, very good.
And it's a team as well that have the confidence of winning by 6 runs against Lancashire in a tight DLS-decided game in midweek. Lancashire bowled out for 223 with 9 balls to spare. Blaze in response were 148 for 5, and ultimately it was Prendergast's 40 off just 36 balls that meant that when they eventually came off for aim for the final time, they were just about ahead of where they needed to be. Your umpires in shot there are Amy Clark on the left and Neil Pratt on the right. And settling into the seat alongside me as Aaron Viles takes a well-earned break is a man whose words you would have seen right across county cricket, but predominantly often on Yorkshire's website and social media channels. So one of the perfect people in terms of his knowledge across women's and men's cricket to help build the storylines and narratives of what we're set to see across today. It is a very good morning to Graham Hardcastle.
Good morning, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Not so bad. Yeah, it's looks a little bit threatening, doesn't it, the weather? You just said, fingers crossed we get through, and completely agree with that.
Lauren Winfield Hill out to face the first ball to come from our end of the ground, the pavilion end, with Charlie Phillips set to bowl it. Phillips is an interesting, unusual quantity. She's got raw pace. She's quite slingy. She likes to bowl around the wicket to the right-handers often. And that tends to come as a plan B. Tends to like to bowl with a 6-3 or even sometimes a 7-2 field in that particular conundrum. Lauren Winfield-Hill, one of our two to watch, powered by Vertu. And it is Winfield-Hill that will face the first ball of the game. She's had a good start to the season in terms of runs, 96 in 2 games. And will probably be determined to prove a point after that defeat on Wednesday at the Oval. Phillips to Winfield-Hill, the first ball of the match. And as promised, it is slingy and quick. And Winfield-Hill content to duck underneath it. And really important that she sets the platform here, particularly with the 16-year-old Ines Blackwell back at the other end with Georgie Boyce unable to play against her parent club.
Yeah, she played beautifully at the Oval as well on Wednesday. Obviously, the majority of people will know what happened with the dismissal, but before then she was in really good touch.
Content to just have a look at one. For those unfamiliar, Winfield-Hill made 60 of 70 and did so in the way that she so often has done in women's 50-over cricket over the years, with a relatively low level of risk. Someone who's such an impressive accumulator and then an impressive driver of the ball, particularly when she's in full flow, but can score right all around the wicket. So that's an awkward one that Winfield-Hill just seems slightly in two minds as to whether to leave it for the wide or have a swish at it, and didn't quite do either, and it was just inside that blue line. It's
not quite Lasith Malinga, is it? The action of Charlie Phillips, but it's edging that way. It has similarities. Quite awkward to face, especially if you've not done so before.
Phillips just losing her line a little there. Of course, not quite an identikit replica, but she will have faced a fair bit of Grace Hall in the nets on Winfield-Hill, who is, of course, nicknamed Baby Malinga. Definitely has a little bit of that about her.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because there's so many kind of increases in technology and things like that that allow batters to see the players that they haven't faced before on video, etc., etc. But until you actually face somebody, you don't really know. So, and I'm not 100% sure whether Lauren's faced her before or Blackwell as well. But it would just take a little bit of time to get used to.
Blackwell's first ball just pushed back. You wouldn't blame her for being a little bit nervous. Ines Blackwell, who will be a name new to many watching this live stream. She played 4 games last season, and in the first game of this season away at Somerset made 9 of 22.
The one thing I've been told about her is that she has a real old head on young shoulders.
Blackwell again, just settling into her innings. And that is the end of the first over from Charlie Phillips, bar a wide, all relatively tidy, just 2 off it.
So I think she should be able to settle into this environment quite smoothly. As you say, she played a bit last year. She impressed in South Africa on the pre-season tour in Potchefstroom over the latter stages of the winter. And deserves a chance.
Now from the Howard stand end, as one would expect, it will be Grace Ballinger. This is going to be one of the great contests of the day. Ballinger against Winfield-Hill, the home captain, facing one of the most impressive bowlers on the English women's domestic circuit, someone who I know many feel is very much pushing for higher honours. Left arm, quick, will nibble the ball back in, and I know the ground staff at Headingley, and indeed everyone who surveyed the pitch this morning agrees that it's quite a quick pitch, surprisingly quick almost for mid-April. Ballinger will try and get the most out of it. just a little bit short, and that is a classy, classy shot from Winfield Hill. Back foot guided through the covers. First boundary of the day for Yorkshire.
That was simple. It was short and wide. And I think me or you would have probably put that away, but Winfield Hill does it with far more class.
Realised we actually hadn't finished the story of course, what happened at the Oval on Wednesday, because there may be some who are, in fact, unfamiliar. Winfield Hill was adjudged to be given out when replay suggested the ball may have in fact come off her helmet. And what followed next was eventful. So that's a full toss, and that's helped away for 4. You can't bowl a delivery like that to a player like Lauren Winfield Hill. Back-to-back boundaries in Yorkshire, very much off and running.
Yeah, low full toss. And just clips it right in the gap. Perfect placement.
So then to conclude the story, Winfield Hill committed 2 Tier 1 offences in terms of her reaction to the decision. That's a better ball from Ballinger. One was in leaving the field and one was when she left the field, and those combined to mean that Yorkshire incurred a 5-run penalty. There was a 7-minute delay due to all of that between the wicket and the next ball. Stair Callis was promptly out to Maitland Brown soon afterwards, and Yorkshire collapsed in a heap. Nibbled away by Blackwell. Won't quite be able to scurry back for 2, but will benefit from the net. In fact, beg your pardon, it's Winfield Hill, so Blackwell still yet to score.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that it was clearly not out as soon as the decision was made. It was clear that it was the wrong one. And then what happened. You know, I think Lauren will probably regret that the way that it happened. And I think the umpires could have dealt with it better, because it really did impact the game.
Yeah, Lauren was in fact in a media appearance that one would give her great credit for, that others might have simply cancelled given what happened. She was on the Wisden Cricket podcast the very next day and did not shy away from discussing it. Blackwell will now get herself off the mark. Will scurry back for 2. Winfield Hill said, you get bad decisions in a game, it's part of it, but it changed the game completely. It knocked us back, and that's through a lack of game awareness, a lack of experience. Some of the youngsters were still talking about it an hour later, so we've got to learn from it. We were all like, what's going on? The game has stopped for so long. Instead, you found out you've now been done for yelling in the changing rooms. I went straight to the match referee's office and said, I know I'm getting done for dissent, but what on earth is going on? Why is it now Stair lodges in the naughty book, no more from you? The 5-run penalty only affects the second innings, so why can't you do it at lunch? Which is a question she asked that I have got an answer from the umpires this morning.
Right.
The answer is quite simply that once that event has happened, any further disciplinary events in that game brings an immediate further run penalty, as Phillips is set to bowl her second over. We'll have to re-bowl that one. And so the reason that Callis and Ward had to be told there and then about the 5-run penalty and have that explained to them is that had another Yorkshire batter committed any kind of disciplinary breach, there would be a further run penalty on top. Now, if you haven't actually told the players that, then they might commit a minor breach that in a normal situation would not occur a run penalty, but because of what had already happened, would.
Yeah. My question would be, why can't you just explain that at the interval? You know.
Left alone off Phillips.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things you just have to move on and get on with it. There'll be league cricket starts this weekend across Yorkshire and across the rest of the country, and there will be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those decisions made that people don't agree with. You just got to get on with it. I just felt that it wasn't quite dealt with as well as it could have been, and it impacted on the rest of the game.
Nice lines and lengths from Phillips. Yeah, Winfield Hill added, "My conduct was not good, the descent was poor, the game management of that incident was shambolic. It took 7 minutes to get the game going again. That was a real shift of momentum. I obviously was seething. I went off and locked myself in a darkened room, did some box breathing." Now looking to let her back to talking today. It's on 10 off 10. That's good probing from Phillips. 22-year-old seamer from the Hertfordshire pathway. Started at the Sunrisers in the regional setup, and that is not Sunrisers Leeds, the newly named 100 team here. That is a different Sunrisers from what is now a different era of women's cricket, of course. Joining plays on loan in 2024 and then permanently last season.
I mean, it's interesting you mentioned Sunrisers, because I actually think that there are quite a lot of similarities in the stage of development as to where Yorkshire are at the moment to how Sunrisers started the regional era, and they progressed quite nicely. It took a little bit of time, but ended up winning the Rachel Hay-Ho in, what was it, 24?
Yes.
It was the last one.
Nice flowing drive and goes away through point. Just open the hands and slightly roll the wrists on it, Winfield Hill. Her third boundary. She's on to 14 of the 16 scored.
That's the thing with the square so wide here, that as soon as you beat the infield, it's almost pointless chasing it as a fielder, because it just races away and you've got little chance.
Looking in fine touch here, Lauren Winfield Hill. 36 off 41 away against Somerset and 60 off 70 against Surrey. It's wide from Phillips. 60-metre boundaries all the way around today. It feels like it's a shorter boundary towards the east stand, but that is merely the optics of the fact that you are hitting towards a part of the ground where there's a stand right next to it. You're really looking out from our commentary position, think it must be longer out towards the western terrace, but I can repeatedly assure you the tape measures have been done, and it is not. It's another wide from Phillips. In terms of the pitch, one interesting thing that Robbo mentioned to me, who is, I'm not sure what his technical job title is, you might know Graham Hardcastle, but
Head of ground staff.
I was going to say head honcho, but sort of head of pitches. He was saying the metrics for it are identical to the 2023 Ashes Test match here, where Mark Wood bowled that lightning quick spell. Right. So they're really proud that they've produced such a quick surface in mid-April.
The pitches here are fantastic. You know, across women's cricket, across men's cricket, championship cricket, T20. I was going to say one-day cricket, but obviously that's not really played here anymore with the 100 and the clash with the Metrobank One-Day Cup in terms of the men's stuff. But obviously the 50-over stuff with the women, the pitches are absolutely sensational.
Solid start here for Yorkshire, 20 without loss after 3. It is a bit of a chilly day to be down watching rather than up in the warm comfort of our commentary box. Thankfully, I haven't had too much sign of rain yet, despite some marginally threatening overheads. Ballinger back for more. Blaze's joint top wicket taker in this competition last season, as Blaze lost in the semi-finals by 5 runs at Trent Bridge in a seesaw game against Lancashire, who they were beaten by 3 times in the 50-over competition last season. So I know it was seen within the camp as a big psychological boost to start the season by going and beating the team that has inflicted more pain on you in the previous one than anybody else.
Yeah, and it's Yorkshire-Lancashire next week, isn't it? Or Lancashire-Yorkshire anyway, at Old Trafford.
Yeah, it's the first time in the professional era we've got a full fat Women's Roses game. We've sort of had versions before in the regional era of the Northern Diamonds up against Lancashire Thunder, but it will be red rose and white rose on the badge for the first time in the era of women's professional cricket. Really important to remember characters like Alison Byrne, who's part of our commentary team today, who had plenty of those battles way back when. It certainly won't be the first time they've met, but the first time in this time for the women's game. Ballinger coming around the wicket to Blackwell, who just tickling that away.
Yeah, her job is just to kind of support Winfield Hill, isn't it, really? Doesn't need to do anything outlandish. Put the bad ball away when it comes, and let Winfield Hill do the bulk of the scoring, and almost try to not go with her in many ways, try not to match her.
Shaping the ball into Winfield Hill, who's beautifully just guiding that away wide of long on. Met it with a straight bat, whipped the wrist through it. Delightful shot.
I guess it figures that she's been playing all winter, but she started the season and she looks in superb touch.
Of course, got Yorkshire's list A record score last season with, as the wordsmith to my right put it, a fine Canterbury tale. As Winfield Hill made 192 away at Kent. Short, and Winfield Hill will get one more here. I'm not sure about Ballinger going left arm around here. I'm a little bit surprised by it, to be honest. I've watched a lot of her in domestic cricket over the years. Plan A tends to be left arm over. Some will swing back in. She's then got some variations that can go across. I just think from left arm around, it feels like quite a small margin for error. She hasn't quite got a line right since she's changed it.
Neither have they really? Phillips or Ballinger, they seem to be just a little bit wayward, trying to get themselves settled. It's more like it, yeah.
Yeah, and this is someone she definitely was in rhythm in midweek. 3 for 30 off 10 against Lancashire, was a key destroyer in Lancashire falling away to get bowled out for 223. A massive collapse. They lost 7 for 47, and Blaze, thanks to 44 from Kelly and 40 from Prendergast, made sure that by the time the rain came for the final time, they were 6 runs ahead of DLS. Blackwell straight at point. It's a bit of a strange game, that one. They went off after 21 overs with Blaze 91 for 3. They resumed with a revised target. They needed 23 off 21 balls when they were off again for the final time. But it was ultimately that stand between Kelly and Prendergast that won the game. Blackwell just jabbing a little bit uncertainly at that. Those last couple of balls, Ballinger started to re-find her best. 26 without loss after 4, and after a couple of defeats on the road, it's a nice nerve-settling start for Yorkshire, having been sent in at Headingley.
In all games they've played, Yorkshire, they've looked capable of competing at this level. And you were obviously referencing it before, that it's just building on that and prolonging those good periods. That's all they need to do.
It's fascinating to me you mentioned the Sunrisers analogy from the regional era, because I think it's a really apt one. That was a team that steadily, as that 5-year regional time built, figured out quite what plans and what personnel and what strategies worked for them. And then ultimately, as a good friend of mine, Joe Gardner, who played a splendid knock on this ground for Essex in the County Cup quarter-final to almost win the game against Yorkshire, but Yorkshire eventually got the benefit and confidence of beating Tier 1 opposition, said to me, they will forever the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy champions, because that competition, of course, in that technical form doesn't exist. It's now the Metrobank One Day Cup, so anyone part of that Sunrisers team will always have that. That's good from Phillips, just a little bit of movement. And that was a Sunrisers team that they beat a South East Stars side, albeit in a rain-affected game at Leicester. They were comfortably ahead of the game when the rain washed it out for the final time. And in Joe's own words and others, it was a team that on paper, that Stars team should have been a lot stronger, but that Sunrisers team had made themselves much better than the sum of their parts. That came from years of relative consistency, backing young players, which again is a theme of that Yorkshire project.
Yeah, they won the semi-final here as well, didn't they, against the Diamonds?
It was a big upset
at
the time.
Yeah, it's just going to take time for Yorkshire. You know, they've not got expectations that are unrealistic this year. They just want to kind of keep progressing, take a few scalps on the way. You know, they're not expecting to be to match the likes of Lancashire's double winning season or the Blazes' triple semi-finals. It's just about incremental increases in progression, really.
I thought there was a quote from Lauren Winfield-Hill on the Winston podcast that summed it up really nicely in terms of what Yorkshire are looking at this season. Authoritatively blocked by Blackwell, who is just seeing off the threat of the new ball as the first job. She said the Somerset game was one that we felt really got away from us, because Yorkshire were actually, unlike that Surrey game where they nearly pulled off a miraculous win, that Somerset game, they were objectively ahead on the pendulum, the arm wrestle, before Sophie Luff took Somerset home. But I thought what Winfield Hill said next was really interesting. As one of those things that's within a long interview, but as one sentence tells you a lot. There's 3 to 4 teams we've really earmarked that we can get after. And that gives you a little bit of a sense into that Yorkshire camp stepping up into Tier 1. Phillips hasn't quite got a line right here with the new ball, and that's concerning for Blaze. And now, obviously, she didn't go and name who those 3 or 4 were, but
I think they're fairly obvious, aren't they? Really, you know,
but you're probably
look at the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and I think if you had to gently speculate, I think Blaze would probably not be in those 3 or 4, because Blaze have actually been one of the most consistent sides in terms of reaching the latter stages of knockout competitions or winning them.
I mean, Lancashire won't be within that group in terms of quality, but Yorkshire will certainly want to get after them in terms of the rivalry. You know, they will go into that game next week at Emirates Old Trafford with kind of very little to lose, really, in a mindset. Just go there, play your best cricket, have a crack, and see what happens.
30 without loss after 5. Now, I'm not too surprised there's going to be a bowling change here, because both Ballinger and Phillips have not quite got it right with the new ball, and so it's going to be the Bryce double act. Catherine bowling, Sarah up to the stumps. Once upon a time, it regularly happened in a small little house about 20 minutes drive from the centre of Edinburgh, often with their dad batting and occasionally getting a send-off from the 2 of them. And now it happens in the professional game. And one of the reasons why Sarah can stand up is because she's a world-class keeper, and another is that she knows that despite being a bowler that can bowl hooping in-swingers, Catherine is unerringly accurate. And it's deliveries like that can cause batters so many problems. Blackwell's nearly chopped on there. She was in all sorts of bother, and I think she'll be mightily relieved to have got herself down to the non-strikers.
It too far away from her body, didn't she, really? You always get these kind of barroom discussions, don't you? You know, the kind of fantasy sport. You know, if there was one player from around the counties that you could just drop into your side, who would it be?
Yeah.
And I think if somebody gave me that choice in women's county cricket at the moment, I would absolutely say Catherine Bryce.
Yep, PCA MVP of 2025. It's only one of a CV in a cricket sense that is pretty much as long as your arm. She was the club's top run scorer in this competition last season. She was second overall behind Emma Lamb of Lancashire, who it felt like scored thousands. And not only that, but she was Blazes' joint top wicket taker. Bryce is right on the button here.
I would imagine that she's somebody who, when she's at the crease, especially with the bat, that dressing room is just such a calm place.
Oh, that's nicked, but there's no slipping. This is a bit of luck for Winfield Hill. Sliced away. Winfield Hill on to 24.
This is an absolutely ideal start from Yorkshire. Yes, there have been a couple of inside edges, outside edges and all that kind of stuff, but I think that a snap your hand off for this score.
Yeah, Blaze, who historically have been one of, if not the best bowling team on the circuit, still not getting it right. Better from Bryce there. And this has been a good overall, told from Catherine Bryce, that has gone slightly unrewarded. Nearly got Blackwell, and then Winfield Hill has edged away for 4.
If you don't get it right as a bowler, it's a pretty unforgiving place because the pitch is so true, the outfield's so quick. So yeah, you have got to be on the money as a bowler, especially in one-day cricket.
36 without loss after 6, bang on run a ball, Yorkshire, and I'm sure there's an element there with Winfield Hill, just the 18 years older than Ines Blackwell, more than double her age, of kind of almost being a coach for Blackwell out there and just saying, look, it doesn't matter what's going on at your end, it's about where the team are.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if we get to 20 overs and these two are both together and Blackwell is 25 not out, doesn't really matter. Because you know that the likelihood is that Winfield Hill will be 70 and you've got a really good platform there.
And that goes back to, that's what Yorkshire didn't have in the Somerset game. They did have it in the Surrey game, of course, but then collapsed quite spectacularly. Well, that's a peach from Phillips. And I bet that Price at slip felt like she was right in the game there.
Oh, it was well left.
Always the way. Wouldn't blame Ines Blackwell for having some nerves flying around. It's only a 6th senior game for Yorkshire, only a second ever in Tier 1. A lot of proud people watching it from Martin Cricket Club on our live stream, I'm sure. She's a product of their academy. Just into that, trying to find that gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Got to just try and find those singles here, Blackwell. That's the most important thing. Try and hand that strike back to Winfield Hill where possible.
There was obviously that inside edge, wasn't there, where she played quite loosely outside off stump an over ago, but she has looked very compact.
Blackwell driving, straight at extra. It's clear that Richard Pyra and the management see something in her to think that she can go and open the batting. I know they looked at Olivia Thomas potentially for that role as well, but she's got that shin injury, so is out for the first half of the season. Georgie Boyce back on loan from Blaze, but can't play against her parent club, so Blackwell gets her chance. Phillips just starting to put it together. This is comfortably her best over of the 4. One thing,
Just seemed a little bit of extra bounce there as well, actually.
yeah, and we were promised that this is a pitch that will have bounce and carry when you get it in the right spots. Players just haven't quite got it in those right spots as often as they would like. But Phillips is now 1 ball away from the first maiden of the innings. And it is the first maiden of the innings, and again seeing that kick and that bounce for Phillips. 36 without loss after 7. Blaze will hope to take a bit of momentum from that. This, of course, one of 4 games going on across the country. It's Essex versus Warwickshire at Chelmsford, where Essex are having a bat in that one. Meanwhile, it's Surrey against Durham at the Oval. Durham with a win and a defeat so far. Surrey top with 2 wins from 2. And that game, Durham are having a bat. Both of those games with wicket yet to fall. And it's Lancashire against Somerset at Old Trafford. That is just getting underway pretty much as we speak. Price's new over. Blackwell was thinking of setting off. Very bad idea, and it's a good thing for Yorkshire that she didn't.
I think it's the Lancashire Somerset tomorrow. Is that played tomorrow?
You're absolutely right.
I was going to say, because I'm due to be going to that one.
Forgive me.
I was kind of thinking to myself, hang on a minute.
Forgive me. Saw something in the sidebar saying starting in 17 minutes. Clearly need to take myself to an optician. Lancashire, Somerset coming tomorrow. Somerset with that win against Yorkshire so far. Lancashire with a win and a defeat.
I've booked my parking spot for that and it's the wrong day.
Blackwell 4 of 21. Again, it's a mental battle as well for Ines Blackwell here. He's got to remember the wider team situation is that Yorkshire are not under a great pressure to score immediately. But there is also a conundrum, and this is the dilemma of Tier 1 cricket, right? What you've stepped up from and to from Tier 2 last season, that someone like an Ines Blackwell is facing an experienced, impressive professional, a sort of a heroine of Scottish women's cricket in Catherine Bryce. Blackwell's got to figure out how can she get off strike.
Yeah, I think it tells you where the two sides are in their journeys, really. That I think if you said to Yorkshire now, will you take 250, given what's gone on over the first couple of games, given they're only just getting used to Tier 1 cricket, would you take 250 today? I think they would say yes.
Yeah.
I think if you said to the Blaze, would you be happy to chase 250? They'd say, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, particularly a history of that Headingley pitch
Yeah.
as well.
So yeah, I think that just gives an indication of where the two sides are at. Doesn't mean to say that Yorkshire can't get 275, 300, and it doesn't mean to say that they can't go and defend that 250 if that was the total. It's just they are where they are. You know, they've been set back a year by the fact that they didn't go into Tier 1 immediately. The players who perhaps they would be interested in signing are on long-term contracts elsewhere and things like that. So they've just got to keep going and backing the youngsters. And
Phillips starting her new over. She'll take confidence from her last over, which was her best of her 4 so far. Just 1 run from the last 13 balls, so Blaze starting to build a bit of pressure.
So that when those players who do become available and they have more choice, they might be in a position to say, well, hang on a minute, we don't need that, because we've got Innes Blackwell, who's been absolutely outstanding. She's pushed through. We've got an Olivia Thomas who's pushed through, and Erin Thomas who's kicked on.
Answer from Phillips. It's a good change up. Winfield Hill was dreaming of potentially a shot we might see later in the summer in the T20 Blast or the 100, but for now, in the 50 over Cup in April, with my side needing her to build a platform, thought better of it.
Too high, I think. Like it might have been sliding as well.
Yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill has a little chuckle about it. I wonder whether she's the kind of person that has got a bit of a dry sense of humour and she's able to laugh at herself. I wonder whether as there's that sharp intake of breath, there's some level of joke referring to Wednesday, hoping that she's got her bad luck for the week out of the way then. And Phillips, once again, pretty unerring. So it's now 16 balls with just 1 run scored. And we are getting towards that point where you feel like something has to give. But a player of Winfield Hill's vast experience should know that no need to be anything else but patient.
Yeah, it doesn't have to give, does it, really? The position of the game that they're in.
Another bouncer from Phillips. That's a really good bouncer. That's exactly what you want in towards the body.
Lauren just kind of could see her thinking to herself at the end, could I have ramped that over the keeper and slips?
Well, I think if you wanted to be more cheeky, you might say she's just delighted to have got her helmet out of the way of it after Wednesday. Phillips just pushed out to cover. That is the end of another very good over from Phillips. So she has bowled back-to-back maidens here. And 36 without loss after 3 has become 37 without loss after 9. So Yorkshire will feel like they're just being reined back a bit. All part of the ebbs and flows of a game like this. Bit of a conflab going on between Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce, as well as Kirsty Gordon and Georgia Elwis. And Marie Kelly is now having her say. Elwis was having a quick chat with Gordon as well about potential bowling options. I wonder at what point we might see Gordon the skipper. For now, it will be Catherine Bryce to continue. It's a nice looking shot from Blackwell, but again won't get any reward for it.
Yeah, it just flashed through my head as you said that. Nice shot for none.
Made an impressive debut on this ground last season in August in Tier 2. 30 off 44 in a tight run chase against Middlesex after 1 for 39 from her 10. But again, can't get off strike there. I know from speaking to couple of people within the Yorkshire setup that it was one of those kind of debuts where they knew she had something, but even they were a bit surprised by quite how well she was able to step out and do with both bat and ball on debut at Headingley. Unfortunately for her, the memory of that might be slightly soured by Yorkshire losing in a very close game, but she as an individual on the day, despite being the 16-year-old debutante, was arguably Yorkshire's best player.
Yeah, that was a game that showcased the best of Tier 2, wasn't it, last year? That's a nice shot for none again. Because Middlesex were outstanding all year, and Yorkshire were in a kind of 2 or 3 week difficult period of that year, because they just lost the Blast final the week before. They played Middlesex again.
Has managed to get this one away, Blackwell. That will do wonders for her confidence It's her first boundary, and she's doubled her score with it. On to 8 off 29 spoils. Would have been a good over for Catherine Bryce. Just a little too wide. Blackwell threw her hands through it and gets 4.
And if you remember at that stage, they had a few players who were missing. Lauren was in the 100.
Rachel Slater.
Rachel
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Were away with that.
And both sides went toe-to-toe and could have won it. Obviously, Middlesex went on to do.
Rice gets a dot to finish the over. 41 without loss after 10. So one would imagine Graham Hardcastle might be somewhat of a good luck charm when he's in the commentary box for Yorkshire batting. Thank you very much to Graham for his time. Really appreciate his insight and contribution. And settling into the seat away to my right, someone who can provide equal level of analysis and information, all with a smile and an accent that you may pick up quite rather quickly. It's not quite from the White Rose side of the Pennines. It's a very good morning to once upon a time Lancashire and Cheshire captain, and now a very regular co-commentator on the women's game, Alison Byrne.
Good afternoon, everybody, or is it still morning? I don't know. It's such a long journey over this morning.
We are
Give you a clue?
just about morning, 10 past 11.
Yeah. You won't pick my accent. It's not quite what you expect. It's definitely not Yorkshire. Yeah, good morning. So I've been enjoying watching this little attritional contest taking place. Philip seems to have found her line, Michael, in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, Philip's first 3 overs weren't great, but since then has managed to settle into a much, much better rhythm. She's bowled 2 back-to-back maidens.
Yeah, she definitely has found her rhythm. She's beaten the outs, and she's just had to stop her run up there. Michael, sorry if I put you off there, Miss Phillips.
Not sure she could quite hear us from 4th floor of the media centre.
I think Winfield Hill is signalling that there's somebody moving behind the bowler's arm. There we go. Dispatches have been made. Person has been told to stand still. We shall recommence. Now, these things happen.
Winfield Hill almost picked out point, but manages to get it away down to deep 3rd. Would have slightly had her heart in her mouth there when flashing at that.
Yeah, I think that's her first glimpse of a chance she's given, really, there, Winfield Hill. She's been steady out so far.
Yeah, he sent Yorkshire very dependent on her excellence here just to help build a platform. Good again from Phillips, who is really finding her rhythm now. She's got to that point in this spell where the captain might be thinking of taking her off and saving her for later, but she's actually up and going, and you can imagine was almost charging towards the pavilion end to get the ball in her hand after those 2 maidens say, no, I'm having my 6th here, and I would imagine she'll be doing the same for her 7th.
Well, it's really cold out there, so, it takes a while to get warmed up as a bowler. Here she comes.
Unlucky there for Blackwell. Either side she was getting at least 2, but was picked out mid-wicket almost perfectly.
You can't tell here because there's no obvious flags around this ground, but it's really quite windy out there. It's a cold breeze. It's not a refreshing breeze as in August or July.
Yeah, it's the deception of the live stream. Looks all exciting and sunny, but I can assure you that Dickie Bird Players balcony is a bit chilly. Another bumper from Phillips. It's been a theme of her spell, but Blackwell's taken that on and taken it on well. Gets it away for single.
16, Michael. What were you doing at 16? Do you know something? I hadn't even picked up a cricket bat at 16. Crazy how things move on.
Wow, really?
Didn't play cricket till I was 18.
And yet, the voice that you are hearing is someone who was captain of Lancashire and Cheshire for
I tell a lie, I'd played
many
backyard cricket with the lads in our streets. Up and down the street of Birkenhead, but other than that.
Again, just picking out that midfielder, picking out that fielder at short mid wicket.
And why I hadn't played cricket is there was no women's cricket within reachable distance for me to get to. So, didn't see cricket on television, in fact, till 1981, and it was at this ground, Botham Ashes. That is what inspired me to play cricket, despite being a Lancashire player,
it was
which we've avoided so far.
Game at Headingley that.
Yeah. So I do owe a lot to Headingley and the atmosphere it created in that Test match with the England players, Willis and Botham, and it inspired me. Because even
and I guess that's one of the cool things
genuinely
about.
Did.
One of the cool things about a game like this is a player of Innes Blackwell's generation would have been inspired by watching the likes of Tammy Beaumont and Lauren Winfield-Hill win the World Cup in 2017.
Yeah, because they had women role models. I think we've jinxed her, Michael.
Yeah,
she's tiring,
yeah.
maybe.
Well, I would be slightly surprised if she came back for a seventh after that. 44 without loss after 11. The wide count for Blaze is up to 8. Extras in total are 9, which you wouldn't expect to see that scaled across the innings. But if it were to be, it would be 40 extras in an innings. That gives you a sense that this is a team that are notorious for being one of the tidiest in the country. They haven't quite got it right.
I wish they'd bowled so many wides against Lancashire the other day. Yeah, but I'm really surprised. They were so tight a couple of days ago in the game v Lancs, as we say, on a very rainy and miserable grey day. Yeah, but, pre-season is, not that far away. It's still the second game of the season, so there may be still a few little rusticles to get rid of, shall we say?
Yeah, exactly. Catherine Bryce in for her fourth. Typically tight from her first 3, and starting her fourth in the exact spots that you would want to be. Is someone who, for her extremely high level of ability, is a very low ego person.
Catherine Bryce.
And someone who is great at inspiring a lot of people around her. Was Blaze skipper before Gordon, and is still a very senior player in that dressing room. Blackwell has... Well, she would have hoped that she had, and it looked like she had got that away, but hasn't through cover point. That's really smartly fielded to make sure that Blackwell is pinned down that end on 9 off 35. I commentated on Scotland in a ICC qualifying tournament back in 2023, where Bryce was Scottish skipper. As Blackwell again is in a bit of trouble. And that was at Desert Springs. And because of the nature of Desert Springs, where Yorkshire actually had their pre-season men's camp for this season too, a lot of teams go out there. It's every
is that in Spain or
yes,
is it?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Everything's on the same site. And what you noticed with that is that Bryce was such a leader, but such a warm personality, quite quiet in her own way, led by Deed often, but the thing is, it's somewhere like Desert Springs, everything is on the same site. There's no hiding place. It's a cricket ground, it's a hotel, it's a restaurant complex. So all of you, both in terms of the media, that we're
Are you there?
covering that, Izzy Joyce and I on commentary, the production crew. So you're kind of living each other's pockets as players and non-players. And just seeing her across that week and the way she dealt with that Scottish team, you thought that is a team I would love to be playing in with her as leader.
Yeah, that's a reason I often enjoy. I love commentating in a lovely media centre like this, but also when you go to the outgrounds and you see the players intermingle with the crowds and everything, you get a sense of what their personalities are like,
44 without loss after 12. After a few more words from Alison Byrne, she'll be joined by Aaron Voss.
Yeah, the jumpers are going back on for Catherine Bright. It's still very chilly out there, I would imagine. The helmet's been returned as well, so we might be seeing Charlie Phillips on. If Bryce is going back, or another seam bowler to take over from Phillips, it looks like there could be a bowling change. Yeah, but it's very finely matched at this point. I mean, a wicket of Lauren Winfield-Hill is a prized possession at the moment. I'm sure the Blaze would be very keen to get those out. get her out, I should say. Just because she's got two names doesn't mean she's two people, Alison. And we welcome Aaron in to
Thank you very much, Ali.
get some sanity back into my ramblings.
No, it's absolutely fine.
There is a change of bowling, Aaron, I believe.
Yep, it's going to be Grace Ballinger, who's just getting her mark ready now.
Changing ends. Didn't bowl her best, I felt, in her first spell. I've seen her bowl a lot better than she did in that spell, so maybe the change of ends is what's... Because obviously it's windy.
Yep.
The wind can affect pace bowlers and spin bowlers alike, but if you're running into the wind, sometimes it can throw you off balance. Similarly, if the wind's too strong behind you, same thing. So we'll see, won't we?
We certainly will. Well, that one aerial just falls short of the fielder there at backward point. In terms of what you saw then from those first couple of overs, Ali, just from a more tactical perspective, what do you think Grace needs to do then in order to improve those figures?
Well, I was surprised she was changing from over and around the wicket when the balls weren't actually hitting where she felt like they were, especially as it's a 50-over game. I think she could have been a bit more patient with herself, potentially. That's not a bad line. But, yeah, I think perhaps she was losing patience with herself and trying to change things too quickly rather than just establishing her own bowling rhythm. I think she was focusing a little bit too much on the occasional run that she was giving away rather than, right, this is where I'm going to bowl, this is my target area. Because when she did bowl it in the right area, she did sort of look like, okay, she could cause some issues here. But there were too many wayward balls, really, for me. And unfortunately, we just had another wide there, which is a shame. But she's a great bowler, Ballinger. I'd hate to face her. Yeah. She's pacey, she moves it. And I would imagine she's running in. She's not your standard straight up and down bowler. There's a lot of moving parts involved to distract the eye.
Getting Blackwell on the drive there, playing a miss.
Yeah, that's the line.
It is. It's the corridor of uncertainty, isn't it? Just outside the off stump. So if we imagine a fourth stump next to the trio of timber there, that's the kind of area, especially to the right-handers.
As I say, I wish there was just one flag here, just one, so I could see where the wind was coming from, because we're very closeted in here.
Slightly shorter, just whisked away down towards Wood Square.
Blackwell was a little bit late onto that, hence the reason it wasn't in Rose Ed. Still, she got a good contact, kept the ball down.
What an experience this is as well for Ines Blackwell.
As I say, it's crazy when you think about how young she is, honestly.
Well, in Tier 1 as well.
Yeah. She's still at school. Somebody could find out for me. I'd be very grateful.
That one full and just jammed out, really, by Winfield Hill. Delivery remaining in this, the 13th over of the innings. Well, we did have Jude in the comments, who's played with Ines at Martin. Shout out to Martin, as we've already mentioned on the broadcast. That one again, looking to swing it back in, bring the stumps into play. It's a dot ball to finish at the end of the 13th. Yorkshire 47 without loss.
Ooh, I can hear that jet plane coming overhead. Excuse us for any interruption that may to be viewing in this part of the game, but actually the run rate is below 4. I don't think that's too much of a worry for Yorkshire at this stage. They've still got their main threat intact, and Blackwell's doing her best to tire the bowlers out and support Winfield as best she can. So honours even at the moment, I would say. The Blaze have managed to restrict the scoring, but the big but is they've still got the massive threat of Winfield Hill at the crease, who, as we know, has got a point to prove almost. Should be almost more, I would imagine, having my cricketer's head on, she'll be thinking, okay, I let the side down the other day. I'm not going to do the same today. Those runs I should have got last match, I'm going to score them today and then some.
Most definitely helps as the leader as well. Wanting to lead from the front in this particular fixture. Of course, Yorkshire still searching for that first victory of the campaign as we see Orla Prendergast for the first time from the Howard Stand end. Bowling here to Blackwell. Starts off with a dot ball.
We've got the Celtic connection here. I had a Scot from that end. Now we're having an Irish lady. They haven't got any Welsh girls in this team that plays, have they? We have the full set.
Don't believe so.
No? That would have been nice. Yeah, she played well the other day. 40 with the bat. Great all round. A good signing for the Blaze, this.
Again, gets Blackwell playing this one through the covers for one.
But unfortunately for the Blaze, she's another one of these young ladies who will be out during the T20 World Cup. Of course, Ireland and Scotland both qualifying, so they're going to lose some of these talented Celts for that period.
She's certainly very highly touted. Is the 23-year-old. Here she is to Winfield Hill. In fact, we're going to have a take two on that. I know we mentioned Martin. Shout out as well to Pembroke Cricket Club, which is Orla's home one in Ireland. The local side in Dublin is where she really honed her craft and learned her cricket skills. Yet again, Winfield Hill just caresses that really through the cover region for one. It's not just the bowling, is it, Ali?
No.
It's also the batting. She can be very, very destructive.
Yeah, she really can. Annoyingly, she played a very good innings against Lancashire. Stop mentioning that game. Yeah, she held it together when the DLS system was obviously going to come into play, and you could tell she was looking at the score. Okay, we're a bit below the DLS. Let's get a 4 here. Let's get a 2 here. And she did manipulate the situation brilliantly, actually. Due respect, if I had a hat on at the moment, I'd be doffing it. Tall player.
That one strays down the leg side. Good take by Sarah Bryce.
Yeah, it was a really tricky one to take, wasn't it? Down to her left side. It's a little half volley down to her left-hand side. Really low. She did really well, Bryce. And she slipped as well. She's just getting a bit of mud out from the spikes. That's the trouble. It's quite soggy down there on the outfield. When we walked across, the sun's going to be drying that out, I'm sure, in the wind.
That'll be a dot ball to round out the over. 14 have gone here at Headingley. Yorkshire 49 without loss.
Yeah. Still finely balanced. At some point, though, you would imagine that Winfield here will try and accelerate. It's a question of gauging when. It's how much trust she's got in the players behind her in the batting order as well. Whether she thinks, well, I can push on here, but what if I'm the captain, etc. I mean, yeah, it's tricky. But if anyone can do it, she can do it. She's so experienced, isn't she? I mean, come on. World Cup winner, Big Bash winner, 100 winner. She's been there, done it. Got all the badges, and the banners, and the caps, and the T-shirts, everything.
Certainly have. Just a conversation taking place here between Ballinger and her captain Gordon. I think there might be a slight alteration in the field. Indeed, there is. There was a slip initially in place. Just waiting to see. Going into catching cover.
I think that might be the gymnast, that is Tammy Beaumont, going in there. She's incredible in that position, actually.
It's an interesting field. It's almost the triangle, isn't it, on that offside, with mid-off, cover and short cover. So that one down the leg side again. That will be signalled as a wide, and that'll be the 50 partnership between Winfield Hill and Blackwell.
Almost fittingly brought up by a wide there, unfortunately. I don't know if you hear when Michael was discussing the number of wides that were being bowled. It's incredible, really, when you think how absolutely incredibly well they bowled less than 2-3 days ago.
Here's take 2 for Ballinger. That
There
one
you go.
far better directed, and a good diving stop there by the aforementioned Beaumont. Yeah, in
There she
terms of
goes.
those extras, that is a 10th wide of the innings. So 20% of the runs so far have come via extra deliveries.
Flying Beaumont. And that artificial cover, not easy. She could get a nice, nasty little bounce there or two, I would imagine. So watch out, Miss Beaumont. Again, Ballinger, that's the line. She needs to bowl. Pin Winfield down. Winfield Hill down, excuse me. At some point, you never know, she might just take a risk on a ball that she shouldn't take a risk to, but that's asking a lot from Ballinger because she's not famed for giving up her wicket easily, as we saw the other day. She will not go unless she absolutely has to.
Once again, that one tailing in.
And bowling well to her field there.
Well, just speaking of the field, it is a 6-3, isn't it?
Yeah.
In favour of the offside. There is almost the carrot being dangled out towards deep square leg. Of course, you've got the long leg in play, but if it's just dragged a little bit too short, as we all know, Winfield Hill, very proficient on the pull shot. Plenty of space, isn't there, out towards the
Absolutely.
western terrace.
It races away anywhere square on this wicket, doesn't it? Ooh. Ooh, umpire flinched their arms as if to give a wide there, changed her mind. Borderline. She may have just got away with that one. Yep. It's fascinating stuff, isn't it? You know, it's not bish bash cricket, is it? But it's still like a, you know, one of those games that you just think you just don't know what's going to happen at this point.
No, it's almost a game of cat and mouse, isn't it, so
Yeah.
far? It's a case of two teams who are almost playing that metaphorical game of chess. They're trying to almost bait out a mistake from the other. Of course, Blaze looking for the first wicket of the game, and as for Yorkshire, just looking for a bit of a pressure release here, aren't they?
Absolutely. It's always interesting watching the crowd in these situations because you can see how they're wrapped up and how cold it must be for their bowlers, the bowlers' hands, the fielders' hands. They've all got jumpers on. At least it's not raining. Oh dear, I've said it.
Here's Ballinger then, once more. Drop and run on the offside, and that is some smart running between Winfield Hill and Blackwell.
Yeah. It's almost as if she's counted the balls and gone, no, I think I'll have the strike, young lady. Off you go. And I'm sure Blackwell was, in fact, absolutely delighted to give up the strike to her senior colleague. But she's playing her part, is Blackwell.
Well, we've had a follow-up, as we just see there, the end of the 15th over. Yorkshire 51 without loss. Jude also played with Ines at Westerdale Cricket Club.
Do we know if she's still at school yet? This is the question. Can you ask this lovely person who keeps messaging you?
Well, do let us know, Jude.
Thank you, Jude.
Team are playing today and watching Ines at the same time. Of course, do let us know as well if you are in action either this weekend or next week. And let us know where you're tuning in from as well. It's one of the real perks of the commentary role here at Yorkshire. In so many different clubs and settlements as well. As Prendergast comes into bowl. That one flashes off the outside edge down towards deep third. Single will be taken.
Yep, takes Winfield Hill to 30. Very cautiously played. Having said that, her first 24 runs, she scored 20 of them with boundaries, but that's when there was a few more wide open spaces in the first few overs. Relatively risk-free cricket from Winfield Hill so far. Oh dear.
It just goes over the top, doesn't it? Catherine Bryce it was who was initially herring after that one. Just got enough of a connection to beat the infield.
Do you know, that's a couple of times she's been late onto a short ball as young Blackwell, and I just wonder if it's worth pinging in a few here. Changing the field on the leg side a little bit, just seeing, giving her the carrot. Let's see if she dangles, because she's just a tad late onto those.
Would be an interesting tactic, because what we've seen so far from Blackwell, especially through the covers, been very strong. Yes, on that occasion, for example, it hasn't quite beaten the infield, but you can hear the noise off the bat. It's decently timed on that occasion. So maybe just something for the visitors to...
I don't know, I'd be tempted to bring one of these deep legs in and tempt her with a short one.
That one fuller in length, drilled back to mid-on for no run. Yeah, you've got the long leg and deep
a long
square.
leg and a deep square. Leave one out, one in. They're already pinning them down below 4. You can afford to lose a couple of runs if it doesn't work. But I think, you know, if they want to get this young lady out, they're going to have to do something slightly different, because she does seem, dare I say it, solid in defence, solid on the front foot defence, but not quite as keen to drop back and pull the short ball. And you've got the bowlers to do it in Ballinger. So and Prendergast, when she's on, she can bowl a decent short pitch delivery as well.
Again, just along the carpet to the fielder. That'll be the end of the over. 16 have been bowled in the innings. Yorkshire 54 without loss. It is important to stress, though, the fact that, I mean, for Ines, this is a completely new role. And
this is no criticism of her whatsoever, but as a commentator, you've got to...
And as a coach.
Talk about what you can see.
Most definitely.
And that's no disrespect to her as a player. She's doing an amazing job for her county here. But if I was the Blaze captain, unless they want to keep her in, who knows? The run rate's really low. Unless they're just happy to be bowling dot balls at Blackwell. If I can get into the head of the Blaze captain, I would, but if I was trying to be an attacking captain, I'd be testing her with the short ball.
Well, this is interesting, because Bryce has gone with the helmet here, so she'll be stood up to the stumps against Ballinger. She's looking to cut down those angles of attack, really, for Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Maybe making her a bit less keen to move forward and use her feet.
That one slightly down the leg side. Easy single taken.
Yep, bowling it short so she doesn't have to use her feet.
Well, it does appear to be the same tactic, so it's going to be consistent for both Winfield-Hill and Blackwell, who's just getting ready to face this latest delivery.
Now, there's only one down on the leg side. She's got an offside field. Good play from Blackwell. She stepped inside that one. Didn't quite connect fully, but she'll get 2 for that.
Yeah, just whisked it away through mid-wicket. Really nice shot, just bringing the bottom hand in, generating a little bit more momentum on the ball. As a result, actually, Catherine Bryce has just taken a step left. Is that one getting her on the drive? Sarah Bryce it is with the gloves, lightning fast.
Very smart work from the Scottish keeper.
It is an art, isn't it? Standing up to the stumps against pace.
Oh, anything behind the batter and the bat flailing and the ball's coming at you at pace is an art. I hated having to keep wicket. Never, not even in nets would I do it.
That one full. Flashed away down towards deep third. Should just be a single. Indeed it will be. Keeps that scoreboard ticking for Yorkshire in what for now is a period of consolidation. Maybe just trying to lay a platform until maybe the 20th over. I mean, plenty of batting still to come. The likes of Jess Jonathan, Stair Callis, Maddie Ward, of course Amy Campbell. We know exactly what she is capable of.
Oh, yes.
As we saw firsthand in the Derbyshire game last season.
I certainly did. I was actually at the ground commentating on it. A remarkable innings. Strong innings. Oh, there we go. Short ball, but too short. And to the wrong batter.
And just helped, wasn't it? It was
Yeah,
almost
it was-
nonchalant
It
from
was too
Winfield Hill.
short, yeah. It didn't seem to get up at all. But, I mean, Winfield Hill had so much time to place that as well into the wide open spaces down that deep backward square. Just trying to vary it. Change in field. Fine leg's been brought a lot finer.
That's just a simple push, isn't it? Out towards the covers. No run scored, though. Yorkshire remains 62 without loss. After 17, Winfield Hill has 35 of those, and Ines Blackwell is on 16.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire would definitely have taken this at the start of the match if you'd said to Winfield Hill, you're going to be 62 without loss after 17 overs. Okay, we'll take that. Not racing away, but we'll definitely have that.
Well, especially after the first two games.
Oh, yeah.
I know that Michael mentioned it in the pre-game show, but scores of 178 all out and 185 all out. Today, more than anything, is almost a case of building confidence in that batting unit, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, that wind's getting up. You can hear it up here on the fourth floor now. If you can hear it through your screens, everybody, but it's definitely very windy now.
Here is Prendergast to Blackwell. Again, plays that very stylishly, but can't quite beat the fielder on that occasion.
Yeah, you get a sense with growing maturity and physicality, this young lady's going to be quite some player. She seems to lack a little bit of natural power. As I say, you know, she's a baby really in cricketing terms.
Very good bowler as well, as we saw last season. Has a terrific in-swinger at her disposal. Prendergast bowls that one short. They'll scamper through for the single, will they? Oh, yes, they will. Blackwell eventually gets through.
Yeah, no ball Prendergast. That's what I was hoping for, to be honest. Not that I want to hurt the young lady in question, but yeah, that could easily have just ricocheted onto the stumps from her shoulder, I believe it was, maybe. Yeah, I hope she's okay. But from a cricketing point of view, for me, that was exactly the right ball to bowl to her.
Question here, do you bowl the same to Winfield Hill? You have got protection out on the onside. That one instead more of a good length bowled by the...
I'd be very brave or very stupid to try and bowl that to Winfield Hill, I think. I think, especially after what happened to her a couple of days ago, she'll be very keen to stay out of the way of any of that nonsense and play safe or duck under. We've got planes, we've got wind. Well, we may not even have to worry about Jet's flying over soon if the fuel runs out, from by all accounts. And she comes.
That
There we
one
go.
just hammered away through mid-wicket for 4. Stand and deliver batting from Lauren Winfield Hill.
A little bit too short to be considered a bouncer. Yeah, no, not to that experience. You can't bowl it there. I think, to be fair, Blackwell could well have done the same thing, really. Not quite a long hop, but nearly.
I mean, that really is bread and butter, isn't it, for Lauren Winfield Hill? How many times have we seen that shot in domestic and international cricket? Very proficient and punchy player of the short ball, and this time just leans into the shot, plays it through the covers for 1. Moves her on to 40.
Yeah, she's nearly going at run a ball, actually. 40 or 51, that's some going. Without really putting the accelerator pedal down as yet. Pedal down as yet.
It's been measured, hasn't it?
Oh.
Blackwell this time does find the gap on the offside. Single will be taken. That'll be the end of the 18th over. Yorkshire 69 without loss at this stage of the game.
I'd like to know the differential between the weight of Blackwell's bat and Winfield Hill's bat. I know it's not all about the size of the bat these days. It's about where the middle is and where the centre is and the uplift, etc. But I just sense that although she's playing the same shot, she's getting half the reward at the moment.
Well, I believe we're going to have a change of bowling here from the Kirkstall Lane end. And it will be Kirsty Gordon coming on to bowl, replacing Grace Ballinger. Bit of spin coming into the equation here.
This could be tricky in the wind. It's going to move the ball all over the place and slow in the wind or accelerate in the wind. So it'd be interesting to see, particularly Blackwell, how she copes with the guile of Gordon.
I think that's a really good word to use, actually. Very skillful bowler is Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, another one of these pesky left armers that we seem to have a plethora of at the moment in England. We've got three even at Lancashire. Eccleston, Jones and Sophie Morris. But they're, Lindsay Smith, Kirsty Gordon. Fantastic.
Here is Gordon then. Blackwell plays that first one off the back foot.
Good start.
On that one, a genuine play and a miss. There's a shout for the stumping. Umpire completely unmoved at square leg. But already with those first two deliveries, you can see there just the control of Kirsty Gordon. Just taking a little bit of pace off as well, just allowing the ball to extract a little bit from the
You can
surface.
see why they appealed there, because just for a second Blackwell had lifted her rear foot, hadn't she?
This time goes for the reverse. There's a big shout there for LBW. Gordon will get the decision in the end. And the Blaze have got their first wickets of the game. Ines Blackwell departs for 17. Gordon works her magic yet again in this competition. And Yorkshire now 69 for 1 as a result of that LBW.
I think she'll be disappointed with herself there. Her favourite shot forward defensive would have been perfect there. She's lost patience a little bit with herself. Tried something a bit spectacular. Missed it completely. But it was really lovely to see Winfield Hill. As she walked past her, she just, little word in the air, tap on the back. Well done, mate. You've done your job. And she has. She's really done her job for the team there. She's getting a nice round of applause from the balcony behind, the players behind underneath us down here in the stand. Rightly so. Because now, instead of coming in at, 32 for 3 or 40 for 3 or something like that, Jonathan's coming in at 69 to 1 for 1. That's a big difference psychologically for her. She can take her time, play herself in, because there's a base from which to build.
There isn't, especially when you look towards the middle order. I mean, for someone like an Amy Campbell, for example, who can go very destructive from ball one, they do need a bit of a foundation. You can't afford, let's say in this situation it was 69 for 4 or 70 for 5. It's a very, very different situation, of course. Yorkshire have got to bat very, very well to almost capitalise on this initial groundwork, but let's wait and see what happens. Here is Jonathan then against Gordon. That one giving plenty of flight first up. With regards to Jonathan's batting so far this season, started the campaign with 17 against Somerset, followed up with 13 against Surrey at the Oval. Just drills that one back to the bowler. There's a little bit of a half appeal there.
Winfield statuesque behind her crease there. Still is. Holds the pose. And of course, Jonathan being a left-hander is annoying if you're the captain of Blaze. Thankfully, the captain of Blaze is another annoying left-hander who's got to set her own field here.
It's a 5-4 in favour of the leg side, isn't it? At the moment.
Yep. He's sending a couple of fielders back, actually. Beaumont to the boundary.
Kelly as well down towards long on. And right on cue, it will be Marie Kelly who does the fielding.
And Beaumont's sort of 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
So that is the end of the over. 19 have been bowled. Yorkshire are 70 for 1. We'll also have a slight change here in the comms box at the end of this next over. We'll allow Ali to go and have a well-earned and well-deserved break.
Nice brew. Bit of Yorkshire tea.
Exactly, and get yourself warm as well. There is a little bit of a cross breeze here in the comms box as well. And we'll welcome for the first time this season, Maruf Khan.
Yeah, Jess Jonathan. What a player to come in to be with Winfield Hill. Here's a list of some of the trophies she's won. The World Cup, 50 over, T20, she's won the Ashes, the Big Bash, she's won State Grounds, she's captain of Brisbane Heat. Amazing player. And annoyingly, a best test score against England. Go on, what's the most annoying number to get in your test?
99.
Correct. Yeah. You knew that already, didn't you?
Yep.
Darn it. I was hoping you were going to have to do like a really stupid guess. You could have pretended and got said, 68 or 43. No, 99. Yeah. And how annoying is that?
She is facing off against Prendergast. That one down the leg side. Wide will be signalled.
And of course, being the foreign pro, she's got that added pressure of all of that experience is supposed to automatically compute into runs and wickets, but it doesn't always work out like that. Different conditions, different team, different opposition. But I'm sure she's going to have a significant impact on this team as the season progresses.
Certainly with the ball as well. I mean, we spoke about it pre-game, but with regards to her style of bowling, it's a little bit more round arm, it's a little bit more skiddy and pacey. Not someone who's looking to necessarily flight the ball as much, but it instead tries to target the stumps, especially bring the leg stump of the right-handers into play. Certainly an asset for the White Rose. Plays that one arrow straight.
And again, Winfield Hill holds the pose. I'm definitely in my crease here.
I was going to say that's not what Yorkshire wants. Run out of the non-striker's end. Especially not given the platform that they've got here. Jonathan thinks about playing the shot, just holds the line of the bat there.
Yeah, sensible enough to just stop herself from following it. She didn't take the bait. Quick thinking enough, experienced enough.
Yet again, very good areas being bowled here by Orla Prendergast. Aside from the wide, no runs off the bat so far in this over from Jonathan. Can she finish it off well? Yes, she can. Dot ball drilled down towards mid-off, and that will be the end of the 20th over. Yorkshire 71 for 1, Winfield Hill on 40, Jonathan on 1, and we'll have that aforementioned change here in the comms box. We'll allow for Ali to go and put her feet up for the next 10 overs or so. I'll be joined here on my right by a man who needs no introduction here at Headingley. It is the one, the only, the man, the myth and the legend, Maroof Khan. Roofer, what have you made of the game so far?
Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be here. Headingley in all its glory. Yorkshire steady at 71 for 1, if I'm being honest. Lauren Winfield Hill has a point to prove. Steady on 40. Unfortunate to lose a wicket, but I think if it was me, probably a bit more runs, I guess. 20 overs, but a steady start, and I'm sure looking forward to the next 30 overs.
Here is Kirsty Gordon, bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Starts off well there with a dot ball. Yeah, in terms of when do you think the switch in tempo will come about, Roofer? So that one goes down the leg side, misses everything. And they'll much trundle through for the single. Leg byes have been signalled by the umpire. When do you think we'll see that almost switch with regards to the style of play?
I think you're looking at the first stage of it, to be honest. I think Inez Blackpool did a phenomenal job opening the batting. Girl at that age, So Young looked quite solid in defence, and she was supporting Lauren all the way through. And now the impetus of Jess Johnson coming in, left-hander as well. I think you'll see Lauren and Jess run hard between the wickets and make the bowlers pay for the bad deliveries.
This time Jonathan uses the feet, looks to exploit that gap on the offside. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, but the Australian safely scrambles home.
Yeah, really interested to see the way Gordon is actually bowling these balls as well. I think she's got a lot of beautiful action, has a great umbrella feel as well, which is like, she's not giving away. Yeah, that's a one ball she needs to avoid anything going down the leg side, really. I think if she is wanting to keep all her players in play, she needs to be slow and steady just on off stump or just outside the off stump, trying to hit the top of off all the time and making the batsman come at her. I think that's where she's at the most dangerous.
Here she is too, the left-handed Jonathan gets a playing off the back foot for a single square of the wicket. That'll be the end of the over as well. 21 have gone here in Leeds. Yorkshire 75 for 1. Winfield Hill 9 runs away from what would be back-to-back half-centuries in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. Will be Orla Prendergast to continue her spell from the Howard stand end. And with regards to her bowling so far, Rufa, it's been very impressive, very economic as well. None for 12 from 4 overs bowled.
Yeah, I think you're right there. What I would like to see more from her is just keeping where she's at. I haven't seen many change of pace just yet, any variations. I don't think she has to. She's trying to use the wicket. Looks a steady bowler, good rhythmic action as well, etc. But I guess in time she'll learn to bowl a bit more quicker.
Here she is too, Jonathan. Jonathan just crashes that, races off those practice pitches out towards the east stand. And that will be a boundary. Little bits of a pressure release there for the White Rose. Yorkshire move on to 79 for 1.
Yeah, in this case, just trying to pitch the ball a bit more on the offside, and then I think, yeah, that's about it really. It's just a half volley really, not much support on the other side, and surely Jonathan was the ball that she was waiting for to kick off her campaign.
Well, that one's shorter, pulled away out towards deep square leg. Blaze do have protection there in the form of Tammy Beaumont.
Tell you what's been interesting for me to see for the last 20 overs is the use of short ball. Bowlers have used that and not been afraid. Gone are the days when you'd be hitting line and lengths all the time. Looks like Blaze have come with a plan and they're sticking to the plan. And I was just mentioning off air as well. As long as you stick to the plan, as long as you can, you will make the opposition make mistakes.
Well, that's edged. It just goes beyond the dive of Bryce. And that will be 4 runs for Lauren Winfield Hill. Moves her on to 45. Well, almost an opportunity for the East Midlands outfit there to get the big fish.
Yeah, it's lack of footwork, really, I think. But I think, once again, great areas. Outside the off stump, it could have done better with the bat. But still, hey, 4 runs, we'll take it in the kitty.
That one's shorter and hammered away very handsomely by Winfield Hill. Back-to-back boundaries, this time out towards deep mid-wickets. And is this now the change in impetus?
You asked me the question 6 balls ago, I guess. Here's the answer. And rightly so. I think, they have weathered the storm initially, Yorkshire, and I think now is the time for them to just take the game 88 for 1 and looking pretty with just over 4 runs and over.
Well, here is Prendergast bowling to Winfield Hill. Just guides that through the covers. And that will be back-to-back half-centuries in the Metrobank One Day Cup for the Yorkshire captain. Exactly 50 from 57 deliveries faced. Includes 9 boundaries for good measure. Very, very good innings this from the opener.
Yeah, first innings, I believe, at Headingley for her as well this year. Inaugural innings, 50. She will be telling herself she's only halfway there.
That one will be an extra couple to the tally here for the home side. Yorkshire 91 for 1 after 22. Of course, almost the byproduct of that change of rhythm, the change of approach, the more attacking style of play does mean opportunities could manifest themselves here for the Blaze. Certainly have the bowlers to generate those chances, as we saw there in that previous over. Prendergast getting the outside edge of Winfield Hill's bats.
A game of 50 overs is always about momentum, Aaron, and I think, Yorkshire were very cautious initially, and rightly so. First time they're playing here, and see if the wicket behaves differently.
This time goes for the sweep. Another big appeal there for Kirsty Gordon. Immediately waved off by the standing umpire.
And then when Lauren got into her stride and then losing innings and now just coming in, and suddenly you see a flow of runs coming through.
This time just hung outside the off stump. Played off the back foot through. Cover point for 1.
Yeah, I think very good bowling by Kirsty Gordon as well. She is a wily little customer. I think she knows what her strengths are, and she bowls to her strengths, uses change of pace a lot, and bowls to her fail. So Yorkshire has to be careful in terms of which players to attack.
That one slightly down the leg side, just helped on its way. Blaze don't have a fielder at fine leg, so Ballinger has to come across and cut it off with a single. Yet again, you have the constant change of fielders for the left-hand, right-hand combination. Will be Winfield Hill on strike for the next one. Plays that one very stylishly through cover. Should be at least 2. Indeed, it will be. Lucy Hyam, the fielder, sweeping out on the offside and does well there to zip it back in.
Another very careful change of pace by Gordon as well, Kirsty. She pushed that one a little through, got Lauren off guard, and she just played off the back foot. There again, back on the spot again. So really, really good bowling and good cat and mouse cricket at this point in time. Exactly what we would like to see at 95 for 1.
Oh, 100%. It's a great part of the game, isn't it? The battle between bat and the spinners. So that one has been lofted very languidly through the covers for Thorpe. Just a couple of bounces and Winfield Hill continues on her merry way. Yorkshire 99 for 1 after 23. The captain now moves on to 57 as we bask in the glory of that latest strike.
That's a beautiful shot, that. Lovely flighted delivery. Lauren waited for the ball to come into her box. The imaginary box that she may be having in front of her front foot. Wanted coming through. Hands to the ball, above extra cover, 1 bounce for. Beautiful shot, good cricket.
Very good cricket indeed. Believe we might have a change of bowling here from the Howard stand end. Yep, Lucy Hyam it is, who hands her cap to the standing umpire. So, bit of off-spin here. Obviously, with the left-handed Jonathan, it's going to be turning away, providing that she can extract that additional bit of nip out of the surface. And I don't mind this, just in terms of the matchup, of course, against Winfield Hill. You do have the danger of bowling a bit too straight. She can definitely smash it into the east stand, but especially against Jonathan, early doors. It's a nice tactical decision, isn't it, Rufa?
That's right as well. I think it was time where Kirsty also needed to make some changes. The game was meandering a bit, etc., and she's tried, Grace Ballinger from both sides, from the Kirksall end, as well as the Howard stand end, really. And I think it's the right time for the spin to come in, left arm spin and off spin, so attacks both the batters differently, of right-hander and the left-hander. And I think if Yorkshire would be what I'm thinking, I think they would like to give Lucy no room for error here and attack her, just like they can dominate and see if they can get more runs. But interesting phase of the game as we speak.
Jonathan just beats the effort of the fielder. And a single will be taken. The 100 comes up for Yorkshire here in the 24th over. And you can see in terms of the intent with regards to the actual shots being played in terms of the running between the wickets as well. Yeah, you can see these two now starting to up the ante.
It's a partnership of 31 runs already, I believe, and I think in no time, in doubly quick time, really. So I think the momentum would shift, and I think at this point in time, it's all about who wants to be more brave and take those opportunities.
On that occasion, Winfield Hill just plays the ball on its merits. Yeah, you can see in terms of the run rate as well, it's increased from around about 3.75, now going just a tickle under 4.3. This time Winfield Hill goes for the sweep. Should just be a single out towards deep square. I mean, the other thing as well that Yorkshire do need to be a little bit wary of course, is the approaching weather. I mean, we are keeping our fingers firmly crossed for both teams that it's not rain impacted, but of course with DLS could have quite the impact on the run chase itself.
Steady start by Lucy. Steady start. I think, she's just hitting her areas and expecting Yorkshire batters to come at her, really, bowling to her fields.
This time Jonathan fancies down the pitch. Guides it down towards long on for one. As a spinner here, especially in your opening over, just a case of seeing out this final delivery. You don't want it going to the boundary for 4 or 6. Winfield Hill just clips it away through mid-wicket. Should be a single. And indeed, a single it will remain. So Hyam's first over of the game goes for 4. Yorkshire now 103 for 1 after 24.
Looks like, is it Michael McCann sitting out there? No, not really. He's up in the com box. But last year when I asked him, he got me an ice cream. You remember that?
Oh, I do, yep, in Scarborough. Well, we will be hearing from Michael McCann very shortly as we head towards the drinks break. I shall depart at the end of this over. You'll hear the Dorset combination of Maruf Khan and Michael McCann. M&M, as we'll call them here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. Here is Kirsty Gordon to Winfield Hill. And that one a bit of a drag down. Just hoiked away out towards deep forward mid-wickets, and a single will be taken.
Yeah, M&Ms are not that easy off Michael's pocket, to be honest, but he did pass them on to me on top of those ice creams at Scarborough, so thanks very much for that, Michael. Yorkshire steady at 103 for 1 at this stage.
Gordon this time to Jonathan. Just almost chop that one away, but can't quite beat the effort of backward point. The sun now starting to shine here at Headingley. Nice to see after what's been a very grey and overcast start to proceedings. Yet again, that one just hung outside the off stump and easy pickings for the single there.
It's important to add here as well, Arun, in terms of how you as a leader want to do the game as well. Should we just let it meander and concede 3-4 runs and over every time? Or we try and plug those gaps, allow the batter to do something different. In this case, very easy action from Gordon, really, really pleasing action, but he just goes through the motions, and the Yorkshire batters are happy taking 3 or 4 runs and over.
Oh, that one, another drag down. Just goes over the top of the field. A bit of a chase on here. Will it be cut off? No, it won't, despite the effort there of all the Prendergast. It will be another boundary to add to the tally for Lauren Winfield Hill.
And Lauren very appropriately waiting for that ball, really waiting for the ball on the back foot and taking a good shot over long on, mid-on really. And that's where it is all about. The game has to not meander, and somebody needs to make sure that it's hard for the batters to score runs off it.
Well, that one a full toss, and just whisked away down towards deep mid-wicket for 1. And that will be the end of the over. So drinks will be taken here at Headingley, with Yorkshire on 110 for 1. Lauren Winfield-Hill, the star of the show so far, following up her 60 away against Surrey. They're currently unbeaten, 65 not out here on home soil. Jess Jonathan as well, playing the foil very nicely so far, chipping away, run after run. The Australian on 13 from 21. And at this stage of the game, Aroof, who do you think would be the happier of the two sides? Of course, Yorkshire have only lost the solitary wickets. But you look at that, 110 after 25 overs. It's been pretty metronomic from the visitors.
I mean, on this, if I'm being honest, I'm still studying 50-50, really. I don't think the game's gone away from the Blaze, and nor have actually Yorkshire taken it away from them. But they have the wickets in hand. And in 25 overs, halfway through the mark, had you taken the toss and lost the toss and thinking about that score, you would have taken it. So I would have at this stage. But I guess the game will try to take its shape in the next 10-15 overs. Really, the more wickets in hand that they have would be interesting to see what a good score looks like. I'm not sure if it's it's any early predictions on the score, but they're going at 4 and over. So 200 looks minimum, an odd boundary, and it's 250, 260 would be a good score, especially on this ground, 60-meter boundary as well. So it's not something that can be gone over and defended well. But I guess at this stage, I would say 50-50.
Fair enough. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? In terms of what you think a good score would be, Maroof, from this position, what do you reckon Yorkshire, and I suppose conversely for the Blaze, what do you think the two sides would be thinking of as a ballpark figure?
I think Yorkshire would be disappointed if they score under 220, and I think Blaze would be happy if they're chasing about 200.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have a slight change here in the comms box. I shall make way, and on in my place will be Michael McCann.
Yeah, it's funny, just on the note of those score predictions, I thought what Graham Hardcastle said was an interesting statement worthy of further reflection, which is that given where Yorkshire are, when you put into context 178 all out at Somerset, 189 all out against Surrey after that collapse, Yorkshire would probably be very content to go get well in excess of 200, but particularly 250, Graham was saying, they'd probably snap your proverbial hand off for that. But actually, when you think of the depth of their batting lineup and the trueness of the surface, which has not had many demons in it at all, Blaze would probably simultaneously also be quite happy themselves with chasing 250.
Yeah, and I understand why that statement was made, etc. as well. But I think looking at the bigger picture as well, Yorkshire stepping up this year in the Premier Division of it, and obviously when you come into a league, you want to start well. Unfortunately, the start hasn't been in their favour for the first two games, and at the back of that, I think the players are quite senior and strong, and they know that they haven't had a great start. So I personally believe at home, especially, that should be your fortress, and that's where you should be making them, making other oppositions pay as well. So I think Blaze at this stage could look happier, but I don't know. I think 240 or 250 would be phenomenal from here on.
The voice of Maroof Khan, who has quite the cricketing CV building, head coach of the Tridents, who were champions in your debut season last time around, assistant coach of the men's disability, winning home and away against India, which was seen as something of a landmark. And I know as well you're pretty proud of your work you're doing at Sheffield Collegiate, which anyone who knows anything about Yorkshire cricket will, of course, be familiar with the famous names of the likes of Joe Root and Michael Vaughan that have come through there over the years. And it's their girls' and women's team that you're particularly part of, building those heroes, and they're getting their season underway tomorrow, as so many girls' clubs are across Yorkshire.
Yes, a big shout out to the girls. They have worked hard over the winter, and we're really looking forward to see how their season unfolds for them beginning tomorrow.
First ball after drinks. High and mid's just gently driven down to long on for a single by Winfield-Hill, who has looked oh so comfortable for her 66 off 70. She has, as things stands, 160 runs this season for being out twice and scoring at not far off a runner ball. How Yorkshire would love her to go on with it. Darts landing a little more, but it's too short, and Jonathan picked up the length so quickly. Caught that back foot across and slams it away for 4. First boundary after drinks.
And initial observations there, obviously she's dragged that ball short, Lucy, but I think there's not much pace on that wicket. Batters are waiting at the back foot, making sure that they can pick the areas that they want to hit. If I was Lucy, I would try to pitch the ball a bit more up and go a little harder, a little stronger as well. And see if they can use the batters to come and use their feet. Just made a great shot there.
Home adjusts, a little bit more flight, a little bit fuller. Better once more from Hyam. Some very tentative appeals. Lucy Hyam, someone who, once upon a time, her dream was to go to America and play football on a scholarship, very much sort of bend it like Beckham vibes. So she very much fits one of the great stereotypes of any women's or men's professional cricketer, which is that their inner child actually wishes they were a footballer. Reliably informed she's one of the most handy in the Blazers pre-match football warm-up when they do it. Just guided but straight to Ballinger at short third.
Yorkshire are quite steady here, Michael. You know, they are getting 4 or 5 runs and over the odd bad ball they're putting away as well. They're happy as the innings progress. The more wickets in hand that they have, the more chance they are going to take. More chances at the back end of these innings. So at this stage, 115 for 1 after 26 overs, strong position.
Will definitely be on the mind of Jonathan to go on with it. She made 17 away against Somerset and 13 away against Surrey. And she's a player of high class, but it's actually relatively rare in her professional career that she's batted as high as number 3. That's guided off the back foot elegantly by Winfield Hill. Fast outfield. Needs some really solid fielding from Hyam to ensure that it is no more than 2. Now, I can hear some of your women's cricket purists screaming at their telly sets, suggesting that I may have underrated the class of Jess Jonathan's batting. I'm all too aware of it, but my point is that actually, if you look at most of the teams she's played in at senior level, those teams have been so stacked with talent, particularly that Australian women's national team that she played more than 200 times for, that she's actually often been a bit of a joker in the pack, down at 7, 8, 9 or even 10 at times. Different responsibility here. Hit hard straight back at Gordon. Yorkshire looking at 2 of their most experienced campaigners who had success in the winter together in the WNCL, getting silverware there. So rain starts to come down. Similarly to Wednesday, with Yorkshire having built a platform and being in a very good position, umpires Pratt and Clark are going to try and keep the players out there, but I fear we'll be off in a matter of balls. Chopped straight at point.
Yeah, I think hopefully it's a passing shower. Looks not great enough, but I am no specialist in this. I guess for Yorkshire's perspective, the more time they spend right now, the ball's going to get wet.
We've got our resident expert, Alison Byrne, doing exactly what anyone should do in this situation. The highly scientific method of going out to have a look, because up here in the 4th tier, there's only so much you can tell. 118 for 1 off 27. Of course, Yorkshire were in a very nice position at the Oval on Wednesday when the rain had come down. Yorkshire found themselves 115 for 2 off 23 overs. And then the rain came, and shortly after the resumption, both Winfield Hill and Callis got out, and Yorkshire found life after that extremely tough. You can see, look at Sarah Bryce, just using the gloves as some kind of impromptu hand warmers. It is very windy out there as well. That's what these live stream cameras don't fully show you. High and back on to continue from Howard Stand then for the third over of her spell.
Really tough conditions at this point in time, and Lucy's doing a strong job there, just keeping the ball on the spot. It's hard to even keep the ball dry as we speak. She's been really hitting the spots right. Nicely shot ball, punched towards a long one for a single.
Sunburn, a resident weather expert, reporting that it is spitting rain and that it maybe looks slightly worse than it actually is from our commentary position just because of that crosswind, which is adding to it being unpleasant. 50 partnership up. Really good effort from these two to continue to build after Blackwell was out. Down the ground, and that has managed to beat mid-on, and will run away for 4 more for Jonathan.
Once again, Jonathan is the one who is very keen to use her feet, which is good to see. Really, what's on for the ball, tries to hit it straight, which is always the area where there's never a fielder behind the bowler's arm. Safe shot, but yeah, she could have done with more timing of it, but good batting once again.
Jess Johnson, Yorkshire's overseas recruit, had a shoulder problem that Yorkshire were relieved to see is healed just in time for the new season. Really timed that one. Tool. Jonathan saying that having a right shoulder surgery and being out from late November to early February, having a bit of unexpected time at home, it's been nice, but I think my wife has been really keen for me to get going and get on the road again. She started to get sick of me. Said very tongue-in-cheek, of course. Jonathan came down the pitch and realised the length wasn't quite there for that one, so just dropped her bat on it before adding slightly more deadpan to the camera. Just to be clear, she's coming over to watch me a few times this summer. I'm very excited about that. Should be adjusting to slightly colder climes of Yorkshire from down under. Jonathan goes back, cuts hard, and will take 6 from the over, 5 to her score. 124 for 1 of 28. The umpires are conferring. I wonder how much longer we might be on here. Good news is, of course, there is an inbuilt amount of time before we start losing overs. Of course, Wednesday's game against Surrey was reduced to a 44 over a side contest. We were quite lucky with the weather last year. It was remarkably good pretty much throughout the entire summer, apart from one of the most notable examples being Yorkshire's Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 2 final, which in an outbreak of, you might say, common sense, was decided to be reduced to a T20 game before a ball was bowled because everybody knew at Worcester that come lunchtime it was going to hose it down. Gordon on again. Jonathan rotates.
Yeah, I think the weather is going to play its part, as we know, but I think Yorkshire batters, especially Lauren and Jess, are just quite keen on just going through the motions as to what needs to be done. And we'll let the umpires make that call. For now, they're happy taking 3-4 runs and over, and they're playing as if it's going to be a 50-over game.
Seem to just ease up a little. It's still not pleasant conditions to be playing cricket in. It's one of those where you get that age-old debate as to what's worse to be doing in this fielding or batting. The batters are there saying, well, if I bat in this for 15 minutes, I'm going to need to buy a new bat because it's going to be wet. I'm not sure I fancy taking a catch in this, though. Not an ideal time to be a spinner, either. But Gordon making light work of that. That's a rare poor ball from her. She's got away with that a bit. To only get it go for 1. Drop short.
Perhaps Gordon being smart and letting the umpires know that she's finding it hard to grip the ball now as well. So, there you go.
As you can see, the towel rag coming in very, very useful too. Who was the call initially? Extra cover coming across, can't quite cut it off. Marie Kelly does the fielding. Elsewhere, Essex in a bit of a pickle against Warwickshire, 119 for 5 after 30 overs in that one at Chelmsford. Surrey versus Durham, the third game of the day at the Oval. Durham going much better, 161 for 2. Holly Armitage, 84 not out at almost a run a ball. 2 full. Smashed out to straight at deep mid-wicket. Jonathan really got a good thump on that. An over of singles so far. Does it continue for all 6? Short again. Jonathan picked up it was Winfield Hill, beg your pardon, picked up the length so quickly, and it's good scamperage, which will see them get back for 2 to break the sequence of singles. 7 off the over, 131 for 1 off 29. Thank you very much to Maroof Khan for his company. Mollyburn in alongside me. Thankfully, looks like we are just about going to play through this shower, which at one point I did feel relatively certain might be bringing us off, but we're not. So I'm delighted to say that the one-time Lancashire and Cheshire captain is back alongside.
Hello again. Yeah, it's actually it just seems to be a little bit brighter as I sat down there. That seems to have stopped. Brighter skies to our left.
Just squinting and trying to look at darker backdrops that give you an idea. I think it has almost entirely stopped raining.
I've got to reply to your question about whether it's worse to bat or field after this ball.
Very hard to get an LBW from that angle for Hyam.
Yeah, it's much worse fielding. Horrible, soggy.
Yeah, I
everywhere.
think I agree.
You're under
But it's
helmet.
not fun to bat
No,
either.
it's not, because the ball gets erratic.
And that can mess the pitch
Yeah,
up.
and your gloves are a bit wet, but
Down the track, thumped, shot of
Shots.
real authority from Jonathan. Shot of the day, straight 6, thank you very much. Gives Hyam something to think about.
great shot. Yeah, she's such a powerful player, Jonathan, as well. Confident. Uses her feet brilliantly, as Maroof mentioned. And, as you mentioned, she is no mug with the bats and very underrated.
Someone who has a 99 in a
Exactly.
test match.
Exactly.
Much like Alyssa Healy's better half and a few others unfortunate
Not
to be on that mark. Not that it's the worst score either.
Not that Alyssa would ever mention that to him, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Again, isn't going to have much joy with that particular angle and appeal. Really going to need the stars to align to get one there. Lucy Hyam.
Oh, so the run rate from when I was last here was shot up to under 5. It was under 4 when I was here last.
Goes back Jonathan and finds deep cover. Yeah, these two are finding scoring easier because Winfield Hill is, broadly speaking, continuing at the same pace that she struck at from the start. She was actually just above a run a ball for a bit early doors, but Blackwell made 17 off 60. But by contrast, having faced almost exactly half as many deliveries, Jonathan, by that point, had gone well past Blackwell's score. Jonathan is striking at, to be exact, 86 per 100 balls, which is 3.5 times Blackwell. Now, of course, that's not a fair comparison. Blackwell had to face the new ball. Blackwell is someone playing just a second game at this level. Jonathan is a multiple World Cup winner with 200 plus caps for Australia. But the point being is that goes back to what you were saying about that run rate increasing. There's a steady run tap of flow from both ends in a way that wasn't quite in that slightly unbalanced opening partnership. 139 for 1 off 30.
So the weather may well yet play a part in the attitude of both these teams to this match, to be fair. I mean, you don't want to be finishing the game on a low run rate.
Well, this is now heavier than it's been
Yeah.
at any point. And again, because that camera angle that you're seeing on the live stream, you probably sat there thinking, these commentators are talking about rain. What are they talking about? But now you can just start to see it. It's gone beyond spitting.
And we saw what happened, Lancashire v Blaze. And I think they're coming off actually as we're twittering.
They
Covers are
certainly
coming
are.
on.
Yeah.
Covers are coming on.
And of course, the Lancashire versus Blaze game that got decided by 6 runs on DLS in the chase, but also the Yorkshire-Surrey game,
Yes.
reduced to 44 overs. And then within that, Yorkshire get to just gone the halfway point within that 44 over game, 115 for 2, sitting pretty, dreaming of a big score, come back from the resumption, collapse. And I'm sure Lauren Winfield-Hill will have that firmly
Oh, yeah.
in her mind as she troops off, having looked $1 million for her 75 off 83.
Yeah, this partnership already very productive, 70 off it. But, the Blaze were, Maroof was quite sceptical when the Blaze won the toss and decided to bowl. But I find if you're ever in a game that's rain affected, psychologically and tactically, it's nice to know what you're chasing. It's nice to know when you can take the risk and how many risks you can take if you've got that DLS score up on your scoreboard to guide you. As Blaze quite brilliantly did against Lancashire, they were always just ahead of the DLS, always just slightly ahead of the DLS. And of course, eventually the rain came down and the game was called off. I don't think this is going to be called off, though. This pitch is fantastic. It's on a slope, it drains, the wicket looks incredible. And it showers, but still, it would be interesting how Winfield-Hill plays this. Is she going to come out and have 5 overs of blasting it to try and get that run rate up in case? Or is she just going to say, no, stick to the plan, play as we are, and take our chances?
I think if I had to guess, after Wednesday at the Oval, it will be much more the latter. From having it in her head, the way that collapse fell of no matter what happens, we're not repeating that mistake. My guess would be that would be the primary message within that Yorkshire dressing room. Great work from the ground staff to get on and get that covered. It's one of these thankless sort of situations because now you're probably sat there at home looking at blue sky over
Definitely
the
not
pavilion
blue.
and thinking, why are they off? Well, we are sat in that pavilion that you're staring at in the 4th floor, just on the right above the media centre that you can see in the middle of that pavilion. And actually, as we look out to the Howard stand and behind that, behind the camera angle that you see, it's actually not very blue sky.
No,
and it's very,
grey.
very overcast, very muggy. And so it's one of those situations where people can sometimes get frustrated about the weird old sport that is cricket, but it is perfectly understandable that they are off here. We're going to take a short break rather than sit here and talk endless about the rain. It's 139 for 1 off 30, and both of these sides, as we've alluded to, had these fascinating rain-affected contests in midweek. So as and when we have a resumption, we'll be intrigued to see how they approach this one. But for now, we will see you soon when we have more news to report from Headingley. Good news, everyone. Cricket's back.
Cricket's back. I've had my Yorkshire tea. I'm raring to go.
We've lost no overs. We've been off for, 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yep.
So, as far as a delay can go, that's about as good as you can want, really.
The sun's actually quite bright now.
Yeah. I'm not even sure we were off for 15 minutes, really. Maybe 10?
No, 10 if that. Change your bowler, Michael.
Yep. I think there's no doubt here that this interval favours Blaze.
Completely.
Not that Rain has any team-based identity, but in terms of the context of the game, Emma Jones can provide a point of difference. Speedy, will get bounce off this pitch, but starts a little bit too short. He's helped away by Winfield Hill, who will have her eye on three figures.
She's thumped that down to her former opening partner for England, Tammy Beaumont. Nice to see some of the international players back from their training camp.
Yeah, that's been a subject of hot discussion. For those unfamiliar, the midweek games in this competition, all of the 15 deemed to be best England T20 players in the country were busy with an intra-squad game in Loughborough. Oh, well bowled by Jones. That's gone through everybody. So unlucky for Emma Jones.
That must have moved as it left the bat as well, because the edge of the bat, as Sarah Bryce was wrong-footed there, and she's a very canny keeper as Bryce, so it must have done something extra there.
Yeah, these are the moments that Emma Jones can create, coming on with an old ball. She's someone that has so many different natural skills. I know that Blaze were absolutely over the moon to get her signed in last summer's brief window. Well bowled again. And I say brief window because there wasn't a lot of transfer activity in a domestic sense for women's cricket in England, and that was for a very particular reason, which is when we moved from regions to counties, pretty much every Tier 1 cricketer in the country signed a 2-year contract, except for Emma Jones.
She's the only one. Incredible. Canny lass.
Pulled hard.
Oh.
And it has dribbled away past Hyam, who will be disappointed having got there to have seen it go away for 4 more. So a little bit of the faster they come, the faster they go here. Jonathan enjoying the pace and bounce.
So that decision from Emma Jones just to take a shorter contract, she's either very, very confident in her ability to search another contract, or lack confidence, I don't know. But yeah, good for her anyway, having the confidence to just take a 1-year contract. Backed herself.
A fascinating move. Now, she wasn't, as far as I know, quite literally the only one, but we're talking about sort of a handful of players. And as far as I'm aware, right across the domestic circuit, she was the only player anywhere that had the opportunity to sign for 2 years and said, no, I'd rather sign for 1.
Yeah. There were others who were only offered 1, is what you're saying.
Just a few, not many, because pretty much everybody else is on a 2-year deal. Oh, short again, pulled away, pulled hard, pulled in the gap. Jones has got to think of a different plan here, because she's bowled 3 short balls in the over and she's gone for 13.
Can't bowl short to either of these two, they're too experienced.
Or if you can, possibly got to be the surprise ball, whereas when you're onto a third short ball in the over, it loses that element of being a shock tactic. You've got deep square leg out, you've got deep fine leg out. I'll be curious to see whether Blaze are willing to gamble with giving her another over after that.
I think
they absolutely
should, because she's only warming up, isn't she, to be fair?
Completely agree, but there is a cost-based aspect to that when you've gone for 13, albeit 4 of those off inside edge as well.
It just might make them 2 batters do a bit of overconfidence, play a ball that they shouldn't play at because they're thinking, let's go for it, bish bash bosh type mentality. Georgia Elwes.
Yeah, these two have done the bishing bit quite well, and I think we're moving in the upgrade from a Yorkshire perspective towards bash. Yeah, absolutely, because they know that Blaze bat deep. They know this is a good batting track because it's Yorkshire's home pitch. They're all too aware what a belter of a pitch it looks like. So if Yorkshire are going to win this, it's not just about breaking that 200 barrier, but they realistically want to be comfortably crossing 250. Georgia Elwes is on. This is a bit of a match-up. Elwes bowling to Winfield Hill with two former England teammates, World Cup winners.
Well, of course, the two that they're going to have to create their own pace off Elwis's bowling.
Yeah, Elwes, one of those who I know that it raised a bit of eyebrows when she moved to Blaze last summer, and yet she turned out to be the domestic signing of the summer, no doubt. She had a fantastic season. Through extra cover from Jonathan.
And she
fast outfield, no point even trying to run after it. Jonathan is looking in fine fettle here, and it's actually her rather than Winfield Hill who's really upping the ante.
Now, by her standards, she tickled that. Just hardly any backlift, hardly any follow through. This is an exceptional pitch and exceptional outfield.
To return to a theme from earlier in the over, Jonathan is predominantly the one starting to provide the bash. Lovely looking straight drive as well.
It's gorgeous.
And that is 50 for Jess Jonathan on her home debut for Yorkshire. 52 of 44 deliveries. And it is brought up in some style with back-to-back boundaries, 8 fours and a 6. And this partnership all of a sudden has motored on to being worth 92 for the second wicket.
Yeah, really good. Really good. I mean, that's a sign of a quality player, that straight drive, face of the bat stuff.
Jonathan will get more runs here, just one of them. She spoke in an interview with the club website in the build-up to this about wanting to take more responsibility with the bat, having got a couple of starts and got out in the first 2 games. Well, she's more than doing that here, Jonathan.
I think she'll need to hang in there a bit longer, though, to be fair, Mike, although there is a fair bit of batting to follow. They won't want to be putting them under any sort of pressure. If they can get the big score themselves, they'll be wanting to do that.
And Winfield Hill quite content just to say,
off you go.
Over to you again, Jess. Jonathan talking about the fact that whenever she'd go and play at Headingley, she'd always be in the opposition, but she's particularly looking forward to those double-header games here where, in her words, it'd be nice to have the Western Terrace finally on my side, as opposed to playing for Australia, which can sometimes get a slightly more hostile reception down there as an Aussie.
Yes. We've always had that love-hate relationship with the Aussies, haven't we, over the years, as Brits?
Elwes has gone for 12. Now, there's a real bit of pressure on Blaze here because Jones has gone for 13. What do Blaze look to do here? This is a team with no shortage of bowling options. We've already seen 8 used today, but how do they shuffle this pack through the rest of it?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? They used 9 bowlers in their last game. 9 bowlers, imagine that.
Yeah, they and what was Stars and is now Surrey have a bit of a reputation for the fact that it is in some ways, if you wanted to be a bit silly about it, one of the easiest teams to captain in the world because you can pretty much just chuck the ball to anyone and say, oh, go on, you have a go then. And
you're not worrying about ends and overs and counting on your fingers as a captain, exactly. Which end and which bowler, and
Jones will get a second over as we suspected she would. She is the kind of bowler that is perfect to break a partnership. Just going back to Emma Jones's contract situation we discussed in that previous over, her electing to sign that 1-year deal, it probably won't surprise anybody watching to know that she didn't quite have her pick of the Tier 1 counties when she then became available last summer, where very few players were, but she wasn't too far off it. Most counties were interested in some capacity, but she chose to sign for Blaze. Hit hard, but straight at square leg.
Bit short. Yeah, the pitch is just an absolute belter, isn't it? Absolute belter. These girls don't know how lucky they are. I think they do. To be fair to them, they're full of praise for all the grounds that they've been playing on last season and no doubt this season.
I was hearing a back in Mardo starting to go out.
Not at all. I'm not bitter. Good luck to them.
Is Jones short and pulled away once more. Runs flowing very easily for this pair. Partnership up to being worth 97 now.
Also, that was me speaking as a batter. I wouldn't like to bowl on these wickets.
Yeah, can be a bit of a bowler's graveyard, Headingley. Particularly as the summer goes on, we tend to get a little bit less of those overcast clouds.
Crowds like high-scoring matches, don't they? It adds for excitement for them.
Jones just losing her line a little bit there. Jones, who will certainly have her eye on forcing her way back into Charlotte Edwards' England conversation. She had a big breakthrough year in 2021. It feels like a long time ago now. And she was still only 18 years old. She played every game for Stars as they won what was then the Charlotte Edwards Cup. That's now sort of morphed into the T20 Blast. But she's had a few injury problems since. But she is monstrously talented. There's a six she hit that lives rent-free in my head that she hit the oval for Stars against Sunrisers that went about 15 rows back. And for context, she wasn't actually hitting towards the short side. And it was just one of those moments where it made everyone in the commentary box, both commentators and those who were off air behind us, just look at each other being like, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
That just one of those individual shots you remember as a sign of real high class.
Oh, that nearly got the edge, didn't it? Even though it was a wide.
Runs flowing very freely here for Yorkshire.
Another wide. I would imagine that's up to about 16 now, is it?
100 partnership as well.
Brilliant.
And we mentioned that Jonathan has provided the bash. Well, Jonathan has provided 56 of the 100. Winfield Hill 39. And extras have done their bit.
Oh, well bowled.
Nice adjustment from
Winfield.
Jones. Extras up to 17. Have slowed a little after Phillips and Ballinger bowled a few more than they might have liked with the new ball. But for context, normally Blaze would expect to concede fewer than 17 across an entire innings.
Yeah.
Short again. That's clearly the plan from Jones. You do have to gently question right now whether it's working. 170 for one off 33.
Yeah, as you say, I think it's been overused. Potentially, if, as you've also said, as a surprise tactic, maybe more influential in the proceedings. And also these two, I don't know, are they going to be susceptible to a quicker ball that's repeatedly a quicker ball? I don't think so. A slightly shorter ball. I mean, they will have faced Ishmael to peak and people like that. Much quicker.
So it is going to be Elwes again, it looks, but it's always a sign as a batting team that you've got a fielding team concerned when you get these triple conferences. When you get a little triple conference for a minute or two. That doesn't tend to happen when you've got the opposition exactly where you want them. Elwes to continue. 34-year-old from Wolverhampton. It's just nibbled away by Winfield Hill, who is doing exactly what she should do in the partnership right now. She's realising that Jess Jonathan is very much the first violin in the orchestra. She just needs to play second fiddle and keep her company.
I used to teach in Wolverhampton. My early teaching career. Interesting place. Loved my time there, actually. In the Midlands. She comes.
And just patient accumulation for Jonathan, who spoke in the build-up to this one about her leadership role within the group. In Yorkshire adjusting to Tier 1, said as long as people are learning and developing, that's the main thing. Just looking at the talent, particularly the young players in the dressing room, it's really exciting. I want to play a role in the club's wider development. Proud to be part of that, having known Lauren for a few years. Winfield Hill's got this in the gap. Should get at least 2. We'll get that very comfortably. It's always something I've wanted to do, to play county cricket. It's romanticised a lot from an Australian perspective, getting to come over and do that journey. I've never really had the opportunity, so to be over here and be part of Yorkshire, I'm really, really pumped. Straight at short fine. Interesting, Jonathan also not quite closing the door on her international career, but saying that effectively she feels like it's been closed on her. Said it's just being a player that had a 13-year international career, wanting to take a bit more responsibility. But in terms of playing for Australia, I think I'm probably done with that. I've been shown that the door is probably well and truly closed on me, whether I want it to be or not.
Oh.
Hit hard down the ground by Winfield Hill. This is going to take some work to cut it off, and it is some work. Work of the highest order from Kirsty Gordon, the captain, setting the standards in the field. Spoken in many ways about different things Yorkshire will adjust to moving up from Tier 2 to Tier 1, but it's no doubt the quality of fielding that they will face is at a whole different level.
Oh, absolutely.
Winfield Hill will get more runs here. Single to finish another productive over, which has gone for 7. 177 off 34. It's interesting as well because that description with Jonathan, with her Australian international career, is in almost the same words how Winfield Hill has described her relationship with England. So there's 2 players out there in the middle here who've been there and done it all at that top level. Between them, they've played more than 300 times at international level, and now are trying to apply that to being massive cogs in the wheel of taking Yorkshire into Tier 1 and being competitive.
Well, and also they come from the era of non-professional cricket, don't they? And they want to extend their careers. You know, they're only just getting going in their mind in the professional world. As opposed to somebody like Blackwell, who's 16 and has got, 15, 16, 17, 18 years ahead of her.
Jones to continue, and seemingly with this short ball plan again, but that is Fuller. It's half stopped and tidied up out there to keep it to 1.
And if they're fit enough, they're young enough.
Well, Yorkshire at one point would have probably settled for 250, but right now they're dreaming of towards 300. Swipe and a miss.
Skidded through a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what Jones will do.
Yeah.
She's that height and pace, those raw gifts. You can see why she's someone that so many people are so excited about. Came through an age group cricket for Essex before a spell at Surrey. Had a very brief loan spell at Glamorgan last season in Tier 2. That struck out to extra cover. There's a great story with that. Glamorgan against Middlesex, one of the sort of biggest clashes in Tier 2 last season. And I'm not at liberty to name who it was, but they don't mind me reusing the story. But Middlesex basically turned up to play Glamorgan. And
there's Emma Jones.
They saw Emma Jones and they were like, "What are you doing here?" And Emma Jones was like, "Well, I've just signed on loan for Glamorgan." They were like, "Oh no."
Oh no.
And she bowled very well, shock horror, and she got an enormous 100 where she scored comfortably more than 50% of the runs.
Well, last year we had Stir Callis running up and down the motorway between Warwickshire and Yorkshire, didn't we? Tier 2 and Tier 1. I don't think we'll see quite as much of that this year, of players being able to play for a Tier 2 and a Tier 1, or have the time with an international commitment as well. Fixture list is cramped.
Short game from Jones. Winfield Hill just guides it away for another single. He's on to 88. And we'll be all too aware, because you can't not be here, because there's 2 absolutely massive scoreboards, that she is only a dozen away from the most special of milestones that given her events in midweek would be all the sweeter for her. Steps across Jonathan, who's looked very comfortable with the Jones short ball plan, and she's going to get 4 more here.
Yep. Great shot. Swiveled on that really quickly. Saw it early.
If there's one player, and it is a little bit of a stereotype, but it's also true of Jonathan, who's looked comfortable with a plan like this, it's her. 184 for 1 off 35. Change alongside me. Alison Byrne to take well-earned break. And settling into the seat away to my right, Yorkshire's social media guru, digital media czar, commentator extraordinaire, content creator. I'll let her self-identify. A very good afternoon to Charlotte Ashton.
Good afternoon. I'll take that. Yeah.
All of the above.
Yeah, of course. Guru feels a bit strong though. Trying her best.
184 for 1 off 35. Run a ball from here gets 274. Yorkshire should be dreaming higher. Winfield Hill will take single here.
Yeah, ticking along nicely here, Loz. Just keeping it nice and steady. Obviously, with just shy of 15 overs to go, we can really push on.
Yeah, 7 and over from here gets just short of 200. I'm sure these two will be mindful of that collapse in midweek and wanting to, now they've done the hard work to get in on such a belter of a pitch, want to do the hard work themselves where they can. And that's through the covers, and that will be 4 more. Jonathan's flashing blade is causing all kinds of destruction at the moment.
That's lovely. Jonathan's really, really found a form here. Properly striking the ball hard.
It's overpitched from Elwes. It's a half volley, and she knows it, player of her experience.
Yeah, she doesn't look happy there, does she?
The old picture speaks 1,000 words.
These two, so experienced. They play with each other all year round now.
Yeah, they're pretty much living in each other's pockets. It reminds me of a phrase you hear used often in various women's sports, the old concept of the work wife. I wonder whether there's a bit of that with Winfield Hill and JJ. So that's a way for a single. Another one.
Must have to be the work wife situation when they play out in Oz together, they play here together now.
Yeah, exactly. Hoping they can take a little bit of the shimmering silverware that they won when tasting WNCL victory and bring that here.
Oh yeah, they're definitely building towards that.
Field Hill wanting to move into the nervous 90s, not quite able to do so there. For those unfamiliar, Women's National Cricket League was that competition they were involved in. They were actually not on the park for as much as they thought they might be. Jonathan had almost 3 months out with a shoulder problem that fortunately for Yorkshire had resolved itself by late February. There'll be another single. Had the prospect of, had that not got a little bit better, you maybe end up with her coming over but having to play as a specialist batter or something like that for a period of time. But they've got the full fat all-round Jess Jonathan, the left arm spin, the gun fielder.
Yeah, we were looking at over-iving a little bit later if things hadn't gone to plan, but thankfully here we are.
Well, it's appealing. And given, gone. The partnership is finally broken. 122 added for the second wicket, but Georgia Elwes gets a vital breakthrough. Jonathan has to go for a superb 67 off 57 on her home debut.
Top of middle.
I think the question mark might be, did it pitch outside leg? Ultimately, a finger is given, and that is that. There's definitely no doubt, as you say, it's hitting halfway up middle.
It's just, yeah, like you say, it's line ever so slightly possibly, but she's gone across the line, not kept her eyes fully on it, and just missed it, fundamentally.
And I guess if you really wanted to take the silver lining as a Yorkshire supporter, on Wednesday, when they had a significant partnership and they lost a wicket, they didn't just lose a wicket, they ended up losing 5 penalty runs. On that occasion, they have lost just a wicket, as things stand.
I love that you're looking for the positive in that.
And I say that with my tongue firmly in my cheek. I'm sure everyone can take the good humour in which it's meant. Those of you who might have watched Lauren Winfield Hill's appearance on the Wisdom Cricket podcast the day after that defeat at the Oval will know that she was more than able to have a chuckle about it herself. And it is Winfield Hill and Callis who had that nice partnership who are now reunited.
It'd be good to see Stair kick on a little bit here. She likes batting at Headingley. She's experienced here. She's been performing well so far in the One Day Cup. Obviously good news off the back of the T20 qualifiers for her in Netherlands.
Yeah, not so good news for Yorkshire because they'll see a lot less of her than they might have hoped. But for Callis herself, a great chance to make a mark in a country that, of course, has kind of become a bit of a second home over the years.
Absolutely. And she'll get to play here for both her own country and her county.
You know when you have a detailed assessment of motorway service stations that you really do know a country inside out. Ballinger is back. Struck straight at extra. Wasn't quite at her brilliant best in her first spell. Or a second Grace Ballinger. None for 30 off 5. Quite the contrast to the 3 for 30 off her 10 against Lancashire in midweek. And not just by the figures, from the eye test of watching how she bowled. Sometimes the figures can be deceptive.
Yeah, she looked a bit less fluid first sort of spell, really.
And Ballinger's got Winfield Hill for 90.
Yeah, there's no questions about fluidity there, is there?
They've struck twice in quick succession, and that is exactly what Yorkshire would not have wanted. Having had that long partnership between Jess Jonathan and Lauren Winfield Hill, it is 2 wickets pretty much back to back. And that is magnificent from Ballinger. It's come in and then nipped away off the seam. 191 for 3.
Yeah, that's not what Lauren wanted. Not ideal, but do you know what? Good ball. She doesn't look happy there.
Yeah, I hope we get the chance to have a second look at that because I'm sure Lauren Winfield Hill will be mightily frustrated. But actually, sometimes you do also have to give great credit to the opposition because that looks like, as they say, a seed.
Yeah, very, very good ball from Grace Ballinger there. And in comes Maddie Ward.
There is a reason why quite a few people see Ballinger as potentially one of the next cabs off the rank when it comes to the England reckoning and bowling, and particularly being a left armour, that always gives you a point of difference as well. Yorkshire know all too well from having Rachel Slater at their disposal over the years, including in the Northern Diamonds era. Blaze, of course, sort of a bit of a relic now from that, a bit of a cricket's version of an archaeological dig. The one side still clinging to their regional era status, but they have in fact decided, having chose to keep it last season, they will give it up by next summer. They will turn into Nottinghamshire. Ballinger to Ward, both batters yet to face. Ballinger right on the button, as you'd expect.
Yeah, it's interesting about the Blaze, sort of going to stay as the Blaze, now not staying as the Blaze. I mean, it's more cohesive in identity, like aligning with Notts, I guess.
Well, I guess you're the perfect person to ask about this from a marketing perspective, right? Wood off the mark with a well-judged single.
Lovely.
I understand that it was the players that requested to keep the name when the switchover happened. But
Yeah.
you would imagine, from a marketing point of view, that it is easier overall to have them both as Nottinghamshire.
I guess it is easier, but then I guess it depends on your audience base and your fan base. So whether there's a distinct fan sort of audience for the Blaze as opposed to Nottingham, you kind of separating isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Because I guess this goes back to a wider strategy that Beth Barrett-White and the ECB have put in with that switch and that alignment. And just from being in your role at Yorkshire, as you have been for, well, this is your second full season, but came in sort of the back end of 2024. Have you noticed a difference from that almost Northern Diamonds to Yorkshire transition of the ease of having it under one banner?
The fans are more passionate. It's good.
Alice down the ground, still won't get off the mark.
And it's slowly encouraging more and more members that would watch your classic championship cricket to engage a bit more with the women's game, which is really important. It's really good. I will be sad, however, if the Blaze lose their orange kit, because
Yeah.
I love this one-day kit.
It's honestly the amount of teams that just play in a version of either stock blue or stock red. And I do love it for Yorkshire that they've got a bit of an art attack situation going on with the shirt. Get all those colours in there, give us something flamboyant. And Blaze, again, they give you something so distinctive when it comes to the kit choice.
The green could be very, very nice, though, for them going into next year if they go into Nottinghamshire.
But maybe you do a green and orange number. If you get it right.
Clashing.
If you find a way, right, this is where you get into, there's quite a lot of these cult football shirts that are a bit like this. If you get it right.
It could be really, really
when
cool.
you speak of marketing, those are the kind of things that go viral that suddenly, off TikTok, you've sold 10,000 shirts. Oh, we're starting a new over, and Ward, understandably a little bit circumspect. There's the game of technique here, and there's the game of the mind here for Yorkshire, because they'll be all too aware of not wanting to repeat what happened on Wednesday when that innings collapsed spectacularly against Surrey, but they have only got 13 overs. So you want to rebuild, but also don't have that much time to do it.
This bowling's certainly not helping. It's making it quite a challenge for Maddie Ward, where she likes to play inventive shots. She likes to be quite, almost artistic with the bat. It's just making sure that she sort of balances out her risks, I guess, versus reward. But like you say, 13 overs left.
Again, good tumbling stop at extra cover. Just from the eye test, having watched every single one of Yorkshire's home Tier 2 games last season, commentating on both of the Tier 2 finals days, I know averages only tell you so much, but if I had to guess on average, just watching today, Ward this time has got that away. She doesn't quite time this, but that outfield is so fast that it still scoots away quickly from Gordon, who scurries and puts in her best Millie Bright impression with the slide challenge to keep it to 2. I reckon it's probably about 20 runs you can take off the total today that Blaze have saved that would not have been saved last season, just from pretty much ground fielding.
Yeah, the ground
alone.
fielding has been exceptional, I found, from the Blaze here. It's been really, really strong.
Nice from Elwes, right in the corridor. Fascinating to see quite how they juggle this for the rest of this. They're going to be very reluctant to bowl spin at Stair Callis, because on 5 different analytical metrics, she is one of the best players of spin across the entire English women's game.
She just sees it so early.
I'm sure they'll be aware of that. Ward this time is just flicking away. Ward is extremely wristy, and again, there's an element where Yorkshire's opponents will be discovering this about them through the season. Ward scores a disproportionately high number of runs behind square on both sides. Loves a ramp, loves a reverse sweep, loves a sweep of all kinds of variations. So I would expect that we might well actually just see seam right the way through here, particularly when these two are at the wicket.
It would make sense from the Blazers' perspective. I mean, like you say, she's very, very wristy, is Maddie.
After a few more words from Charlotte Ashton, she'll be joined by Aaron Vals.
Yeah, so Maddie's very, very wristy. She plays it right under her eyes very, very well. She picks up on length incredibly easily. So playing pace against her will be quite beneficial, I believe, for the Blaze. And in comes Grace Ballinger. That's defended nicely.
Certainly is.
Hello, Aaron.
Hello to you as well, Charlotte. I mean, it's lovely now, isn't it, with the sun out?
Oh, it feels like summer.
Well, it's quite chilly out there, I must say.
Yeah, but we're inside, so it's all right.
Yeah, there's a bit of a cross breeze, though. You can feel it. So obviously we've got our ambient mic. Just a little bit of the wind entering the comms box. Here is Ballinger then. There's a big appeal there for Ballinger. Standing umpire completely unmoved there.
It's a nice ball again from Ballinger here. Like we say, she's really found that rhythm, that fluidity.
Well, she has. It was a very uncharacteristic opening spell, wasn't it?
Yeah. It really was. I was reading her column about obviously Notts missing out on the first week, or the Blaze missing out on the first week of fixtures due to the nine team competition. It's interesting.
Here she is again. Bowling to Ward. That one played back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, of course, the change in terms of the structure of the two tiers now.
9 teams now in Tier 1. Means teams have the odd bye week, don't they?
Indeed they do. And then, of course, next year with the entry of Glamorgan.
That'll be fun. I fancy a trip to Sapphire Gardens. I've never been.
Have you not?
No?
Wow.
That's another one-day kit I absolutely am obsessed with this year.
Glamorgans.
Yeah.
This time we'll rotate the strike. Just plays it out towards cover point for 1.
The aim here against Grace Ballinger seems to be just rotate where you can. She's bowling well. You've got to make the most of it.
Well, I was just talking about this with Ali and Maroof off air, of course, and in terms of where Yorkshire are at, you can afford to rotate the strike. There's still plenty of deliveries remaining here. And sure, again, that one just sneaks a little bit low on Callis, keeps it out in the end. But not every single delivery here, especially not for the next 5 to 7 overs, needs to go to the fence. Of course, you can accelerate in the death, but
That's it. We've got loads of time here. You know, just over 11 overs. You've got Amy Campbell to come in. You know, if you need to accelerate, she should go.
most definitely is. I'm Callis. Another swing and a miss. And that'll be a dot ball to round out a very tidy over from Grace Ballinger.
That was lovely. Really, really nice from Grace Ballinger.
Goes for just the solitary run. Yorkshire 196 for 3 after 39. Ward on 5. Callis yet to get off the mark.
They'll be having a good chat here, thinking about what to do with the next over and then obviously taking it into the last 10. Rich Pyro was talking to us after the game at Surrey about being a bit more match aware, which is obviously something that comes with time being in Tier 1. And the girls are clearly taking those lessons here, sort of learning how to play the scenario a little bit better with that experience now 3 games into the season.
Well, it is a really important thing to mention, isn't it? Because it is such a big step up from Tier 2 to Tier 1, as we see Kirsty Gordon getting ready to bowl here from the Howard stand end. First, it will be Maddie Ward on strike. And that is a wicket for Kirsty Gordon. Change of bowling does the trick. And Maddie Ward has to depart. Yorkshire now 4 down. The White Rose 196 for 4.
She looked a little bit in 2 minds about this, did Maddie Ward?
Completely agree there. Initially, she was coming forward and then takes the step back, and it's just chopped on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's one of those where maybe if she trusted her gut, properly come to it, maybe it would have been a different story. It's impossible to tell, though.
Yeah, hindsight is a very powerful thing indeed. So, Ward departs for 5, and in to bat next for Yorkshire is the aforementioned Amy Campbell. In Charlotte, we saw it on many an occasion last season. When Campbell gets going, that score could really accelerate.
She's just such a powerful left-handed batter, and she uses her levers so well. It's just, I just think about that shot sort of over, like, long on, I guess. It's just remarkable from Campbell.
And deep mid-wicket as well.
Oh, yeah.
She did that on many an occasion in that ruthless innings against Derbyshire, also against Leicestershire at York. I mean, that was a little bit of an Amy Campbell special.
That was scary. It's coming into the comms area.
Yes, it was. Let's see what she can do today. Gordon just making some slight tinkerings and adjustments to the field. Still plenty of protection on both sides of the boundary as Campbell starts off with a dot ball.
That's well played from Campbell. She's often got to sort of pull herself back from that aggressive nature, and I think she's worked really, really hard on it over the winter.
This time looks to meet the pitch of the delivery.
Yeah, she's trying to accelerate here, isn't she? She's had a good winter as Campbell. She's been away in Australia, away in Gordon, I believe.
That's a cricket club with plenty of pedigree, isn't it? This one just rocks onto the back foot and pulls it in front of square for 1.
Yeah, she said it's been a good winter for her. She enjoyed it. Won a trophy with her team, I believe, down there. said she's never been away for the full winter before, so she really, really enjoyed the experience.
I imagine most players do, don't they? Of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
you've got the sun, the sea.
Yeah, get out of here while it's horrible.
Of course, the standard of club cricket in Australia really is something to admire. Here is Callis then. Gordon again, inviting the shot. Callis there. Takes a double take of that.
This is good from Kirsty Gordon. It's the length that's the trouble, isn't it? Campbell having to come down and meet it. Callis not sure.
This one a lot fuller. Invites the drive and stopped by the fielder in the circle. That'll be a dot ball to finish. Just one run conceded. And of course, the big wickets of Maddie Ward. Yorkshire, 197 for 4. And we'll have a bit of a change here in the comms box. We'll say a fond farewell to Charlotte for the time being. And on in Charlotte's place, we'll say a very warm welcome to Maruf Khan. Rufa, 10 overs remaining. The White Rose, 197 for 4. From this position, what do you think the home side would be looking to achieve?
As you can assume why I'm so quiet, because Charlotte comes in, I leave her in safe hands at 1 wicket down. She's come and taken 3 wickets now. So I need to now find a way to get this game going. I think Yorkshire would be happy anything above 250 at this stage.
Especially after the start to the season as well. Spoken about it at length over the duration of the broadcast, but I mean, they're 3 runs away from their first 200 plus total of the campaign as Grace Ballinger just makes a slight alteration here. Had deep backward square, almost down towards long leg. Instead, they now go to more of a deep square position, along with the mid wickets long on and a deep point. Here is Ballinger then bowling to Campbell. Clipped away down the leg side for 1. It is fascinating as well, of course. We discussed this off the broadcast, but you can see those 3 markers, can't you? And Ballinger beforehand, when she was bowling around the wicket, had all 3 lined up. Now that she's bowling over the wicket here, in fact, she might be coming back around this time to the right-handed Callis. She's trying to hit those markers every time just to get the correct line.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I think we did have a chat about it off air. I'm really not sure what it is all about, really. Is that the spot that she needs to jump from? Is that the spot that she needs to run through it? Some kind of an indicator for her to know what she needs to do as, Callis plays it for a single on the offside. But it's interesting if that's the kind of, what's the mindset here? I mean, clearly when she's hitting those marks, she's bowling the right balls. So, something's working for her, but I'm unable to figure it out at this point in time.
This next one, top ball, ball to Campbell. It just seems to be in terms of the alignment, doesn't it? In terms of where she's looking to actually bowl the ball in terms of the angle, and obviously get into the final bit of the release as well.
I think it's more for her to be understanding that she needs to hit that mark at a takeoff position for her to know that she's all aligned, running in straight lines towards the target, really. If I look at it again.
That one very full and a beautiful Yorker from Grace Ballinger. We'll see the end of Amy Campbell for 2. Precisely the kind of delivery you want to be bowling against those danger players. And Campbell's stumps are being rearranged. Yorkshire, 199 for 5.
Absolutely. That's great bowling. Well bowled there. I think there was a bit of a change of pace as well, and the ball was just like looped onto her toes, giving no room for Amy Campbell to do anything. And I think, the old cliche of you miss, I hit, really. So I think that's great. This is her 3rd spell for Grace Ballinger, and she's come back quite strongly in the 3rd one. I think she's got 2 or 3 wickets as well on this one. So I think she's finally found her rhythm, and those spots that we're talking about is helping her as well. And as we say, Yorkshire have lost 4 quick wickets.
Well, they have. It's a bit of a collapse here for the home side as Erin Thomas strides out into the middle. I mean, this is what Grace Ballinger, we've almost become accustomed to over these past 4 or 5 seasons now. Just a fantastic swing bowler up top, and that's why today was almost a surprise. It was uncharacteristic with regards to the lack of control, but Heading now into these latter spells, you can see the class, the talent shining through, and that delivery to Campbell. I mean, it is an art form, isn't it? Yorker bowling to players who you know can be absolutely devastating. That really was a brilliant ball from Ballinger. And here she is to Erin Thomas, who will get off the mark straight away, and that'll be the 200 up for Yorkshire as well.
And that's the game is all about, confidence, right? I think when she started off bowling from the other end, from the Howard stand, and she bowled a few overs over the wicket and then came round the wicket, considering that she was a swing bowler, she didn't stick to the plan as long as she could have, really on that case. But here, coming back 2 wickets or 3 wickets under her belt, feels strong, feels confident, and now she's hitting her straps and off she goes.
It's been a really challenging spell. Could be chance of a run out here. In the end, Erin Thomas at full stretch appeared to make her ground.
And this is exactly where Sturkal has improved her batting as well. When she knows that she can't pierce the field, she really drops the ball short and takes those quick singles. I think the batters working with her needs to be aware that she's capable of doing that. And it'll be interesting to see the dot ball percentage of these innings, as well as how many dot balls have actually gone to the fielder. I think it's important, for, especially for the girls, and especially girls listening to us on this cast as well. Especially grassroots. It's important to understand the power that singles has in a 50-over game or any version of this game. And that when you saw Sturkal do that, it was quite impressive to see as well.
It certainly was. Here is Kirsty Gordon then from the Howard stand end. It's again probing the defences there of Sturkal. Reminder of the score. For those who may be just listening in, Yorkshire 201 for 5. Can they shift through the gears once more? It's a little bit of a rebuild effort at this phase of the game after what was a terrific foundation being laid by the likes of Lauren Winfield-Hill. She scored 90. Jess Jonathan scoring an excellent 67 as well. So that one slightly short, a bit of a drag down and swept away down towards deep backward square. That'll be 4, and that will help Yorkshire just release and relieve a bit of the pressure.
Yeah, it was needed at that time, really. Not much going for Yorkshire for the last 4 overs. Short ball, Sturkal waits for it to come in, goes on the knees and just swings her bats right across. Great shot, good contact, 4 runs, well deserved.
Certainly was. How does Gordon respond? Well, almost superbly. That one just hacked into the surface by the Dutch international.
It's the easy action from Gordon, isn't it? She could bowl 50 overs a day if she has to with that action.
That one a little bit more pace on. Gets Callis playing that one square of the wicket for 1. It's incredibly smooth and very repeatable. I know that's almost a cliche in cricket, but you just see every single time, gets back quickly to the mark, she's ready to deliver the next ball, and there really is a great deal of consistency and control with her bowling. Just hits that penny piece time and time again.
Yeah, I think, for me, I think when I watch her bowl, if any of the young girls watching the game as well, to have an action like this, it's so reputable, as you said, and so consistent. It then allows you to become stronger with it, and then you can make those variations, the change of pace, etc. we talk about. If I have to be a little critical for Ballinger at this point in time, it could just be that she could go a little more quicker with the pace as well, because the good batters would try and get under her as well if to go over the top. And if she can weigh that pace with more faster balls and then slower ones, then the change of pace becomes even more effective.
This definitely does. Here is Ballinger then. That one hammered away through cover for 1. So yeah, Yorkshire now 207 for 5.
Aaron, I like to play the prediction game that we always do. What are your thoughts on Yorkshire's score from now on?
It's an interesting one. I feel like this is the partnership if it is to go 270 plus. Thomas just guides that really into the offside for no run. Especially Callis. Callis feels like the catalyst at this stage. So I think before the game, anything above 250. I think Yorkshire probably would have been targeting that. There hasn't been too many demons in the surface. It's been quite nice, quite consistent with the carry. Early doors, though, plenty of bounce. So, yeah, I'd say probably at this stage, 260-ish should probably be the goal, providing that these two can set a bit of a platform, a foundation. As we know, Beth Langston, certainly no slouch with the bat. She can come out and hit a few boundaries. So too could Rachel Slater. Yeah, I'd say somewhere around there. As for the Blaze, well, anything below 250, I think they'd be absolutely delighted. Ballinger just takes a little bit of the pace off. What about yourself, Rufa?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think what I like to see, and I'm observing it quite closely for the last few overs as well, is that the wicket's getting drier. Although I know there's been a little bit of rain on it. The wind's playing its part, and it's going to get quicker as the day progresses. And so with the outfield. As you said, no demons on this wicket. You know, balls are coming right onto the batters.
Pace off again, dug out and beautifully steered, really. Chase on here for all of Prendergast, and in the end, the ball wins. 4 more runs this time off the bat of Erin Thomas.
Such a beautiful shot that, you know, waited for the ball to come in, bit of width, gliding those hands onto the ball, try to pierce the field, which she does beautifully. 4 brilliant runs, good batting.
And again, it comes back to what we mentioned beforehand. You don't have to hit the leather of every single delivery. That's a really good line and length bowled by Ballinger. 5 runs conceded in the over. Yorkshire 211 for 5 with 7 overs remaining in this, the first innings of the game. There's definitely still scope and room in the game, even at this stage, just to go aim for the gaps.
And also rotate strike, really, you know, dropping the bat. I mean, good old days of looks to be have gone, where you just drop the bat dead in front of you, like 10 yards away, and taking a quick, sharp single. That is the best way for to get your legs moving, to understand what the wicket's doing, and then you're keeping yourself in the game. So at this point in time, as I mentioned earlier, it'd be very interesting to see the dot ball percentage, how many dot balls have been faced, and if half of them would be singles, Yorkshire would be already on about 240 at this point in time.
Such an underestimated part of the game at times, as Gordon bowls here to Callis. Callis on the reverse. It splits the gap, and that'll be 4 runs down towards us here in the pavilion. Beautifully executed that from Stair Callis.
This is Stair Callis at her best. Always wait for the ball to come to her before she makes that shot. Good, strong position. Reverse, try to reverse scoop it, but went along the ground. Doesn't matter. Good contact is what she was looking for. Once again, nice shot for 4.
Just gets it fine enough as well. That's the other key thing. Time a little bit shorter by Gordon. Callis rocks onto the back foot and guides out towards Beaumont for 1. Interesting here in terms of the field as well. Backward square has just been put out onto the boundary. Thomas looks to whip that one through mid-wicket.
These are the phases of the game where if one batter is going strong, the other batter just needs to rotate strike and give that person as much strike as possible, really.
Well, this one swept aerially. Will it fall short? Yes, it will. Takes a little bit of a bobble.
That's a good shot off the bunker with the sand wedge, perfectly placed between 3 fielders. Callis would not be able to do it again even if she tried, but we'll take those 1 runs.
Yeah, moves the score on to 217 for 5. Gordon, again, just having a few conversations here. Ballinger, I imagine, will go a little bit finer after that previous reverse. Indeed, she does.
And I like the conversation between the captain and the bowler as well, really making sure that what's the exact field that you want to set and where you want to bowl the ball. And that's very important as well, especially at this stage of the game when you're trying to keep the runs down and hopefully get some wickets.
Here is Gordon. Callis tries to bisect that gap. Good stop there by Charlie Phillips. Operating really there at backward point. How's Ballinger for company? Slightly wideish third. Almost inviting the reverse here. But Callis instead rocks onto the back foot again, tries to cross-bat it to no avail. And that again is a pretty tidy over as far as the Blaze are concerned. Just 6 runs conceded. Yorkshire 217 for 5 as the partnership moves on to 18.
6 overs to go, 5 wickets in hand, 217 for 5. A stage where if a batter wants to get their names in the books tomorrow morning in the Yorkshire Post, it's where you put your hand up and say, listen, this is where I'm going to get my quick-fire 30 and 40 and get my team to 260 and 265, which people have talked about in this lovely warm room that we're sitting in today. Having said that, Ballinger may have other ideas. This would be her 4th over in this spell, actually. I think she's doing well. She looks to be in good rhythm, trying to keep the runs down.
Well, here is Ballinger. That one, not quite the connection that Erin Thomas desired. In terms of Ballinger's spell as well, this is her final over. So this is the 10th one of the innings for the Blaze seamer. Prepares to charge in again. Good areas here, especially with the angle. It's difficult, isn't it, for the right-handed Thomas here to get that kind of line away.
The old cliche of bowling to your field, really. She's got an umbrella field here, point, covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and everybody in front, and 3 people back at the moment, third man and point with a deep square, and then all she's done is now, she's making the change now, probably getting a mid-wicket as well. It looks like she might try to go for the short ball or the Yorker.
Well, the change in field just allows for Thomas to roll it out towards square leg for 1.
And yes, a few wickets under her belt. Ballinger is now looking a different bowler. The rhythm seems to be back. She seems to be more settled. Really strong strides now, running everything towards the direction. A fast bowling coach's dream really to see a bowler bowling that well in the 10th over of the spell.
Callis this time makes some room, goes inside out over the covers. It's gone all the way for 6. What a fantastic shot that is. Well, initially was going over the covers, instead just deposited over long off for 6. Terrific shot that.
Great shot. Well, pitched up a bit, holds a pose and the line and the elbow all the way through. Great shot. Looks like she's been watching the IPL.
That really is sumptuous from Stair Callis. The swagger as well, just to almost look away after executing the shot. Gives something for Ballinger just to be aware of here, not in terms of the shot itself, but also the footwork. The fact that she's opened up the space there to hit that over the top of the offside. Very full, and that one flailed away. Picks up plenty of velocity, and it's 4 more back-to-back boundaries here for Stair Callis. And what an over this is turning in for Yorkshire. 11 runs from it. One delivery still remain.
I like the way she's so still at the crease. She doesn't move much, waits for the ball to come to her. If you watch her right now, there's no movement. Pin drop movement, nothing. Head straight, watches the line of the ball and fast hands through the line. And the rest, the ground does the work for her.
Great camera work as well from our team here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. Did a fantastic job last season, doing a fantastic job again today. Really does add to the broadcast when you see those kind of angles. Makes you appreciate the batting as well of Stair Callis even more so.
We'll have a change of field as well. Kirsty Gordon getting into the year of Ballinger to see if there's another pen that they have. 2 men back, 2 girls back.
This one again, lovely. Very full arrow straight from Ballinger. Just played down towards long off for 1. So 12 runs coming off the 10th and final. Bowled by Grace Ballinger. She finishes with figures of 2 for 53. At the end of the 45th over, Yorkshire 229 for 5.
There's an old saying in cricket and also in golf. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. You've got your last 5 overs now, 30 balls, 5 wickets in hand. Run a ball is 30 runs. That gives you 260. Everybody's happy with that, but I'm going for 275 at this point in time.
Well, it is fascinating, isn't it, the game of cricket? The fact that it's 50 overs, it is a long time, but you can break it down into little microcosms, little bite-sized chunks, and these final 5 overs are massive. As I said, if the Blaze can get a few quick wickets here, let's put Yorkshire under pressure heading into those final 2, and they're 7 or 8 wickets down, get them below 250, the moral victory goes to the bowling side. Alternatively for Yorkshire, if Callis, Thomas, Langston, for example, come out and hit a few quick boundaries, gives Yorkshire just that extra degree of confidence as we see Catherine Bryce coming on to bowl here from the Howard stand end. Currently has those figures of none for 11 from her previous 4 overs bowled. Here she is, straight away to Callis and starts off with a wide.
Also, the key word here is momentum. When you're looking to close off an innings, you need to close off with as many runs as possible. That builds up well for you in the break.
Callis again, it's been swept fine. Didn't quite get the connection she wanted, although this should be 2. Indeed it will be. Swept up in the end by Ballinger as the umpire signals wides.
And clearly, if the batters can get that momentum, take it into 270, 280 for that matter, then all of a sudden it's a different ball game.
This time Callis attempts to scoop it over the top. Audacious attempt that, especially with Sarah Bryce up to the stumps. But this is what Stair Callis does.
Yeah, Stair Callis does Stair Callis things, really. I would be happy if she can play along the line.
She uses the feet there, tries to carve it through backward point.
Yeah, I think she's because she's seen the 4 players on the ring on the offside, she's trying to beat them. There's nobody behind them. And clearly Bryce is now bowling middle and leg line, not giving her much room. So she's trying to create some room. A bit of cat and mouse cricket at this point in time.
That time goes for the big boom-in sweep. I think that's cannoned off the pad. Indeed, it has. Leg bite has been given.
And as coaches, we always talk about being brave, taking the positive option when under pressure and things around that. It's always important to know where your scoring options are. And in this case, for Erin Thomas, she's always come over the wicket now to try to bowl just the line and length.
And there you go, Thomas trying to make some room. You can see that there is the outlet, isn't there? Out towards mid-wicket, even to square leg. Plenty of space out there.
Easy. What Bryce is doing is she's just making sure that she wants the batter to hit where her fielders are. She's not changed much. She's keeping it a stump-to-stump line. Thomas is trying her best. Oh, it's a trickle down the leg side.
Well, it has to be a quickly ran 2 here as far as Thomas is concerned. Callis had hurtled down to the non-striker's end.
Been two wides and a leg by and two runs on it already. So clearly this could be a big ball if she wants to get out of the over quickly, or could be good for Yorkshire if they can get a boundary.
Well, here it is, Bryce bowling here to Thomas, and that will be a dot ball to finish. So 6 runs from the over. Bryce now, or in fact I should say more than that, of course, with the leg bite as well. So Yorkshire 236 for 5. Only 6 of those runs going against Bryce's figures, though. She has none for 17 from her 5 so far. Of course, there will have to be a change of bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. It will be Charlie Phillips. A little bit of a slingier action for the right armour.
And for our viewers who did not watch Charlie Phillips, if they were doing some different things in the morning, she had a phenomenal first over spell. And she bowled her heart out in the 6 over spells that she did. And she was really moving the ball well and testing Lauren with the short ball as well. For her now to come back, ball a little older, maybe she can grip it better as well. And she might, let's see if she has a Yorker or a change of pace in her, but I'm sure she'll be using all all her strength and all her imagination in making sure that they keep the score under 250.
Well, the interesting thing here is whether or not she'll back the short ball, because it is a little bit of a calling card for Phillips, something that she's kind of garnered a reputation for, especially in the regional stuff. Of course, for the Blaze last season in the Tier 1 competitions. Has got a fine leg, third, as well as a deep backward square. Will this be a short ball from the Blaze seamer? Well, instead, it's a bit fuller, and it's just been sliced over the top. Really well executed again by Stair Callis. Nobody down there towards deep third, and that will get Yorkshire into the 240s.
Not entirely sure why is she bowling around the wicket. From Callis's perspective, she is not going to get out. She has to bowl the dream ball of hitting in line and hitting the stumps to get those wickets. Here, Callis makes room, and she knows she's not going to. It's a free hit every ball if she's bowling around the wicket.
It could be the double bluff, though. Because just looking at the field, as we've said there, Phillips is known for the short ball. If she just bangs in a Yorker or something like that, just angle it in very full, very arrow straight. And yet again, there's some more tinkering, the mind games being played with the field set, and I believe there will be a deep fine leg in place as well. Marie Kelly just going down beneath the Howard stand itself. Here is Phillips then. Callis again making room, can't quite beat Kirsty Gordon on that occasion at mid-off.
She got away with that. I know Callis trying to make room. In fact, trying to make too much room here, really. If she just holds a line and holds a pose, waits for the ball to come in, she is quite strong enough to beat the fielders on the offside. But a deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Nobody else in the ring in the onside.
This one, Callis again chases it, and it splices away. Terrific backspin on that one to take it to the boundary. Yet another invaluable four off the bats of Stair Callis.
All Callis is doing is now is giving herself room. She knows she can't get out. She's throwing her bat with whatever bit she has. And she's a big enough and a strong enough player to do so. All she's doing is taking her chances, and I think Phillips is playing into her hands at this point in time.
We can see there Gordon just having a word with her bowler. Whether or not there needs to be any more alterations, adjustments.
Come back over the wicket, yeah.
There is the alteration. Well, you called that one, Rupert. But Callis again. I mean, that's probably the pick of the bunch. Great footwork, terrific execution, merciless.
Keyword momentum. She understood the fact that she won't get out. She has two boundaries on the length. This ball, again, a pitch wide outside the off stump. Callis throwing the hand at it. She knows all she has to do is bid the inside field, which she does quite easily. 3 boundaries in the over already.
Yeah, still 2 deliveries remaining, really putting Charlie Phillips under a bit of pressure. Let's not forget that before this over, she'd only gone for 15 runs in her opening 6. Very, very tight and miserly with the new ball. And there is the change of field. That doesn't surprise me at all, especially when you think of the direction that Callis has been playing these shots. A deep point and a deep third will go into play. I believe there'll also be some more reinforcements as Catherine Bryce charges over to deep cover. So a complete change in the plan here.
And also, we have to be careful when you're leading the side as well. You're not following the ball. In this case, the field keeps changing because you're trying to follow the ball where the ball's going. If we stick to the plan, if they had a plan of actually hitting the middle of the leg stump and bowling full, then they should stick to the plan as long as they can. A couple of boundaries here should not change the plan. Looks like in this case, they've given the freedom to Callis to do what she has to do. She's taking her chances. Now she's already got 3 boundaries in the over, 2 to come out of it. Suddenly the game changes. Now the batters and the momentum is to with Yorkshire.
And yet again, another change in approach here. Going around the wicket again. Really has to get this bang on the money, there's Phillips. And on that occasion, does well. Callis just chasing the wide one. Dot ball. That is gold dust
Yeah, that's fine. That is a better line and better area as well. There's a wide slip on the ring. There's a third, the deep third and the deep point. So that's and Callis would know now that the ball is coming with the width on that side. All she could get is make connection, just give one run away and come out of the over.
Oh, that one a full toss. Wide will be signalled. Yorkshire move on to 249 for 5.
What was the score you said, Aaron? Off air?
Around about 250. And that is also the 50 partnership. Full credit to Stair Callis. 35 of those from just 22 deliveries. Here she is again, this time looking for a little bit of innovation. Thomas is called through straight away. And the single will be taken. 250 up for the White Rose. And Callis, crucially, will retain the strike, as I believe we'll have a quick change here in the comms box. We'll say a farewell to Maruf Khan until the run chase. And on in his place, we'll welcome back Ali.
Hello, this is getting exciting, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Callis is doing Callis things. Well, I think for the sake of the game, they needed to get over 250, make Blaze earn their money, so to speak. I think, as you quite rightly said, I think 250 is eminently chaseable. But anything after that, you start to get in unknown territory a little bit.
Well, certainly considering the first two matches. Here is Bryce then, bowling to Callis. Callis again makes room, goes aerial. That one is going all the way for 6. This is ludicrously good from Stair Callis. Oh.
It's the lateral movement of her feet as well. Look how much of the stump she exposed there. Back. Bryce has seen her, but unfortunately ended up playing it right in the slot for Callis. She welcomed the gift with gusto, didn't she?
Most definitely did. Yet another astonishing shot. How does Bryce respond? Well, this time goes for the fine sweep.
Unfortunately, she slipped there. She hurt herself now. She's fine.
That's the thing here for the bowlers at the death. Callis here, it's not just been one shot, has it?
No.
It's been an entire plethora. Real mix, a variety of shots that she's utilising again. Goes for...
Given a wide. Bryce isn't happy. Careful, Bryce. You know what happens when you argue with these umpires.
Would have been another very cheeky shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very.
Just paddling it, of course. Grace Ballinger is still there in the circle. Here's Bryce again.
She tried to dig that in a bit shorter, I think, then.
It's a good outcome for the Blaze there. Another dot ball.
Yeah, Callis completely lost her shape there and her balance, didn't she? She was all over the place. Yeah.
Goes for another. Gone all the way for 6.
I didn't even see it.
This really is tremendous.
I mean, it was better in the point of view that she kept much stiller for longer there. If you look at the replay, as Maruf was alluding to earlier. Yeah. She had a balance. What a shot. Brilliant.
Well, Callis now one away from what would be a richly deserved half-century. Currently on 49 from 34 deliveries. Has smashed 2 sixes in this over from Catherine Bryce, who's currently wicketless. Last season, of course, the standout player for the Blaze in both the batting and the bowling department. Their leading run scorer, joint leading wicket taker.
But as you've seen, Catherine Bryce, if you're not prepared to move your feet laterally, forward and back, laterally, forward and back, she'll pin you down. And it's very brave from Callis. She's moving all over the place.
Here is Callis again. And that one, it will spin. It won't quite go to the boundary. Thomas thinks about coming back for the second. Will remain just a single. And Stair Callis will raise the bat for the 50.
Well played. Very good innings. Wow.
A rise from 35 deliveries, includes 6 fours and 3 sixes, 2 of which have arrived in this 48th over. And this really has been the knock for Yorkshire, which has just given them that momentum.
Yeah, that last one, she kept absolutely rock still. Bryce didn't know where to bowl it.
Well, Thomas now
Sure. Oh. Is
could
it
be out.
Could be.
Will be out. Taken in the
What a
deep.
shame.
So, Erin Thomas will depart for 9. Yorkshire have lost their 6th. The White Rose now 264 for 6. Thomas goes for 9 from 16. And Bryce no longer wicketless. She now has figures of 1 for 31.
Can't blame young Thomas for going for it. There's only a couple of overs left. She wasn't far from clearing that boundary, was she? Just not quite as strong, and I don't know which direction the wind is blowing at the moment, but there is still a strong breeze out there. You can tell by the way the wires are flapping around in front of us in the box up here. So she may well have been hitting into the wind there.
Well, it usually is. So it's usually a telltale sign. It comes from the
That way.
western terrace over to the east end.
Well, she just quite didn't get hold of it then, because she would have had the wind behind her there. It's unfortunate. Fielder took a good catch there under pressure on the boundary, always is. It's swirling around up in the air there.
Yeah, I believe it was Orla Prendergast who was the fielder in its deep forward mid-wicket. In next to bat here for Yorkshire is Beth Langston, but a really good partnership that. Obviously, Callis has been the destroyer-in-chief, but 65 runs when Yorkshire needed those runs desperately. Well, it has been a fantastic effort.
Certainly has. 2 overs to go. You'd want to get at least 12 off these last couple, I would imagine. Not more. Still got 4 wickets in hand, so they should be running everything here.
Langston is known for being a bit of a power hitter as well. Can certainly entertain the crowd here at Headingley with a couple of 4s. Here is Callis then on 50. Phillips bowling. Callis once more with the innovation. Don't think it will beat the infield. Indeed, it won't. It's almost caught by Bryce, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? I think the fielder behind Bryce really didn't know where it was going until it was on her. It's quite funny. She did well in the end. Yeah. All the party tricks are coming out now from Callis.
It's a proper exhibition, isn't it? It's a showcase.
It's got a proper T20 feel to it now, this last few overs, isn't it?
Certainly does. I don't think that'll change here with Langston either. I mean, she has got licence here.
Absolutely. 11, is it 11 balls left? Yeah.
Yep. Singles there, though. Not the worst idea to get Callis back on strike. Oh, that is a peach of a delivery from Phillips. Pinpoint Yorker. Picture perfect from the seamer. Yorkshire now 265 for 7 as Langston departs for a golden duck. Let's take a second look at this one. That, is brilliant.
Tap and run, eh? Maroof would have said. Tap and get the other lady on strike. And she's gone for the big hit. Chose the wrong ball to do so, though. Great bowling from Phillips, who has bowled well today. Very well. Deserved another wicket, I feel.
Especially with the new ball.
Yeah.
Showed ever such brilliant control and discipline. I think that was the thing earlier. Really bowled to her field, was difficult to get hold of. Did apply plenty of pressure to both Winfield Hill and Blackwell in those opening 10 overs. So next into bat here is Rachel Slater. Carded in at number 9. Imagine with Slater here, it'll just be a case. Get off strike and put Callis back on.
You'd hope so. Or you can just go for a big hit yourself and still get Callis on strike.
Well, either way, it's the outcome
It is. Good outcome.
that Yorkshire wanted. It's a single, it's another one added to the total. And more importantly, for the home side, it brings Stair Callis back onto strike.
What's she got in her box of tricks now? Round the wicket. Oh. Yeah, she's going round the wicket again. It's giving Callis a licence here, as Maroof has already said. I'll reiterate the fact that it's going to be more tricky to get her out, but Maybe they're just trying to contain her at this point.
Well, at this stage, a dot ball is
Yeah.
very valuable, isn't it? Not many deliveries left. Only 7 after this latest one. Phillips bowling it.
Ooh.
Callis again. We'll have to reload that one.
Yeah, if Blaze do lose this game, they're going to look back and curse every single one of these wides.
Yeah, it has been a massive, massive issue. I believe that is now a 20th wide.
Wow, and 20 extra balls, of course.
Absolutely. Here's take 2 then for Phillips. Callis advances again, turns it into a full toss, carved away.
Oh, fielded.
Very well fielded in the end by Catherine Bryce. The 2 Yorkshire batters scamper through for a second. So Yorkshire now 269 for 7. We'll also have a quick comms change after this delivery. I'll make way for Michael McCann for the final 6 balls. Callis here. Wonder what she'll do. Well, she'll be happy to take the single. Currently on 53 is the Netherlands international, making room again, and it's a no ball actually.
Oh, even better, they'll get a free hit. What do you do when it's a no ball on a wide? Call it a 9.
What we do know is
it was a no ball before it was a wide, so there you go.
And as you said, it's a free hit.
Yeah.
Umpire has now signalled it. So this is interesting. Of course, the field cannot change. Callis knows that a boundary would be valuable.
What do you reckon? She'll come down the track here, maybe, or step away.
I think
Step inside, look for the square boundary.
I think she'll use her feet here. Although this is a very interesting stance already.
That covers all eventualities.
Outside off stump.
There we go, down the track. Down the track, first option, well done.
Rifled for 4. It's a fantastic end to a fruitful over for Yorkshire. The home side, 274 for 7.
Yeah, that was always going to happen. Callis wasn't going to stay in her crease at that point. There was going to be some footwork of some description, and why not come down the track and play through the line? Great shot from her. What an innings, just what Yorkshire ordered at this point.
Yeah, right when they feared that it could be a repeat of what happened at the Oval in midweek, and Stair Callis has emphatically said not on my watch.
Today.
And one extra little dynamic that is really nice about this for her is that 2 really good friends of her from the Dutch women's national team, Frederik Overdijk and Silva Seehers, whose older sister Heather was captain of that team for a long time, are here today and have been bowling in the nets at both teams as part of a project that the Dutch have got in preparing for the World Cup, of trying to periodically get a handful of players out for a weekend where possible, flying out from the Netherlands and spending a weekend essentially training or in and around the match preparation of a Tier 1 county. So they've got various trips of these to Yorkshire, to Hampshire, to Edgbaston, where pretty much all of that potential squad will at some point get the chance to do that. So 2 very good friends of hers
that's lovely.
in orange there to enjoy the moment as well. As that's down the ground by Slater for 1. It's done exactly what the situation requires.
Yeah, she's played her part there, all right.
Said to Callis, over you go. And I imagine she can be very direct when she needs to be, Stair Callis. I imagine there was some...
There's a lot of Dutch people who are very direct, in my opinion. The ones I've met, anyway.
I would imagine in the mid-pitch conference before the start of that Elvis over, it was made quietly clear to the Scott Slater that I would really quite like the strike here.
As if she didn't know that already. As if Slater was more than happy to tender the strike over to her with a ribbon wrapped around it. Off you go.
Now, I wonder if Callis looks to get funky here, because everybody on square or behind square is up in the ring. That's what Elvis is challenging her to do, and Callis does exactly that and does it fantastically. Responding to the field change, Callis showing her 360-degree game.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? How do you set a field to a player like that when she's in the mood like this? How? Tell me. I'm a captain of a team, former captain. I wouldn't know where to put my field.
The only thing you would say,
Go on.
not to take anything away from the shot, but ultimately it's a full toss outside stump, off stump from Georgia Elvis, and a cricketer of her great experience and ability will be all too aware that that was not her best ball. It is an easier consolation as a
when
bowler
she's-
when you know that you've bowled something close
exactly.
to that.
But when she's been backing a metre to the left and going a metre to the right, like that,
Short this time and
That's out.
slightly splayed it away.
What a
and
shame.
Callis has to go for
Great
61
innings.
off 42, 279 for 8. It is Elwes who responds nicely. Callis, again, having gone across to off-stump the previous ball, this time backing away all of the dance moves. And unfortunately, it has to end there. But it's been a joy to watch. 61 off 42, a 35 ball 50 for Stair Callis, comfortably faster than the already pretty speedy 50s we'd seen from Jess Jonathan and Lauren Winfield-Hill. Just 3 balls left for Yorkshire to grab what they can
Wow.
after a bit of a Dutch masterclass.
that was worth the drive over the M62. Thank you very much, Steer. I enjoyed that. I hope you did at home, everybody. Lovely.
Spoken from the voice of a true, passionate, lifelong Lancastrian. But good cricket is good cricket, no matter who plays it.
Listen, I was at the hands of many a good thrashing for many a very, very good Yorkshire side. I've got massive respect for the Yorkshire women's cricket. However, not quite as much respect when they come to Emirates Old Trafford, which they are shortly, I believe.
Yep, that's,
Fortunately, I won't be there that day, but I'll be watching from my living room.
coming just on the horizon next Saturday, the 25th of April. Claudie Cooper facing up. What she got. Not able to make significant contact to her first delivery. Better known for her fine work with her off spinners, but she has been working very hard on a bit of a globe-trotting pre-season. Had a winter camp working with Rich Pyra and Erin Thomas in Mumbai, and then was out coaching as part of the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation in South Africa.
Well done.
Cooper will get a single here.
It's good. Anything is a bonus now, isn't it, at this stage?
280 for 8 with just the one legitimate delivery left. And I say legitimate because it's been an unfortunate tale of the innings for Blaze. 26 extras, 20 wides, 5 leg byes and a no ball.
Finish with a 4 Yorkshire, eh?
Slater backs away. And they're going to try and run. And Claudie
Well done.
Cooper will be run out for 1. So 280 for 9 is what Yorkshire will finish on. And they'll be pretty content with that ultimately overall. Powered by 90 from Lauren Winfield-Hill, 67 off 57 from Jess Jonathan, who struck pretty quickly, but Stair Callis took that to a whole other level with a 35 ball 50, 61 off 42 for her. And it's those 3 big pillars that are the main reason that Yorkshire have got to where they've got to. In terms of the bowling, Kirsty Gordon and Grace Ballinger both with 2 wickets each. If you're looking for economy, it was Gordon that provided that best of all. But you would say that by Blaze's very high standards, maybe not quite at their brilliant best.
I don't think their bowling was quite at their brilliant best, no, and I think they'll feel that as well. However, they don't seem too unhappy coming off there. Lots of high fives. I think they're looking pretty confident that they can chase this down just by the body language, even though the momentum has swept a little bit towards Yorkshire's direction.
Well, see, this is the thing, because it is a belting pitch, quite simply.
Yeah.
The pitch has got no demons
But equally,
in it at all.
Yorkshire have got 280 runs under their belts. Weather can change, conditions can change.
Runs on the board.
Runs on the board, my dear.
281 to win. We will see you in just under half an hour for the resumption. Yorkshire looking for their first win of the season. Blaze hoping to make it 2 from 2. We'll see you in a bit for the run chase.
Welcome back to Headingley, where we are almost ready to get underway in the run chase in this Metro Bank One Day Cup Round 3 encounter between Yorkshire and the Blaze, brought to you live right here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. As you can see there on your screen, Yorkshire amassing a total of 280 for 9 from their 50 overs. Lauren Winfield-Hill top scoring with 90, with there also being 60 plus scores from Jess Jonathan on her home debut for the White Rose, as well as Stair Callis. So the target for the visitors, the side in orange, is 281 to make it back-to-back victories in this, the early stage of the competition. Leading the commentary for the first few overs is myself, Aaron Viles, and I'm delighted to say that alongside me, it is the one and the only, Maroof Khan. Roofer, really good end to the innings there for Yorkshire. As for the Blaze, they'll be slightly disappointed, especially with regards to the amount of extras bowled, 26 over the entirety of the innings. At this stage, before a ball is even bowled, who do you think is the happier of the two teams?
Yeah, it's fair to say Yorkshire would be the happier bunch, really, because, they had a good start. Faltered in the middle a bit, lost a few quick wickets, etc. as well, and then, Stair Callis doing Stair Callis things as we talked about, get them back in the game. Good strong 90 by Lauren as well, but I think it all boils down to this particular batter on strike right now, how she goes about her business.
Well, here is Tammy Beaumont then. Slater is to bowl and starts off well with a dot ball. Of course, Beaumont back into the side. She was the sole change from that victory over Lancashire, coming in to replace Ella Claridge. Beaumont, as we know, well, she is a legend of the modern game. Of course, now has an MBE. Just assessing the options here. Early doors, long leg and deep backward square leg. The two fielders on the fence as Beaumont again covers up on the defence.
I think Beaumont is quite smart, and as you can see, she's just trying to suss things up. It's a beautiful day at Yorkshire. Let me not jinx it, but feels like we are sitting in Singapore or somewhere in the Middle East, really, for the kind of sun that's beating down on it. What that means is the wicket is going to get faster, quicker. The outfield's going to get quicker as well. The ball's going to come onto the bat, so it'll be interesting cat and mouse game now.
Certainly will. There's a huge shout for LBW, and Rachel Slater has struck third ball. Beaumont goes for a duck, and the Blaze have already lost their first wickets. What a start that is for Rachel Slater.
That is a huge wicket. Straight lines, ball coming back in. Tammy Beaumont going back on a ball that she could have tried to come forward. Great late in swing as well. Huge wicket for Yorkshire.
See if we just take another look there. It's a quintessential Rachel Slater wicket, that. Just for a left armour with the angle, tailing it back in. Expertly bowled, and striding out now to the middle is Catherine Bryce, the Blaze's leading run scorer in the competition last season. Scored 632 runs at an average of 48.6, included 1 century plus score, as well as 650 plus. She is also going to be a massive wicket for Yorkshire to try and prize.
What a start. If you were in the huddle and looking for a start, the conversations you've had in that huddle, and you go out there and bowl the first 2 balls on the money, the third one comes in and takes a big wicket of Tammy Beaumont, Yorkshire could not have asked for a better start.
Well, the slip is still awaiting. Amy Campbell it is, who's in that position, as well as Winfield-Hill behind the stumps. Here is Slater to Bryce. The two Scotland internationals doing battle.
Very impressed by the field positions as well. 2 players back, one leg and deep square. Everybody else in the ring, a slip, a short mid-wicket, etc., covering the areas where Rachel Slater could bowl the ball, and obviously cover point, mid-off, and covers, trying to protect the single. Good aggressive start.
Certainly is. Bryce there just having to play that one down into the surface. Really good start this from Slater.
very good start. The players are already buzzing. You can see the smile on Slater's face as well. She's got a huge wicket. The girls, up and down a bit. Really now getting that big wicket has all got them in the game, and you can see the noise chirping them.
Well, that will be the first runs off the bat here for the Blaze. Catherine Bryce just helps that one down towards where long leg would have been. Blaze now 4 for 1 after 1 over bowled.
Just off the pace there, a little short. Catherine Bryce waits for the ball onto her. Just off the mark on this one particular ball, and then there she sets off all the way for 4 runs. So, yeah, nevertheless, good start for Yorkshire, 4 for 1. Getting the big wicket of Tammy Beaumont, very important.
Very important indeed. And, well, coming on to bowl the first over of the run chase from the Kirkstall Lane end will be Jess Walston. So, unsurprisingly, seam from both sides for captain Winfield Hill. What a start that has been for Rachel Slater. Let's not forget that last season ruled out with a fractured wrist, back as though she had never missed a moment.
As a bowler, you're always looking for a good start, especially early on in the season. And getting big wickets such as these for a bowler, it gives huge confidence coming forward into the long summer ahead of them. So great start for Rachel, and how long it may continue.
Here is Marie Kelly to face her first delivery. That one down the leg side. Of course, Marie, formerly of Warwickshire, captain the Bears, made her debut all the way back in 2011 in county cricket. Since gone on to play for the Loughborough Lightning. Had a short spell with the Southern Vipers, as well as the Central Sparks in the early days of the regional structure here in the UK. Very classy operator, very classy.
And with all the names that you mentioned there, she is very experienced as well. She's been around the circuit a lot. And obviously she would understand that. She will have to bring in all that experience today as well, losing an early wicket. But this wicket looks good, and the ball seems to be coming onto the bat. Just all calls for a good game of cricket.
It definitely does. Kelly just watches that one as it sails wide.
You can even see a few fans sitting on the stadium as well. So smiles back, the sun's out, chirping and chatting all the way through. Everybody always welcome this great ground.
Most definitely. It is. It's iconic, isn't it, Headingley? One of the truly great grounds, not just in English cricket, but world cricket for that matter. That one short and hammered away viciously by Marie Kelly. That one will go for 4 runs. Great way for the opener to get off the mark.
Yeah, just a little short there. She's trying to hit the areas, but a little short, and Marie Kelly waiting for it. Wicket is nice, and as we spoke about, sits up nicely, rolls her hands through the ball. Beautiful shot for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's one of those, providing that she's happy to play the shot. There is the open space, providing she can get it past Claudie Cooper. Plays that latest one very, very late underneath the eye line.
Yeah, much better lines as well. I think, she just understood what she had missed on the previous ball, and she goes ahead, pitches a little bit on the top and hitting really the top of off, which is a great line to bowl. And clearly, Mary didn't have much that she could do on that ball, defends it nicely. So that all calls for really good cricket.
Slip is still in play here. Alston angling that one back in towards the stumps.
This is what I like about 50 overs cricket as well, unlike the T20 format, few balls, bad balls, and you're chasing the game here. She had a chance of coming back in the over as well. Knowing that the batter would not be attacking her that much play is given to the bowler as well. But clearly a very safe field with the slip. I'm happy with that position, and everybody is in the island of the batter as well. So it all is important in terms of building pressure in the game.
Wilson again drops that on that fourth stump line. Lovely way to end the over. 6 runs have been scored from it. The Blaze are 10 for 1 after 2. In fact, there is one more delivery. Jumped the gun there as a result of the wide. Do remain 10 for 1 though.
They do. And this is the first time if I'm imagine watching just ball from this end. I've always had to see take the new ball from Howard stand and the Kirksell end is the first time that she's holding the ball as well. So
One just whisked away down towards long leg for a single. And that will indeed be the end of the second over. The Blaze now 11 for 1. They require a further 270 runs for the victory. And Maroof, we didn't really get the opportunity earlier on to discuss your off-season, but of course this is our first game back on Yorkshire Cricket TV. What have you been up to over the winter?
an interesting winter, really. You know, unlike many people I know, including yourself, who's got a new trophy cabinet for the trophies that you have won. But for us, you know, we are doing the hard grinds of life. But yes, I think very excited that I've taken up a role as a head coach for the Sheffield Collegiate Women's and Girls team, and a big shout out to them. They have worked really hard in the winter. Trying to get a platform going for them. Trying to create some pathways for the young girls who are quite good, decent girls. A few of them are from Yorkshire College as well. So they're doing remarkably well, and the game tomorrow will be interesting to see how they get along.
A slight appeal there, although Slater herself not too interested.
Yeah, that's my part-time role. Obviously, still working with the mixed disability squads, as you're aware of it, and also a bit of scouting for the women's game. But I think another one I'm excited about is the Dixon's Academy's trust. They've been a full-time role as a head of cricket, where there are about 21 schools in the region that I look after, building a cricket academy from scratch.
That one down the leg side, wide, will be signalled.
Clearly an opportunity, especially in terms of giving opportunities to breaking the barriers of this game, etc. As well, kids from low-income families, boys and girls, who can't even pay for a meal for themselves. But you're trying to bring cricket back, a smile on their faces, and giving opportunities which generally has not been there in the state school cricket. So really excited about that role, and it's a challenge, and support that's needed from us and the staff, and the trust has been so welcoming in terms of what we want to achieve. So yes, I'm really excited to see what that unfolds, and who knows, we've only seen one Adil Rashid and one Johnny Bairstow or one Harry Brook. How many more are waiting in the pipelines? And if we could be conduit to getting them over the line, I think nothing beats that feeling.
Slater to Kelly again. We'll have to re-bowl that one as it drifts down the leg side. Now, it is so important, isn't it, to break down the barriers of entry into this sport. And even if they don't go on to be the next Bairstow, the next Rachel Slater, the next Lauren Winfield Hill, for example, just getting people involved in the sport. Sport is ever such a powerful tool for good.
Yeah, it not only builds character, it reveals it. So it's a great way of giving kids an opportunity which they generally wouldn't have, breaking down the barriers and really allowing them to dream and dream big, and here who knows what's lies in stores for them. As long as we can provide them those facilities and give them the opportunity, that's all we can do.
Winfield Hill up to the stumps now, and that one will beat the field. Goes for 4 runs down towards the western terrace. Another lovely looking shot there from Marie Kelly.
Yeah, I think the batters are now sussing the wicket as well. Not too much pace on it. You can wait on the back foot if you have to. Rachel just pulls a bit short outside the off stump, and Kelly just throws her hands at it, beats the infield for 4 runs.
Again, just attempts to steer it away down towards deep third. That'll be a dot ball. Kelly this time. Turns that one around the corner. Or just be a single. Yeah, she's got a very big role to play as Marie Kelly. Of course, almost laid the platform for the victory against Lancashire. Scored 44 in that game. Was the high score, actually, for the Blaze in that one. Prendergast, of course, turning up the pressure with the 40, and that was ultimately the one which changed the momentum, the tide of the fixture itself. But Marie Kelly, such a technically correct batter.
Seems to be a touch player to me. She gets in line and just uses the pace on the ball or the lack of it, really. But make sure she's in good positions. The head position looks strong, and she gets into nice areas, and she can then hit the gaps to get run easy to the eyes and easy batting as well.
That'll be another wide. Slater in this over, just losing the radar a little bit.
And it's just the fact that if we could see the feel as well, like how everybody is on the ring, on the offside and no cover at the back. Slater knows that she has to be in those lines, in the tram lines of the stump. And in doing so, she's going down the leg side a bit more, just making sure that she's not giving room to the batter.
Well, that one, play and a miss for Catherine Bryce, and that will be a dot ball to round out the over. 3 have been bowled in this, the second innings of the game. The Blaze are 19 for 1. They require a further 262 for the victory. We imagine it will be Jess Woolston as well to continue the spell here from the Kirkstall Lane end. What is turning into a stunning afternoon here in Yorkshire. Sun shining brightly on the hallowed turf of Headingley. A few grey clouds over to our right here in the comms box, but fingers crossed they will make their way beyond the ground. Here's Woolston then. Starts off with a dot ball.
There you go again. Percentage cricket, Jess. I think she's understood the fact that she was a little off her mark in the first over. She needs to adjust her length, which is what she's done. She's gone fuller and attacking the stumps. That's what she's done, and keeping all her players in play as well. So I think that's what we call bowling to your field, and Jess is doing good at it. All she has to be now is consistent and be patient and keep hitting those straps and keep hitting those lines and asking the batter to do something different and make mistakes.
So again, that one very full. Just goes beyond Claudie Cooper. First one has been run very sharply. We'll turn into 2 there off the bat of Marie Kelly.
Yeah, she looks to be a batter in touch as well as the runs that you spoke about in the first few games that she's played. You know, typically early on in the season, the batters search for the balls to make those contact to feel bat on ball. Doesn't look the case in Kelly's case as well. She's waiting for it to come into her arc before she's making any decisions on shot making.
That one wide and just punched away square of the wicket for 4 more runs. Splits the gap divinely. Blaze now move on to 25 for 1.
Yeah, if the ball is not moving that much, I think, and if it's a little bit short, that's the one area the ball could go, which would be towards point. I think Lauren could do with having a deep point and getting the third man in the ring, if that could suit that kind of ball, areas of attack. But at the moment, width is not what you want to give on this wicket.
No, definitely not. Especially with the field as it is. If you are to bring out the deep point, it does just give you a little bit of extra leeway and leg room. This is why it's great to have that former player's perspective. Really is worth its weight in gold, Mr. Khan. Wilson again full and straight, and that will just roll down towards Beth Langston.
Yeah, very, very important as well as a team, as a captain, and as a performance that you don't let the game meander as well. If you had 2 or 3 overs and nothing much is happening, that doesn't mean that you just can't be consistent in what's going on. Having your spinners into play, making change-ups, always looking for wicket-taking options. That's the key of winning 50-over games.
That's edged and it's just fallen short of Amy Campbell. Encouraging signs though for Jess Woolston. First real time that we've seen Marie Kelly offer a potential opportunity. Just take some time to kind of stroll out towards short leg, regather the composure. Feels like one of the top order does need to get at least 50 just to get the Blaze off to a strong start. That'll be a dot ball to finish off the over. So 4 have been bowled. The Blaze 25 for 1.
Yeah, good comeback on that over actually. She conceded that boundary, but then came back with 3 dot balls. And at this stage of the season as well, every player is trying to suss out what works for them and what doesn't. The things and the plannings that they've done in the winter to see what's happening on the field, etc. as well. They're all done as indoor hardball courts, etc. as well. Suddenly there's a bit of grass and a bit of slowness in the wicket, but the one that took the edge and fell a bit short, I felt that Jess had put a little bit more on it. She was running stronger towards it, so she's feeding her way through as well now. This is the one over I need to be careful with Rachel to see what happens, because now the batters have sussed her out to see what Nature will be. Let's see if they can take some chances now.
Here is Slater. Bowling at first to Bryce. There's another appeal. Thought for a second the umpire's finger was going to go up, but alas, it was not to be. Rather more vociferous appeal there from the Scottish international.
Yeah, nice lines, just a bit pitched outside leg really, but once again, hitting the targets, hitting the stumps, keeping the stumps in play, and Rachel is doing a good job and just has to be patient with that line.
Wayward down the leg side. The wides just beginning to tally up here for Yorkshire. That one, beautifully driven out towards the Western Terrace. That'll be 4 runs. Save your legs, Catherine Bryce. Beautifully timed.
Yeah, bad ball, really. That's not the feel that she has for that ball. Width outside the off-stump is not what she wants to give. But Catherine Bryce waited on it beautifully, turned it into the gap for a 4. I think, as I said, a touch player looks for a ball of that caliber coming in to get that confidence. Rachel needs to get more in line with the stumps and bowl to her field, really, which is more middle and leg line for this kind of field positions that we have currently.
Still no sweeper out on the offside as of yet. Short mid-wicket is in play though. Yet again, just watched down the leg side. Spoke about those wides beginning to tot up. Believe that is now a 7th one. We're not even 5 overs into the run chase. And that is the danger, isn't it? When you're looking to bowl from this angle, if you overcorrect, it's always going to stray down on the onside.
And also very interesting, Aaron, if you look at it, if the balls are pitched on middle and leg line, they tend to swing and move away. But it goes outside the off, it tends to hold its line and keep going straight. So Rachel is trying to, when she sees the ball swing that much, middle and leg line, she thinks, oh, it's moving now. We'll try and throw one outside the off and see if that moves. Unfortunately, in 2 occasions, it hasn't moved and it's come right underneath the bat. So yes, she needs to just make sure she's attacking that line and feels confident in doing so. And that's what she wants to do if that's the game plan.
Well, that is a genuine play and a miss from Catherine Bryce. Dot ball for Slater. We'll have a change in the comms box here at the end of the over. We'll say goodbye to Maroof Khan for the time being, and we'll welcome back Ali Byrne. In the over after that, I'll make way for Michael McCann. So It's almost like a Formula One pit stop. So efficient here on Yorkshire Cricket TV.
Perhaps it'll give me time to get my suntan lotion as well.
That one slightly shorter, pulled away behind square. Will be stopped. Will the Blaze batters come back for two? No, they won't. Single taken.
And that's the line she's trying to bowl. She's now bowling to her field. So she's telling the batter that that's the area I want you to hit me because I have the field there. So if she's consistently bowling that line, looks to me that she's happy to give away those odd singles here and there, but try to not give the boundaries, especially in the power plays.
Interesting change here as well. Admittedly, for the final ball of this fifth over, Winfield Hill back up to the stumps. That one played straight down the ground. That will be a dot ball to finish. And after 5 overs, the Blaze are 32 for 1. Of course, the requirement, the total, 281. So as you can see there, 249 is the equation from the remaining 45 overs here in the run chase. And as we say goodbye to Maroof, let's welcome back Ali. And Ali, it's a lovely day now, isn't it? It's really changed in the afternoon.
Absolutely beautiful out there now. Michael and I have just had a little lap like you do, and it's fantastic conditions for cricket. And we've got a game on here, haven't we?
We
With
definitely
Beaumont,
have.
Going, and these two looking solid. The bowlers are bowling well, the batters are hanging in there and playing some decent shots, so it's well balanced.
Yeah, it's a proper 50 over tie, this. Proper 50 over. As Woolston prepares to bowl. That one just helped down the leg side. The fielder was there at long leg. I don't think this one will be cut off. Indeed it won't. Hurtles down towards the Howard stand, and that'll be a boundary to kickstart the sixth.
So, in terms of runs scored, despite the loss of Beaumont, they are relatively racing ahead of where Yorkshire were at the same point. When Ines Blackwell was blocking and doing her best to hang in there for Lauren Winfield Hill. Run rate was below 4. It's already almost twice, well not quite twice that, 2/3 that.
That one very nicely played, just guided, steered away down towards deep third for the single. I was told as well, Ali, I believe, is this your first time at Headingley?
It is, yeah. After all these years, hey, who knew? So from first seeing it in 1981, it's taken me until 2026 to actually drag myself over the Pennines to actually come to this ground. It's just the way things have worked out, you know. I've not been avoiding it in any shape, way, or form. Lovely ground. I'm very much enjoying it.
Woolston again. That one a very correct drive from Marie Kelly. I mean, did you get to have a look at the different angles as well? The Western Terrace, the East Stand?
We did a proper anti-clockwise lap, Michael and I, strolling around like we own the place. Beautiful, really lovely. And he was giving me a little history lesson of one or two of the areas. That was absolutely great. Loved it.
Well, that is fantastic. Glad to hear that you're enjoying your first visit as well.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? This game's hotting up to be a cracker.
And again, this one's slightly shorter and pulled away for 4 more runs. Very well-controlled shot that from Marie Kelly. Placidly deposited out towards the Western Terrace.
Yeah, it just shows you how good a wicket this actually still is. She didn't really give that the full Monty, so to speak, and it still sailed off her bat. Good timing.
Spoke about this right at the start of the game, but anything square of the wicket, as soon as it even meets a millimetre of the grass on those practice pitches, it's going. It makes it very, very difficult if the sweepers are out at point or deep square leg. It really does generate plenty of velocity. Ooh, was that one?
Good delivery from Woolston.
Certainly was keeping Kelly on her toes.
Yeah, I've never seen a pitch where the practice pitches literally go from boundary to boundary. There isn't any respite. It just gathers momentum and carries on, especially when it's going down to the eastern stand. It's just down the slope as well. You've got no chance, really. Very tricky. So, Woolston continues with her spell from the Kirkstall Road end.
Just a slight change in the field, isn't there? Deep backward points, or in fact, might be going more towards a deep points at this stage. And another change in the field, long leg will go down towards deep backward square. Amy Campbell as well will go to fine leg, just hovering on the 25-yard circle. That one,
it's
well,
lucky.
it was chased at by Catherine Bryce. Comes off the edge, and that will be 4 more. It's a boundary to round out the 6th. The Blaze getting off to a very fast start here.
Yeah. That was unfortunate. Sometimes a good ball is so good it beats the keeper as well, even a quality keeper of Winfield Hill's standard. It's gutting for the bowler, isn't it? When you bowl a good ball like that and it goes for 4 to the total, regardless of whether it comes off the bat or it's a bye, it's still the total you're generally worried about. Just having a little chat in between overs, and Winfield Hill is rallying the troops as she does. Lots of chirping out there, you can hear it from up here. Still very buoyant in the field. Hey, Michael.
Hello, we've got a game on our hands here.
Haven't we just?
And Blaze have responded magnificently to that big early loss of Beaumont. Slater hunting a second scout, but Kelly can pretty comfortably turn that away. It's interesting, pre-match you always get these moments where all and sundry are circling around the pitch, and sometimes there's a bit of disagreement in terms of perception, but from ground staff, Blaze visiting staff, the likes of Luke Fletcher and various people in a White Rose, there was no doubt as to agreement as to the high quality of the surface. That's short from Slater, and it's not really an intentional bumper as such. It's not one that sits up and asks a real question of Kelly up at that kind of throat height. It was more around that belly button area, and it's quite comfortable for Kelly to bring up the 50 and start.
And you could see how easily she put that away because she played it early and it was way, way, way forward of square. I doubt the lack of fielder in that position.
Now Slater's got to find a response. And that is a good response from Rachel Slater.
And Yorkshire have been bold, they've been brave, they've kept that slip in despite the run rate. I think that's important that they still try and attack, because I honestly don't think it's going to be a massive challenge for the quality of this bat to actually get them unless they bowl them out in some respects.
What goes back to the point I was just about to make with the pitch, everybody was in agreement that for a surface that we are ultimately in mid-April was in stunningly good condition in terms of bounce and expected carry. Pulled away.
Lucky.
And that will be 4 through mid-wicket. That is comfortable for Catherine Bryce, but there would have been a moment where she was a little nervous.
Yeah, great diving effort there. Short mid-wicket. So she's picked herself up the field at mid-wicket. Ready to go again, if need be.
The counter-attack is on. And Bryce is getting that away for 4 more. So she's going at almost 2 a ball here, Catherine Bryce, powered by taking 12 in what is effectively a Scotland versus Scotland battle.
Yeah, it was just too wide. It's a free shot, really. Lots of wide open spaces.
So just 1 ball left, and this is proper get out of the over territory for Slater. She's already gone for 13, desperate to find a way out. Bryce might be fancying even more aggression. It's a better ball, and Catherine Bryce gives it the respect it deserves. Those two will be teaming up on this ground. You'd put your reasonable 2 cent that they'll both be in the playing 11 when Scotland play England here at the Women's World Cup 2026 on the 20th of June. There's 5 days, 5 games of cricket here at Headingley in 4 days because there is a double header. The day before that, on the 17th, it's Australia-Bangladesh and India against the Netherlands. So Stair Callis will, much like Slater, as a bit of an adopted Yorkie, get a chance to play a World Cup game at Headingley, which I know will mean a lot to them. Change of bowling. It's the experienced campaign of Beth Langston. Now, Langston has relatively rarely been seen with a new ball this season. She's much more often been used first or even second change, but she'll provide dependability and control, and my goodness me, do Yorkshire need that right now.
Yeah.
That's a lovely start from the experienced campaigner. She was one of those players who was maybe a slightly forgotten member of the England World Cup winners because she was in the squad, but she didn't get the opportunity to play in the tournament, but she, regardless, very much earned her winner's medal by being part of that group.
Ooh.
That's a good start from Langston, right on the spot.
Yeah, the batter had to sort of readjust her position slightly there, caught her slightly off guard.
She had injury problems the second half of last season, but when she got it right, unsurprisingly, someone who's next in the England international was a bit of a cheat code in Tier 2. Sounded very good off the bat, but has punched it straight at Callis.
Surprising how much you can hear up here for 4 flights up, isn't it? Through that little tiny window. I really heard that one quite clearly.
Yeah, pure timing on that from Marie Kelly, who will be fancying herself for a big score. Known as one of the most technically correct batters on the circuit. And that was, again, one to file under. Good shot for none from Kelly. 44 against Lancashire. And that was key in victory, so you wouldn't blame her for feeling pretty confident wielding the willow.
That was a good little innings, you know, because I watched it ball by ball, obviously being my home side. Kate Cross had her on a string for a long time in that innings. And she didn't panic, she hung in there, saw Cross off and then scored her runs, as all good openers do. She remained patient, got her reward.
Wristy flick away from Kelly for one more. Yeah, it's Prendergast's contribution that is the more eye-catching on the scorecard because of the 40 off the 36. But what that doesn't tell you is the partnership. They put on 48 off 41, and it was that partnership that was the big reason why they were 6 runs ahead on the DLS when the final bit of rain came. It was that partnership that, in the round, made the difference. That's lovely looking square drive. You don't get runs for aesthetic, but my goodness me, if you did, Catherine Bryce would be getting more than 4 there. And it's a shame for Beth Langston. It spoils what had been a very good over for Yorkshire. That boundary means it goes for 5, and the Blaze are going at exactly 8.
Crazy scoring. That was the middle of the middle, I think. Pinged, even more pingier than the last one. Yeah, she is a quality player. Do you know what? Scotland have got a good little team building up. I wouldn't want to play against them. And England players would be looking at this and going, you have to watch these girls.
They've got a core of players that have been full-time cricketers or had, at the very least, a contract of some sort in the English regional system for 5-6 years now. When you think of Slater, Priyanath Chatterjee, who played for Surrey in midweek, obviously the 2 Bryces, and I know Scotland, understandably, have been as keen as possible for as many of their cricketers as possible to get into that system. Change of bowling, and what an opportunity this is for Ness Blackwell to make an impression.
And of course, at Lancashire, we've got a couple of really good, 3 actually. Ailsa Lister, one of the young stars of Lancashire's recent couple of seasons.
Yeah, I was going to say, Blaze fans will not thank you for reminding them of her presence, having put them out in the semi-final last season, but you're absolutely
Darcy Carter as well.
Spot on to mention it. Yeah.
Spin bowler.
Darcy Carter initially came through Kent, which once upon a time was such a great producer of players. And now in the rejig finds itself
they've
in
got
Tier 2.
young lady called Olivia Bell, a leg spinner who's hardly featured for Lancashire, but still is a regular for Scotland.
Yeah, Olivia Bell had that sensational 2023, I'm going to say,
Yes.
and then where, statistically speaking, was possibly the best T20 domestic bowler in the country, and then has had really rotten luck with injuries
Yeah,
since.
she has. And other young bowlers have come through in the meantime, so she's having to almost start again, if you like, to push her for a place in that Lancashire side. So Scotland are looking good, to be fair.
Blackwell once more from the Howard stand end, and Blackwell with just a little nibbly in swingers. That's what she'll do in this Blackwell, and she'll do it to great effect and with great persistence. Picked up 4 wickets in 4 games in Tier 2 last season. This is the first time she's bowled this season in a senior competitive game.
Oh, big hit.
Smashed away over mid-on. And that is lovely from Kelly. Decided that with the in-swing of Blackwell and using those first few balls to see where she'd target, Kelly just clears that front leg and bosh over long on. Lovely clean strike.
Gorgeous, straight through the line. To follow through. Bye-bye ball. Hello, 6 runs.
Well, she'd mainly, until then, been having the front row seat at the Catherine Bryce show. But now decides that she's going to create some fireworks of her own. Kelly doesn't go again. Well, there was uncertainty about the single. Eventually they do get through for 1, but that was the kind of calling that gives you encouragement as a fielding team.
Indeed it does.
Bryce, I think she might say she was running that down. I think it might have come off the outside edge. Regardless, it's a good over for Blaze because of the boundary. That's the difference between a 1 and a 7. 71 for 1 off 9. And again, what you're seeing here is, from a Yorkshire perspective, is the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. You go and get out a top player like Tammy Beaumont for a 3-ball duck, but immediately, well aware that this is a good pitch, the power play is the best time to score, Kelly and Bryce are back there counter-punching at you.
Yeah, it's been, so far, very, very good performance from these two players. Pick their gaps, pick the ball to attack. And as you can see, they're not frightened of taking a quick single, although that last one was perhaps a bit tight.
I think it was the hesitation
Yes.
that really, really started to make it tight. Langston second. Langston in all the right spots to start it off with. Langston, who didn't play too much for Yorkshire in the second half of last season, but my goodness me, and again, I know it's a different level, but in the Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 2, she went for 3.1 and over and taking 9 wickets at 17. There was quite a few spells where you could very much file it under she was too good to get the edge. Just persistently playing and missing in that 4th, 5th stump channel. Life of being an outswing bowler with the new ball.
Yeah, really annoying as a bowler when that's happening, but at least there's dot balls to console yourself with.
Little short, a little wide, and Kelly can get those fast hands through that. Thank you very much. 4 more for Kelly, who's looking in fine fettle.
Yeah, it was stand and deliver, wasn't it? Stood still. Actually just thumped it.
Little shimmy down the pitch as well there from Kelly. So,
Shimmy, then bang.
yeah, I mentioned it was short and wide from Langston, but you've got to give credit to
Yeah.
Kelly for probably forcing the bad ball with that footwork. Again, that is something that's an obvious difference in what you'll get with batters at this level. I was chatting to a few members of the Yorkshire bowling group last season. one of which was Langston, those more experienced players who are saying, look, quite often here in Tier 2, you can just pick your best ball and bowl that over and over and over again, and actually knowing you won't be able to quite do that in the same way next season, because if you bowl that same ball in the same spot, you're playing at a player good enough that they'll realise they have to do something different. But that is nice again from Langston.
Yeah. And that is actually one of the obvious differences between the batters of this era and the batters I played against back in the day. The movements laterally as well as up and down the wicket is really interesting to watch from some of the top players.
Langston finishes off the over. When you think that when she came on, this partnership was starting to spiral out of control, that's 2 pretty good overs from Beth Langston. She's only gone off for 9 off the pair of them. But regardless, after the first 10, it is definitely Blaze who are in front on points, if you were to use a boxing metaphor. 75 for 1.
I'd say so. Of the two captains, I think the happier one will be Kirsty Gordon at this point. But the thing is, Yorkshire have just got to keep plugging away because it is 50 overs. It's not a 20-over game, so there's still 40 overs for them to make a comeback here and strike back. We saw the ups and downs in the first innings, didn't we?
The beauty of this great game is how quickly it can change. There's Blackwell on for more. And as you can see there, getting plenty of shape. She always does. Little nibblers in. The coach had been starting to try and work with her on those variations. Can you get a back of the hand slow ball? Can you get a knuckleball? Can you get one that maybe just an effort ball that skids on a bit more? Trying to pose different problems if you can.
She seemed to bowl that one slightly quicker, actually. Came onto the batter a little bit quicker than previous balls we've seen so far. So there's a slight variation in that in itself.
We have almost got a result elsewhere.
Okay.
Warwickshire have nearly beaten Essex.
Well, they've got a couple of blindingly good young players at the moment opening the batting, haven't they?
Blindingly good is a great way of putting it.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, those two you're referring to. Certain Davina Perrin, you might have heard of her,
Oh.
and Amusurin Kumar.
Yeah, very good.
Perrin 43 today in what looks to be a very successful run chase.
Potentially a bit too soon for this year, Perrin, but I tell you what, Charlotte Edwards has definitely got a beady eye on that young lady, and I'm sure she's got a beady eye on the other young lady now as well.
Both 19 years old. That's it. Another dot from Blackwell. Blackwell and Langston just quietly doing exactly what their captain Lauren Winfield Hill would have wanted here. Give me a sense of control. Build up that dot ball percentage a bit. Give you the fuller details on that. Essex 157 all out as Blackwell gets another dot in. 59 for Grace Scrivens, who in the Sunrisers regional era and now in the Essex County cricket era, one thing that is consistent with that team in either capacity is so often Grace Scrivens is integral. Jo Gardner got a runner ball 24, Seren Smell got 28 not out, but no one else got double figures. So that's good again by
Do you mean
Blackwell.
Sophia? Seren plays down.
Oh, beg your pardon.
It's okay.
And
It is Sophia who plays down there, isn't it? Yeah.
yes, 157 all out off 39.4. 2 wickets each for Amala, Hannah Davis, Hannah Baker, Amusuyan Kumar and Karis Pavley. So shared around. And in response, Warwickshire making pretty light work of it. They're 118 for 3 in the 30th over. So they only need 39 to win at just under 2 and over. With Katie George and Karis Pavley in, both not out in the 20s. You would probably expect them to see that home after 43 at the top of the order from Davina Perrin helped them out. It would take Warwickshire onto a win, a loss and a no result. Beg your pardon, it would take Warwickshire still winless. Yes, what I said the first time. It's 8-3. Warwickshire would have a win, a loss and no result, and Essex would have 3 losses to start the season. Langston with keeper standing up now, and that's going to be 2 wides. In a game where both teams have been a little more widey than they might like, to be
It's
frank.
a bit more widey.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those sort of terms, cricket commentary lends itself. It might not quite be a real word, but I think you get what I mean. 20 wides from Blaze, and that is now 9 wides from Yorkshire in response. Much better from Langston.
It's very less widey.
Exactly.
Am I getting it?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And there is, of course, another game going on at the Oval where Durham have posted 256 for 8, 106 for Holly Armitage, 55 for Essex's finest Maddie Villiers. Speaking of Essex's finest, Langston, of course, from that part of the world, albeit she's built a lot of her career up here at Headingley. 2 wickets each for 2 spinners, Moore and Courtine Coleman. And Surrey in the chase, 120 for 4 in the 19th over. So comfortably ahead of the required rate, but wickets might be a problem.
Yeah, Courtine Coleman and Kaylia Moore make a dynamic pair of spinners, don't they, for Surrey? Wow.
Well, they've always had that going back a long way
Very
because even before Courtine Coleman came through, there was Danny Gregory. And so that South East Stars spin attack in the regional era was consistently one of, if not the best around, particularly with the fact that most of those players named, that sounded great off the bat, but it's straight at Ward at cover. Actually, they benefited from the fact that Moore and Gregory were taken away with international commitments far less than most, and it's that old one about availability is often the best ability as well, because sometimes there were times in that regional era another attack might look better, quote unquote, on paper when it came to your spinners, but if they're not available for most of the time, then it only means so much, right?
Absolutely. You're not very good unless you're on the pitch, really, are you?
Well, you're not very good to your region, of
That's
course.
what I meant. I don't mean you're not a good
pretty
player.
easy, pretty
You know what I
useful,
meant, yeah.
pretty useful to your country, of course.
Yeah,
but
yeah. You're much
we knew
good
what
to
you
your
meant.
county or your region.
Yeah, of course.
If you're not actually playing.
Langston's doing exactly what you would hope your experienced bowler would do here. She's
Turn
tying
the
it down.
screws.
She's had 2 overs that have been spoilt by a boundary, so she'll just be desperate to get out of this one without suffering the same fate. And
Very nice.
And she's managed it. So she's gone for 2, 80 for 1, 79 for 1 off 12 then, which again, look, it's not exactly like Blazer going slowly here, and I'm not for a minute trying to suggest that, but if you look at this pair, as a combination of bowlers, Langston and Blackwell have conceded 19 from their 5. So they have definitely slowed things down a bit.
They've done a good job for their team. A gentleman's putting his feet up, enjoying a bit of sun.
So can Yorkshire keep the pressure on? Blackwell, of course, is continuing. That's just eased into the gap by Kelly for 1. Catherine Bryce has been somewhat becalmed a bit since striking those 3 boundaries off Rachel Slater a little while back. I say becalmed, it's not quite like it's been pedestrian, but from the positively blazing, if you'll forgive the cheap pun, it's simmered a bit more.
Yeah, the run rate's gone below 7. It was heading up way over 8 at one point, wasn't it?
That being said, with Blaze's batting depth, I'm sure Lauren Winfield Hill will be aware that to win this game, they've probably got to bowl them out, or they've got to get close to doing so.
Agreed.
That sounded good off the bat, but Ward at deep cover will do the rest. Out towards that western terrace, it's proper optical illusion stuff, because if any of you saw the outfield that greets us, you would be sure that it must be an extra 10 metres out to the rope in that direction, and I'm repeatedly assured it's 60 metres universally all the way round. Again, it's another single out to that busy sweeper Ward. It's just that it looks like Maddie Ward is much further away, because she's got this vast expanse of practice pitches behind her, and then the sloping Western Terrace, whereas the slightly sort of marginally steeper gradient of the East Stand that's closer on the stand away to where the leg side is now means that looks a bit nearer. This will be two quite possibly, but Ward was quick to it, but regardless, that was a pretty easy two. It's interesting find myself thinking about running between the wickets there, because Kelly and Prendergast running between the wickets against Lancashire was cited in a match report I was reading as ultimately the difference between the sides. And when you think that it came down to 6 runs on DLS.
It was definitely. Also, I'm feeling sorry for Ward having to do boundary to boundary here, 120 metres in between each over. There you go.
All part of the game.
Part of the game these days.
Kelly-
Nowadays it would have been square leg to cover to square leg.
Keep the commute as short as possible. 86 for 1 off 13, so Alison Byrne will take a well-earned break. And delighted to say, stepping into the seat to her right, having come up from the Yorkshire dugout to join us, is someone who will be perfectly placed to run the rule over her Yorkshire teammates, but also, I dare suggest, might know a thing or two from her international duties about a certain Catherine Bryce, who's out there batting for the Blaze. A very good afternoon to Hannah Rainey.
Hello.
Hannah, I'm sure you'd much rather be out there playing, but just start with a bit of admin for all of us watching. What is the unfortunate situation that has left you having to suffer the indignation of being stuck up with myself and the much more fantastic Alison Byrne up here?
I've just got a bit of a side strain again, which is a bit unfortunate. Unfortunately, it's one of those injuries that niggles on.
Langston starting a new over, just a little bit short. 1 out to deep square. You were telling me this happened while bowling?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not actually entirely sure when. Most bowlers apparently feel it go, and I never did. I just carried on bowling and was like, it's pretty sore, but I can keep bowling. Pretty unfortunate, but hopefully it won't be too long.
What I'm hearing is a polite way of saying that you're that hard as nails that you quite seriously injured yourself and just thought, nothing's wrong here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm starting to think I am a bit hard.
When did you realise then that something wasn't quite right?
When I woke up on Sunday and it was sore to touch, I thought,
oh dear, yeah,
it's not great.
that's a little bit beyond your normal fast bowlers kind of soreness stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And then it started coughing and it was hurting, and that's normally a bit of a red flag for a side. So, unfortunately, it's one of those things fast bowlers get.
Yeah, the cruel nature of the game. Langston drawing a bit of a swish outside the off stump from Kelly, and I could see you next to me just appreciating the shape that she got there.
She gets lovely shape on the ball, Angers does.
What's she like as a senior bowler to come in and work with? I know you only came in at the sort of back end of last season at Yorkshire.
Yeah, she's brilliant. I think she's really sort of professional in the way she goes about her stuff and knows her skill set, and I don't think I've seen anyone train as well as her in terms of bowling. Like, she will hit the stumps 4 out of 6 times, and I think that sort of shows when she's out there on the pitch. She's just calm, cool and collected and gets about her job.
Yeah, one thing I've almost observed in the kind of group dynamics of this Yorkshire team, having commentated on every home game last season, is she seems to be almost kind of she's a player, but she's almost a mini bowling coach in and of herself, right, for the seamers.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's been getting into her coaching alongside cricket. But yeah, she's really helpful. She's very knowledgeable. Obviously, she's got vast experience, having played all the way up to international. So, she's a great girl to have around, and she's great fun as well.
She's just quietly here. She's not quite put a lid on things. That would be going too far. But there will come a point, if her and Blackwell can keep restricting scoring like this, where it just puts a little bit of pressure back onto Blaze.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's found the length that's working on this pitch, and I think we sort of spoke about that between innings. Elvis came on and did that quite well for the Blaze, and just found that length that was quite tricky to get away and sort of slowed things down. So I think she's doing really well here.
It's another tight over. Remember that Blaze was 60 for 1 off 7 here. So the last 7 overs have gone for half as many as the first 7 did. The last 7 have gone for 30 at just a tickle over 4 and over.
Catherine Bryce.
Joe, you read my mind. I was just looking at that with the 39 of 27, and I was just about to kind of say to you, essentially, Catherine Bryce, question mark, where do you start? You know, that's someone you would know so well.
Yeah, I've grown up playing with Catherine. We're the same age, so we kind of went through the age group together. She obviously progressed on very quickly, but yeah, she's just an unbelievable player.
Looking for the breakthrough. Lovely flowing drive from Bryce. Wants to and elects not to come back. I'm a little bit surprised because it was her danger end and she seemed pretty keen on it, but I think Kelly was slightly less all in on the endeavour.
We're saying that Ines is a little Catherine Bryce in the making. Little innies, bats, does a bit of everything.
And she's quite fearless for someone that's 16. The way she stepped up in that debut against Middlesex in a tough game against one of the best teams in Tier 2, and again doesn't look phased here at all.
No, she's very calm. She's mature beyond her years, I would say. She just goes about her business and gets on with it. She had a brilliant innings on tour in Potch against the local side. I think she was 70 odd, out in the sort of death. But honestly, the way she batted, she was reverse sweeping, doing all sorts. So, yeah.
The fearlessness of youth. Sounded good off the bat, but straight at point. Ness Blackwell, and this is going to make some of our more senior viewers right in complaint. Born on the 30th of May 2009. I think plenty of us can remember exactly what we spent the summer of 2009 doing, and it certainly wasn't arriving on this mortal earth.
Wow.
Kelly guides that away, and it has managed to beat Slater, who was in pursuit. It's such a fast bowling green of an outfield that it goes for 4. So that's the first boundary in a little while for Blaze, and that will be a moment of relief for Kelly. I think Blackwell can take just a tiny tickle of consolation of the fact that I'm not totally certain Kelly was meaning for it to go exactly there. It might have been in one of those sort of half an edge and half a guide.
Absolutely.
Much better, more authoritative shot from Kelly, but had she actually gone through with that a bit more, it might have been a catching chance at mid-off. Now it's one of these get out the over balls. Are you going for a change up here?
I think line and length. 50 over cricket. You don't want to do too much on the last ball.
Blackwell does exactly that, and Kelly will get 1. So 6 off the over, 96 for 1 off 15 then. This partnership just short of 100, and it's been a very classy response to this pair from losing Tammy Beaumont, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It was a very early wicket, and I think sometimes that can sort of rattle camp a bit. But I think, yeah, they've been pretty destructive when they got going in the power play, and then have sort of settled into a rhythm now. I think Yorkshire need a wicket.
Yeah, it's come to that point. Do you think they necessarily need to do too much different, though, from these last 8 overs, where they have at least managed to slow that scoring rate quite significantly?
I think on a pitch like this, it's just the consistency and pressure. Like, if you bowl good length balls, you'll get wickets eventually. But it is a very good wicket, so that there's very little margin for error on it because it's a quick outfield and a good pitch. And that can make it hard for bowlers. So I think a few variations will be needed throughout there just to keep it tight. But yeah, I think if you build a bit of pressure, it's easier to get wickets, especially in longer format.
For those of you maybe just joining us in literally the last few minutes, like the voice alongside me of Hannah Rainey, Scotland international and England quick bowler, beg your pardon. Goodness me, my God. Yorkshire quick bowler. I'll never be allowed in Scotland after saying that.
I was technically born in England, so...
I was going to say you knew what I meant, but I didn't. It's just a mea culpa. Commentators are human beings. We make mistakes as well. But anyway, voice of Hannah Rainey, Yorkshire's loss on the pitch is very much your gain in terms of insight up here in the box. As Langston this time is driven hard and it's fielded in the covers. And it actually reminds me of something that Richard Pyra said about the Paige Schofield innings at the Oval on Wednesday, and feeling like Yorkshire didn't quite field as well as they should, which is getting used to just how hard batters hit the ball at this level.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was probably showed at Surrey against on a really quick outfield as well. Like, batters are going to come hard at us, and you've just got to be ready and anticipate that bit more than you did in Tier 2. I think we're ready for it. I think we were a little bit on the back foot on Wednesday. But yeah, I think when you hunt the ball and you want the ball, it doesn't seem to be as hard to hit at you. So we've definitely talked about that and sort of had a practice of it since.
Price this time with a swipe and a miss. 40 off 30. One thing that's been really noticeable with Catherine Bryce's game in the last few years is she's always been a player that can bat for long periods of time, but I know she's talked to me about this a bit. She's worked on her power hitting and going through the gears. If there was to be, that is one of the shots of the day. Well, I was just speaking about what a magnificent player Catherine Bryce is. Yet another demonstration, not that we needed it. Langston will be so frustrated because slightly spoiled another tight over from her, and the 100 for Blaze comes up in style.
Beautiful shot, that. Both the Bryces are very strong through the covers, especially square of the wicket, but that's lovely.
But she's definitely added that extra level of power and top gears to her game. This time she's potentially going to get at least 2. It will be 2. Thomas does the fielding. So the 100 partnership as well as the team 100 both brought up in that over. 104 for 1, and just starting to find a bit of re-acceleration, this pair, after that slightly slower period.
Yeah. Both approaching that 50 mark as well.
Are you tempted at this point to return, if you're Lauren Winfield Hill, to well, I was going to say return, we haven't seen much of it, but to look to Spin, to look to Cooper, to look to Jonathan? Yeah,
potentially. I mean, it definitely worked against us on at the Oval, which is a similar type of pitch, I think. That sort of brought back control, but there must be a reason that we've stuck with Seam out there for now.
Well, I think probably also at this point, the fact that Blackwell and Langston have offered a reasonable amount of control, given he's a belting track to bat on. Kelly this time will ease herself to be 1 away from her 50. Marie Kelly, who's got plenty going on off the field as well as on it, with her interesting endeavour of Versatile, which that is not me mispronouncing versatile. That is what it is. It is a cap that is specifically designed to be ponytail friendly. It's the best way I can describe it in a sentence. That time for Catherine Bryce, but I think definitely a welcome thing for players to have a positive distraction like that off the field. That when you have I know at Lancashire, Fee Morris has talked about this as well. Has got her own business going on with her physio stuff.
She's started a skincare company now.
Yeah. I was about to say because she's got her physio stuff and that, and she did a LinkedIn post about this recently. That the era of being full-time professional cricketers is great, but that brings with it a different pressure and different challenges. And actually having a almost side hustle, a hobby or something else that gets you away from the game is healthy to have.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think it's really important to have something outside of cricket that you can focus on, especially if cricket's not going well. But even if it is, to be a bit of a leveller and have something else you're working towards, because I think cricket can become quite all-consuming when you're in it, and it feels like, if you have a few bad innings, the world's ending. But actually, I think it's a privilege that we get to do this as our job. So sometimes having something else just makes it feel a bit more like that.
What would you say that would be for you then? Because, a lot of people know about your story, the qualified veterinarian, the unexpected 100 call-up for the Oval Invincibles a few years back, then being on the staff at Lancs, but a series of versions of kind of part-time contracts and then eventually full-time, but going full in on cricket from that veterinarian scene. Is it still that a version of that in terms of engaging with nature, or is it something else? Or
I still try and keep my hand in a little bit veterinary-wise. I do it more over the winter, just because we've got that more regular schedule that you can actually sort of work around. So I found it really helpful because it's just something for me that makes this playing cricket as a job seem the more of a dream, I guess, and what it is, and actually that you play it for fun, and it's even if it's not going well or if it is going well, like there's other things going on that are important.
50 for Marie Kelly off 62 balls. It's been a very solid establishing knock from the opener that has helped set the foundation for this run chase for Blaze. 50 off 62 is just underneath the required strike rate for the run chase, but when you account for seeing off the new ball and losing the big incoming star of Tammy Beaumont for a free ball duck, means that it's more than a serviceable required scoring rate.
Yeah, this partnership is becoming very significant, or if it isn't already. We've definitely talked about partnerships when our batting and how they can take the game, sort of push the game on.
New over starts with more runs as these two try and tick on, and that's good cricket. They ran the first one really hard. That put the pressure on Erin Thomas, forced the misfield, which led to the second. Had they jogged that, the misfield wouldn't have cost a second run. That was, again, just trying to ease it into that deep cover gap, but only found Jonathan, who, when we get to it, will definitely have a say in this game with the ball, no doubt.
Sure, she'll be on in no time.
We're just getting towards that point where it feels like the time for a bit of spin.
Well bowled.
Nice again from Langston, who... Yeah, the figures might look quite unremarkable, but when you think that when she came on, Yorkshire desperately needed some control, has quietly done a very useful job here.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, just brought that bit of control back.
That was a change-up, that was a slow ball, and Catherine Bryce just had to adjust as best she could. As she so often does, adjusted pretty well.
I know Langers this winter has actually worked on shortening her run-up, which is something that seamers don't often do, but I think she felt that she was sort of bowling similar paces off a slightly shorter run-up that she was off a bit longer, and is trying to sort of conserve energy throughout the season and make sure that she's fit at the start and the end. Catherine
Bryce goes to her 50, and it comes at quite the clip, 51 off just 39 balls. Blaze's MVP in the PCA rankings of last season is at it again.
Ball from Langers. Not quite executing that, but good option.
Oh, it's a game of bluff and double bluff, isn't it? Sometimes batters might not expect you to go to it twice in quick succession. This will game be won. Game's reached a bit of a holding pattern. It's almost a question of quite when something will happen to break it open. But I guess if you're Yorkshire here, they've got to be wary of not just waiting for Blaze to make a mistake, because 116 for 1 off 18, two high-quality batters at the crease. They've both got to their 50s. If you wait just for them to do something, you could be waiting quite a long time. And I guess that's why Lauren Winfield Hill has looked at Jess Jonathan and said, come on, get me a wicket, JJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's time to change it up, and I think partnerships like this can sort of grow and grow, and when you've got 2 in batters on a good pitch, it's sometimes hard to create that wicket. So I think, going to spin now is a good option.
It's had a very predictably tidy start to life with the ball for Yorkshire. Jonathan, 2 for 27, including 2 maidens away at Somerset. And then 1 for 32 off 4 against Surrey, trying to keep quite a rampaging Paige Schofield.
That was quite something.
Jonathan starts exactly where she'd want to be. Yeah, there was a lot of people quite frantically looking up all sorts of records for fastest ever list day 100. She was on for pretty much the lot.
And then it was spin that slowed her down. It got her out. Maddie came on and bowled stump to stump and created that chance, which was probably what brought us back into that game.
And it was a great example of it's that question. Someone rocks up to a cricket ground who doesn't know the game and goes, "Well, who's winning?" And you know, at that point you'd have been like, "Well, Surrey are cruising this." And 15 minutes later, you'd have been like, "Well, actually, 50-50." And it's one of those things that can make this sport joyously strange and difficult to understand at points. What was the feeling? Obviously, you weren't out there, but the feeling after that game, because a bit of a mix in some ways, like so good with the bat at the start and with the ball at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a bit mixed. I think we knew that we weren't on the mark from the start of our bowling innings. We didn't execute. We weren't sort of hitting right lines and lengths, and that gave the opportunity for someone like Paige to go. But I think Slats actually bowled really nicely up top that game. But we misfielded a few, and that just takes the pressure right off when you're trying to build in the power play some pressure and create chances, and then balls go through fielders. It's not always the easiest to come back from.
Flicked away by Bryce for one more.
I think we spoke about it and tried to take away the positives from that game. Like, that partnership up top, was really good, and Loz batted really well and was unlucky in the dismissal. I think we just needed someone else to back it up with another partnership down the order.
Thank you very much for your time, Hannah. Really appreciate you coming on for the last 6 overs or so. Hope to see you up here again at some point soon.
Thank you very much.
So the thoughts of Hannah Rainey, Scotland international and current Yorkshire bowler, signed from Lancashire last season, and delighted to say she's replaced by another highly insightful person when it comes to all things women's cricket, who Yorkshire for the day have signed from Lancashire, in Alison Byrne.
Yeah, it was lovely to hear Hannah's perspective, wasn't it? It's such a shame about her injury. I mean, she didn't really get an awful lot of opportunities at Lancashire, and she made the move across the Pennines, which on paper looked like a fantastic move. And then, beginning of the season, she gets an injury. I do hope she recovers quickly. Great girl.
On comes Jess Woolston, who is yet to take a wicket this season. None for 38 off 6 at Somerset, and none for 25 off 2 at Surrey. So you wouldn't blame Jess Woolston for being a little nervous here. Wasn't quite as effective as she might have liked in her first 3 overs today. Starts with a single. I know she's talked about Headingley being a bit of a happy place for her, a place that right from the Northern Diamonds regional era, she has so many good memories of bowling on this ground. She did the chainsaw celebration when she came back from the first half of last season out injured and got a wicket against Derbyshire in the T20 Blast.
Chainsaw celebration?
Yeah, the Brett Lee. You give it the... Alison Byrne is looking at me absolutely horrified.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to gently suggest there might be a generational divide in the
What
culture.
on earth is going on behind me as well?
Aaron Vowles is demonstrating. That's just nibbled away for...
I've just entered a
for
parallel
no
universe
one.
here, I think.
I'm taking it that women's county cricket in the 90s, there wasn't sort of individualised celebrations as a
we
thing.
had a dying fly in our team. Everyone, someone got Wickerby on the floor, legs and arms flailing. That's how crazy we were. A chainsaw, that's a bit too mod for me. But yeah, I see what you're doing now. I get it now. Is it to do with that film? massacring in Texas or something, is it? Is it?
I'm not actually sure where it came from initially. I think Brett Lee was the first person I've seen it doing a cricket.
Oh,
doing
well,
in a
that
cricket
explains
sense.
it. The Australians, they
that's-
don't think like us, do they?
That's the way down to. I know Claudie Cooper said in her pre-season interview that she'd been working on her celebrations. She's joked about the fact that she has one celebration all the time, which is the fist pump, and so she needs to get a greater diversity and variety.
The difference is these girls are on the telly all the time, aren't they? They need to,
Well, this is- yeah.
they need to show these aspects to their personality, whereas nobody saw us play apart from the dog and his blind owner.
Woolston settling into
I think it's great.
decent enough rhythm.
Great that they've got them. I just didn't know what the flipping Nora was going on.
Speaking of not knowing what's going on, you wouldn't be blamed after a pretty horrible English winter where I know Robbo from head honcho of pitches at Yorkshire was saying at one point they had to cover it for pretty much 2 months consecutively because it rained near incessantly. Thinking that you're dreaming to see a scene like this, a track like this in Headingley with genuinely warm sunshine.
In April.
Yeah.
It's very warm in here, though. I've just been on the balcony. It's still chilly, Willie. I think there's a lot of people with jackets and hats still on down there. Yeah, they've got their jackets on. I'm not surprised. That wind is definitely Yorkshire wind. Of course, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, Woolston's only gone for 2 here in a second spell that she would be really eager to try and put right what happened in her first, where she went for 27 off 3. Can she get out the over? She can. She can get out in fine style with a bit of an awkward play and miss. 126 for 1 off 20. So it's definitely the Blaze who will be the happier. Yorkshire needing a breakthrough, as Alison Byrne will give a few more thoughts from her on what she's seen in the first 20, and she'll be joined shortly by Aaron Vars.
Naturally, you'd expect these two bats to show their quality, the experience they've got between them. Both hit their 50s, well-earned 50s, but I've got to say I'm impressed with the effort in the field from Yorkshire and the accuracy of their bowling. It's some battle they've got on here. Oh, and as we speak, they just took a wicket. Very well bowled. Caught, short cover. And it's Catherine Bryce on 55, and she has to go. What a wicket for Yorkshire. Just saying how impressed I've been with them, and they come up with a wicket. Well done, Yorkshire. Just in time for you to take over,
I was just
Aaron.
about to say, yeah.
Follow that.
Yeah, not sure that I can, to be honest. That is a first Headingley wicket then for Jess Jonathan in her Yorkshire shirts, and love the celebration as well from the Australian.
I missed it. It wasn't the chainsaw, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. No. Yeah, great stuff.
Certainly was, and that is a big wicket. Catherine Bryce gone for 55. The Blazes' leading run scorer, the second overall from 2025. But as one experienced batter departs, another one enters the middle. With Georgia Elwes. Here is the replay. Have we got the celebration on the replay?
Oh.
Not quite. We've got the
double hand, one finger in each hand pointing to the sky, I reckon.
But here is Georgia Elwes then, batting at 4 for the Blaze. 34-year-old from Wolverhampton. Of course, former England player. Played 4 tests, 36 ODIs and 14 T20Is for the 3 Lions and a Crown. Of course, is also a member of that unforgettable 2017 Cricket World Cup winning side.
Yeah, so Jonathan's come on and done what a captain would have dreamt of 10 minutes ago. Taken the second wicket, sorry.
That's a fine little paddle sweep there from Elwes just to get off the mark.
It just shows you what tight, accurate bowling can do. Pressure on the bat. And Hill is just thinking about changing the field, but keeps it as.
This time, Marie Kelly looking to just relieve a little bit of that pressure quite beat the fielder in a square leg. Oh, misses that one. Stumping, and that will be given out. Jonathan strikes twice in the over. The two established batters, both gone. Marie Kelly departs for 56, and the Blaze now, in the blink of an eye, 127 for 3.
Well, they're like buses. They don't come for ages, and then you get a couple of wickets at once. So they always say, don't they, look at the score and then add 2 wickets and then decide whether it's a good score. It doesn't look quite as healthy now, does it, Aaron?
That's a very, very good point. Of course, the run rate has been excellent, 6 and over, but that was an established partnership. In over 120 runs between Catherine Bryce and Marie Kelly. Both have gone within the space of 4 deliveries from Jess Jonathan. The Australian left-arm finger spinner weaving her web here and doing a fantastic job.
Looks like the ball's gripping a little bit. Potentially the wicket's dried out somewhat because it didn't look much of a spinner's wicket early doors. Good stuff. Game on. Love it.
Game on indeed. Has been a really good fixture. Just walking out to middle now is Orla Prendergast, coming in at number 5 for the Blazons. Of course, Prendergast, well, she was the main batter in that victory, wasn't she?
Yes, don't remind me. She played very well against Lancashire. So Ireland have got a few decent players at their sleeve for the World Cup as well, because of course Lancashire have got Gabby Lewis on fire at the moment as well, so these 2 batters are going to cause some chaos if the bowlers don't bowl wild to them.
Well, here she is, Prendergast, facing this first ball from Jonathan. Just looks to dab it down to backward point, but cut off by Rachel Slater. It is going to be a good World Cup, isn't it?
I think it's great that both Ireland and Scotland have qualified. I know some people are like, oh, it'd be great to say no. We want as many people in the grounds as possible. What better way than to fill it with Brits?
That one just
and
played
Irish
down.
people, of course.
Too long on for 1. Of course, the Netherlands as well, they're going to be interesting. We've already seen the skill set of Stair Callis today. As we see the end of the 21st over, Blaze are 128 for 3. They still require 153 for the victory, but someone else to watch out for. I know Michael was listing numerous names earlier on, but Sanya Karana, who's playing for Worcestershire in Tier 2 this season, young all-rounder, very enterprising, very innovative individual.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great to see. I'm looking forward to the Dutch fans coming over in their swathes as well. Fill the ground with some orange shirts. That'll be fun.
Certainly will. Here is Walston then from the Kirkstall Lane end.
I'm looking forward to all the games. I'm going to be volunteering at Emirates Old Trafford, so I'll get to meet some of the fans and have a bit of fun and show them around. And yeah, it's great.
Well, quick single attempted to be taken, direct hit, and that's going to be out. That will be out.
What a great piece of fielding. What an unexpected bonus for Yorkshire. They deserve a bit of luck, to be honest. In the last couple of games, they've had 0 luck. It looks like they've at last had Lady Luck's been on their side there.
Well, this could be a pivotal moment in the game. Brilliant pick up and throw there from Claudie Cooper. Direct hits at the striker's end. And Georgia Elwis has been run out for 1. The Blaze now 128 for 4.
Winfield Hill did well there. She was, just for a second, she was going to put her glove out and try and catch you, but she wouldn't have been out if she'd done that. There wouldn't have been time. Judged it well. Great piece of work in the field from Yorkshire. They're really digging in deep here. It's fantastic to see.
They most definitely are, and in next is Sarah Bryce, the wicket-keeper batter. Well, how quickly this game can change, well and truly. I mean, just, 7 deliveries ago, the Blaze were cruising on 126 for 1. The East Midlands side now 128 for 4 at the start of the 22nd.
Sarah Bryce is definitely no mug with the bat. They've still got plenty of gas in the tank of the Blaze. So. But Yorkshire have definitely got their tails up here, and Winfield Hill is bringing in the fielders, putting some pressure on. She's brought third into the ring. Fine, deep square. And nobody on the... Oh, I beg your pardon, there is a deep... Just delaying because Winfield Hill is still deciding where to put that off-field. She's deep point.
Captain standing up to the stumps. Bryce plays that very, very nicely out towards deep backward point for one.
Yeah. Good field placement from Winfield Hill there.
Just need a moment of calm here, don't they? The visitors need a partnership to flourish between these two. As Prendergast runs that down to deep third for one.
Yeah, and she just moved that fielder back again, Winfield Hill, hadn't she? So she's studied these two batters all right, by the looks of it. Brought her up again this time.
So has a gully in place. Interesting field position here. Swarston just hanging it outside the off stump once more.
Yep.
The question here, Ali, and
Yep.
I'd love to know your thoughts, obviously as a former player, but just looking at the situation here in the run chase. Right, and we'll start with the Yorkshire perspective, given that they have just taken these 3 quick wickets. What would you be looking at in terms of field placement? Would you look to go that little bit more aggressive, search and hunt for that 5th, or how would you see it?
To be honest, I'd probably do what Winfield Hill is doing and just cut out those singles, let the pressure build, to get that run rate gradually lower, which it is now. It's gone down below 6 the first time in a very long time in the game. And let the bowlers just pile the pressure on, make the batters do something different. Where I wouldn't say we were into the tail with these two. We're still very much in the middle order, but just one wicket here could make a massive difference. Put some pressure on. There's still plenty of time. We're only in the 22nd over, so just turn the screw as she's doing.
He's taken off. That is a genuine edge, and that is racing down towards the Howard stand. Amy Campbell off in pursuit. We'll limit that to just 2 runs off the bat of Sarah Bryce, and that is the end of another eventful over. 2 byes, in fact, given at the end of that. The Blaze 132 for 4 after 22. And, of course, we've spoken there from a Yorkshire point of view. If you are one of the Blaze batters here, you're Bryce or Prendergast, there's still plenty of time. How would you go about your innings at this stage?
I think they've got to be patient at this point. 2 good bats, 2 experienced players, both internationals, obviously, both probably involved in the T20 World Cup. So, you know, they've got to use this moment to just steady the ship.
Oh, there's a huge appeal for caught behind, and Yorkshire have got another one. Prendergast, the latest one to go. The White Rose are on fire, and the Blaze 132 for 5, courtesy of yet another wicket, a 3rd one for the Australian overseas Jess Jonathan, caught very smartly by Lauren Winfield Hill.
As I was staying there and steady the ship, not trying to cut one that was far too full to be cut and far too close to off stump to be cut, when she could have just blocked that one out. There was no need to play that type of shot. She will be really disappointed with herself there, and that's bringing in the new bat.
Indeed it will. Emma Jones, formerly of Surrey, signed for the Blaze ahead of the 2026 season. Scored 10 outs against Lancashire in the Blaze's season opener. But there's now a very, very different situation to what the visitors found themselves in. Well, what? 12
Yeah.
13 deliveries ago.
Now, for me, that's the pendulum definitely swinging towards Yorkshire's favour now. Although, having said that, young Miss Jones, I believe, is partial to 6 or 2 in her time, isn't she? So this could be very interesting if she remains patient or whether she goes from the off. See what sort of field Winfield Hill has. Sarah Bryce. Beg your pardon, it's Jones on strike, isn't it, of course, and incoming bat.
Jonathan just zips that one in. It does go to fielder at short mid-wicket, Claudie Cooper. Well, she'll be brimming with confidence right now.
And that was very sharp because that was 4 runs saved.
Jonathan again this time, putting Jones on the defensive.
Jonathan can be buying young Cooper a lemonade in the bar later.
And that one swept superbly by Jones. Picks up pace off those practice pitches and just beats the effort of the fielder in the deep. Lovely shot that from Emma Jones.
Yeah, she's got a lovely strike on the ball, hasn't she? It sounded great. You know, we keep saying it, but it's like a racetrack out there, isn't it? Across those pitches. I've never seen anything like it, all the way across the pitch.
Then decides to play that one off the back foot through the covers. Should just be the one. And indeed it will be. Maddie Ward, the fielder, sweeping the boundary out towards the Western Terrace. This now really is game on. The Blaze need a partnership. They need something just to stem the flow of wickets. There's another fielder. It's placed on the offside.
Yeah, she's turning the screw, Winfield Hill here, isn't she? She's got somebody in the face of the batter there.
Yeah, I like that from Winfield Hill. Jonathan completes yet another fruitful over for the White Rose. The Blaze now 137 for 5. They still require 144 runs off the remaining 27 overs if they are to make it 2 from 2 in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, and crucially, it's that wickets column that is could well play a part here, couldn't it?
It could, but then again, you look at the current situation. They are nearly halfway there. They just need a stand here. Just something. Take it as deep as possible. Who knows what can happen? And let's face it, these two can certainly do that. Sarah Bryce, plenty of experience. Emma Jones, highly thought of on the county circuit, has played now for England A. She decides to whack that one, hammers it in front of mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 runs. Zero doubt about that whatsoever.
Fairly definitive, wasn't it? A bit short from Woolston. You know, this pitch has proved a nice even bounce for people to be able to judge the bounce and get inside the line and play the pull shot. And she took full advantage of that.
Now Beth Langston just having a little conversation with Woolston.
9 off 5 is Jones. Yeah, she's not hanging around, is she?
Woolston this time is driven out through the covers. There is protection out there in the form of Erin Thomas, so it will just be a single.
Winfield Hill arms are flailing around every ball at the moment. Reposition our troops. It's good. It's good attention to detail.
Woolston lasering that one very straight. Dare I say at this moment in the game, Yorkshire probably don't want the drinks break, do they?
No, they definitely don't. They're not at all thirsty. And they just want to stay out there and use that momentum to their advantage.
So the Blaze, you can see a few of the players there. Lucy Hyam just beginning to get the pads on. Kirsty Gordon, I believe, will be carded in next to bat at 7.
Yeah, then we've got Ballinger and Phillips. So we're almost, dare I say, into the tail. I sometimes look at these Tier 1 teams and it's hard to know where the tail actually starts. There's so many all-rounders in each of the squads that they've got now. So anything could happen, really.
That one just clipped into the space in front of square for 1. Yeah, just a correction there for myself. I misspoke. Obviously, Gordon in at 8. So Gordon would be at 8, Hyam at 9, Ballinger at 10, Phillips at 11. That is the remainder of the Blazes batting lineup for today. Yet again, there's more adjustments. It's the constant tinkering of the field, the little mind games, the 1%ers being played on the psychological front. Langston moved back to a wideish long on.
Yeah, and of course, Winfield Hill is in the perfect position to see the bigger picture, isn't she? She's watching the backlifts of the batters. She's looking where their feet are moving. She can see the movement off the seam or any spin that might be generated very clearly behind the stump. So she's got a much clearer focus as to what's happening in the middle than somebody, say, at point or at cover or long off. So as a captain, she's in the prime position to be able to, and also to actually direct the field, because surely they should all be looking towards where the batters are. So she's got an advantage straight away.
So it will be Jonathan to continue. The Blaze 144 for 5 after 24 overs. This now is going to be interesting. It's not just the fact that Jonathan has taken these 3 wickets, but she's still got 7 remaining in the run chase, which does include this one and that one, testing out Emma Jones on the back foot. Single taken.
Again, a little bit close to be cutting that one. We saw Prendergast get out playing a similar shot earlier from Jonathan.
Jonathan again. That one by Bryce will find its way out towards wideish long on. Of course, in terms of bowling options in this game, Yorkshire still have got Claudie Cooper waiting in the wings. Jones goes for the sweep. There's a huge appeal from Jonathan, which is quickly dissipated by the rest of the field.
Yeah, good, nice straight bowling now, attacking those stumps constantly. And the worrying thing for the Blaze is Jonathan's still got 6 overs left after this one. So if she does the same in those 6 overs as she's done in the last three and a bit, they're in trouble. Bowling really well.
It's just so accurate, isn't it? As there's a slight misfield there from Blackwell. Allows for the Blaze batters to come through for the single.
Yeah, I'm going to defend Blackwell there. She just got a bad bounce, I think, and it bounced a little bit higher. She was expecting, and she couldn't react quickly enough. Quite hard, I would imagine, those practice wickets on that side and the other side.
Jonathan will round out that latest over with a dot ball. 3 runs from it. The Blaze 147 for 5. Just seeing here, Claudie Cooper preparing to get ready to bowl. But we should be having a slight break here. Indeed we are. Grace Hall, the 12th player for Yorkshire today, just bringing the drinks on. And in terms of what we've just seen there, Ali, well, talk me through that, because at the end of the 20th over, let's not forget that you had Catherine Bryce and Marie Kelly, both in the 50s. The Blaze on 126 for 1. And in the space of the next 30 deliveries, the visitors now 147 for 5.
I think I'm using Michael's attempt at terminology. They've been Jonasoned. Is that like being wided? Sort of. Yeah, she's bowled really well. Just literally, just stump to stump. Good lines, good lengths. Put pressure on. And then, of course, that also created a moment of madness. Quick single and then perfect run out. Great piece of work by Cooper in the... I think she was at short mid wicket at the time. But yeah, Jess Jonason's just made the difference the last few balls, few overs. It's what you pay your international player for, isn't it?
Well, that is why she was brought in. I mean, earlier today, you reeled off that incredible honour roll of all the trophies that she's won and been a part of. Really is a fine addition. So we'll have a change here in the comms box. We'll say a short goodbye to Ali for the time being. As the players have a drink, we welcome back the dulcet tones of Maroof Khan. Well, Rufa, I'll just ask Ali Byrne about the current situation here and what's happened in the previous 5 overs. I'll ask you about the immediate future here for both teams. Realistically, for the Blaze, how deep do they need to take this?
As deep as possible, really. I think they have lost a few wickets for not too many runs. Just goes to show what percentage cricket looks like. Hitting the stumps, building the pressure, good run out, few good catches behind the stumps, and suddenly the game started to turn. But I guess I think still that wicket's still good. The Blaze need to keep some wickets in hand. I think that's crucial. Jess has done a decent job here. I just don't want the game to meander. It's a good time to get the off spinner in as well at this stage. But I guess for now, I think it's fair to say the Yorkshire would be 55-45 in my favour.
It's definitely swung as we see the latest aeroplane fly overhead here. Again, some fine work from our cam ops here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. They have done an excellent job all day long, as we've seen with some of the angles and the replays. Keep up the excellent work, guys. So here we are then. Claudie Cooper for the first time in the game. And her first delivery is Emma Jones. Carved away through point for 1.
I think you might see a spin attack from both sides, really. I think at this stage, just doing a good job on the Howard stand and Claudia, her first spell here. Good conditions, different from Lucy when she was bowling in the morning, when the wind was howling all over the shop with some breeze.
Well, that's a full toss. And swept on the full. Campbell coming across, puts in the dive. I mean, that is going to be very painful. And in the end, just need it onto the boundary rope. I mean, that kicked up a lot of dust as the Blaze surpassed the 150 mark.
And I guess that's what the Blaze batters are doing now as well. Just waiting for the bad balls, trying to build an innings, get as close as possible to the target and put some pressure on Yorkshire.
One played very proficiently off the back foot by Sarah Bryce. Another single taken, so already 6 runs from the first 3 deliveries. It's interesting, over the winter, Claudie has changed her action a little bit in order to look to impart a little bit more spin on the ball. Oh, that's a really good ball. And it's gone through. Yorkshire have got their 6th, and it comes courtesy of Claudie Cooper. Just 4 balls into her first over here at Headingley. And the Blaze now in all sorts of bother. The visitors 153 for 6. Emma Jones, the latest Blaze batter to depart for 14 from 12 deliveries.
Spin, and that's what it does, the magic when it's hitting the areas. I think Emma could have played that ball a bit more better. Looked like she was trying to play it on the back foot. Well, we have a quick look at the replay. Maybe not, but I guess this is what it is. You hit the areas as spinners. You build the pressure, and you try and let's see what the replay tells us. Nice loop, nice bounce. Yes, Emma could. That's great. She could have come on the front foot and played what in front of her, but looks like she wanted to play the late cut, too late on it. And exactly hitting the top of off Claudie. Great bowling that. Good start for Claudie Cooper as well.
Certainly is. Let's take another look there. It just grips enough, doesn't it?
Just a touch, yes, it does, yes. And I guess there you go. 6 wickets down now. Claudia on the first over, she'll be on top. And it's all about now creating the conundrum of not giving away those short, easy singles, building pressure, a lot of dot balls, and hoping that the place batters try and make some mistakes.
Well, the next batter in for the visitors is the captain, Kirsty Gordon. His first delivery looks to guide that one through the covers. Just rolls it along the carpet to Jonathan. It's Cooper again, that one. It flies off the bat down towards the Howard stand. Slightly streaky. Will it go for 4? No, it won't. Really good tandem work out on the boundary. Sarah Bryce will scarper through to make it 3. So the Blaze now 156 for 6. Look at that target, 281. Still got a bit of a mountain to climb, haven't they?
Yeah, I think the run rate required at this stage is just over 5 and over. The current run rate is going at 6. So there's nothing wrong in terms of whether the game is reachable or not. But I guess Claudia Keeper might be a little disappointed. I don't think she's bowled that many bad balls to give 9 runs in that over, but still get a wicket. I think you might see some field changing as well when she comes in to bowl the next over. Perhaps slip and try to put more pressure.
Well, it doesn't get any easier, does it? Jess Jonathan comes on to bowl her 5th over of the run chase. Figures of 3 for 14 so far. Looking to get a 4th. It will be Gordon who retains the strike. Gets off the strike straight away. Gives it back over to Sarah Bryce. The 2 Scots at the crease. Bryce from Edinburgh, Gordon from Aberdeenshire. He's something special today. But I tell you what, never ever discount Sarah Bryce.
Yeah, I think, especially when the chips are down, she is in for a fight as always. But I think this is the partnership.
Oh, she's gone. She has gone. Attempted sweep straight into the awaiting hands of the fielder, Jess Woolston. And the Blaze have lost a 7th. A rather cheap dismissal on that occasion. Just didn't get the elevation to beat the fielder. And Jess Jonathan is extinguishing the Blaze here. 4 wickets for the Australian. And the visitors now staring down the barrel quite heftily here at Headingley.
Full marks, Lauren, as well, to keep that fielder there. Not you wouldn't have a fielder there at that stage, but a good loopy ball from Jess Johnson, and I think Sarah Bryce didn't know where to hit it really. For a full banger straight in short square leg, and all of a sudden, I was about to say, the game's turning on its head, and so it is at 157 for 7 after 26.
So, coming in next for the Blaze is Lucy Hyam. Having a bit of conversation there with Kirsty Gordon. I mean, this game really has flipped on its head.
20 minutes of absolute mayhem, really. 130 odd for 1, I guess, and 157 for 7. It's just incredible. Just goes to show, never give up in the game. Just keep at it. Keep doing what's right. Stick to your plans, and then the game in front of you will help you decide what's the next course of action.
So here's Jonathan again, searching for a 5th. Goodness me, that one was very close. As Michael, our colleague, has worked out, 6 for 31 is the collapse in the space of 38 deliveries. Goodness me, that is pronounced. Jonathan here, I tell you what, if she continues in this vein over the course of the season, she's going to be very, very popular among the supporters here in Leeds. What an over that is. A solitary run conceded. The wicket, the huge wicket of Sarah Bryce. And the Blaze now 157 for 7 after 27 overs of the chase.
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, Lauren has now got 14 overs in the bank, 5 from Jonathan that remains, and 9 from Claudia Cuba that she can bank on, really. I think it would make sense if she can attack a bit more now and try and build that pressure. So eventually, if the overs finish, then the Blaze players are behind the 8 ball. I guess, for me, this is the time if you ever want to attack a bit more by having a slip, I would probably do it now.
Well, for the time being, no slip. Boston remains in at short mid-wicket, though. It's that one wide, tempting from Cooper.
Well, as you were saying, I'm watching Claudia after a long time. It looks like she's increased the pace as well on the off-spin, not much loop. Yeah, she is pushing the ball through as well.
Could be a run out.
Oh,
Goodness me. Well, Hyam sent scampering back.
and that's the doubt. That's what pressure is creating, is the doubt. Should I take a single? Should I not? Keep the run rate going.
This time, another sharp single. Maddie Ward.
Yeah, had Maddie picked out the ball cleanly, it could be interesting for the umpires there. But I guess this is right for Yorkshire. I think they are just building on the fact that they have to keep the ball in its place, and then Blaze has to now blaze their way into a position where they can actually influence the game. At the moment, it's all Yorkshire.
Cooper here to Hyam. He will get off the mark with a single out to points. I know I do ask this an awful lot, Rufa, but let's go back into the mind of a cricketer. Right, you are staring at this situation. Your team are 159 for 7. You've still got 22.2 overs remaining in a run chase. How do you go about it? How do you try and wrestle back control of this fixture?
I think one thing is for sure that the run rate, the required run rate, is still not way off what they could be. Still under run the ball, to be honest. So I think if I was batting now with the players, I will ask them to be there for the last over as possible. Try and play as many balls as we can, and make sure you're rotating the strike. I think that is what's good. You can't be having dot balls that you just saw, in the previous ball. I think create that momentum in the game where you're constantly taking 3s and 4s and over, so the run rate is not going ahead of you. What happens in this case is, and it's understandable, you've got 8 and 9 batting at the moment, and they haven't had much strike, and suddenly there are 2 spinners bowling at you, so there'll be more dot balls. So I think instead of catching on to the game later on, they need to try and move it right now in terms of at least looking to get 2 or 3 over for the next 5 to 6, and then see where they are, and then reassess at that stage.
Here is Jonathan, bowling to Gordon, plays that one compactly and resolutely. Yeah, it comes down to two of the most important words in cricket, regardless of the format, strike rotation. We've said it throughout the game today. It's another absolute beauty from the Australian.
Yeah, I think Jess has found a rhythm, the wickets are suggesting that as well. And all she's doing is now putting on the spot. I still feel it's a good time to get a slip, really. I think that could set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because this will be picked up. My next question for that, Rufa, conventional slip or leg slip? Because looking at Jonathan, it is round arm. She's targeting that leg stump. She's looking to get the drift in. It's just natural, isn't it? It's the natural release shot to go off the hip. Would you go with a conventional or the leg slip?
No, I think the conventional. I think her line of attack is still off stump and just outside the off stump. I know, and I've not seen Lucy try to do anything different on that line. So I guess at this stage, the direction of ball of travel would be more on the offside than leg stump, unless she changes the line, but she's actually on the spot all the time. I think you want the bowler to also feel that that's the area I wanted to bowl. If you look at the field as well for her right now, there's a point, short cover, a deep sweeper and a mid-off, and she's been expected to bowl on the off-stump line, which she's doing.
That one cross-batted out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. And that will be the end of the over. Jonathan's 6th, 4 for 17 are her figures. And the Blaze 162 for 7 after 29. What's turned out to be a very sunny day in Headingley. We had that threat of showers. Thankfully, the weather has been very kind to us. It has turned into a lovely, lovely day here in Leeds. It will be Cooper to continue here from the Kirkstall Lane end. Still going with a slightly spread field. Sweepers out at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, wideish long on, as well as deep point. Let's see what this latest over has in store. Starts off with a dot ball. Here's my next question as well, Rufa. Just before I depart at the end of this over for Michael. In terms of the spin bowlers, who would you rather take the attack to at this stage as Cooper bowls again and gets another wicket? Simple catch in the end. And Yorkshire have got their 8th. Hyam departs for 2. The Blaze 162 for 8 as we take a second look at this one. The latest wickets to tumble. And it's another simple catch. This time, I believe, for Jess Woolston again.
Spin web is taking Yorkshire close to where they want to be after the 3rd game. But I guess at this stage, and it's quite clear, the Blaze batters have unable to find an answer to the spin that's coming from Claudia and Jess Johnson. And all they're doing right now is just playing percentage cricket, keeping the ball in the right areas and building that pressure where there could be a chances. And as you just saw, 162 for 8, I think Yorkshire are fairly on top.
Well, they most definitely are. As Grace Ballinger walks out into the middle, guarded in at number 10. Only Charlie Phillips remaining in the shed for the East Midlands outfit. I mean, this really has been spectacular. Yorkshire have dominated the last 9.2 overs. Let's not forget before that, you had Bryce and Marie Kelly, both of whom were going about their business tremendously well. They were going at a canter in this run chase, both of them falling in the same over to Jonathan. And since then, it has just been wickets after wickets after wickets. The White Rose completely bossing proceedings in the middle overs.
Yeah, what a turnaround of events. Really, I think the way the early batters were going looked like the game would have been done in 40 overs. And all of a sudden, seven wickets lost after that. And all Yorkshire have done is just got their spinners, which in my opinion, they came a little late as well after the 18th over. I thought if the bowlers, nothing much was happening, it was good to get the spinners on. I was chatting earlier off air about it as well. As soon as the spinners came in, the game changed.
Here is Cooper too. Ballinger defends first up. Well, these two really have just changed the momentum of the fixture in its entirety. That's a full toss from Cooper. Drill through the covers. That may go all the way for 4. There's a real chase on. And it is won by the ball 4 off the bat there of Grace Ballinger. A nice way for the number 10 to get off the mark.
Like juicy full toss, really. Grace Ballinger thought Christmas has come early for her, and she just threw her bat at it through the line, actually beating the 2 standing covers as well, which is a good shot in my book. So, very good. But I think Claudia needs to be careful, not be selfish, and try and get some wickets here. Just keep hold to that line, and hopefully the pressure will tell.
Yeah, it's just a case of maintaining your discipline, isn't it, really? I mean, Jonathan, though, has got that extra licence, searching for a 5-wicket haul on her home debut as Ballinger chases after that one. Straight back to the bowler along the deck, and that will be the end of over number 30. I will depart for the time being. I'll leave you Some words of wisdom from Maroof Khan. And on in my place will be the excellent Michael McCann.
166 for 8. Yorkshire fairly and squarely on top of this game. A game that's meandered about for the first half of the 18 overs, and at the back end, Yorkshire has come back with 7 wickets. 166 for 8. Looks to be a strong position for York to be in. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Yeah, if you believe in any sense of commentators' suspicion, then if you're a Blaze fan, you're probably happy that I'm back in the lead seat. It's Jonathan. And almost gets Gordon, because throughout that just under an hour or so that Aaron Viles has been in the hot seat, it's gone from Bryce and Kelly flying along to this situation. Jonathan again right on the button, and Gordon watchful for now. Quite extraordinary turnaround in a season that for Yorkshire so far seems to have been defined by collapses that both they and opposition have had. You might say, well, that's something that pretty often happens in cricket, but I think it's fair to say that even by those standards, there's been some pretty ridiculous stuff so far. Yorkshire lost 8 for 70 at the Oval in the game against Surrey, but then Surrey themselves lost 6 for 55 to nearly themselves end up losing that match. And then earlier on today, we saw Yorkshire lose quite the clatter of wickets after Jonathan was out. They lost 4 for 8 in the middle overs, and then we've seen the Blaze absolutely fall in a heap. Jonathan again has got Ballinger in all sorts of trouble. And almost exactly the last 10 overs, it has been 41 for 7 for the Blaze. Quite ridiculous.
And I really don't know what to say here, Michael. I think there's no devil in that wicket. It hasn't been, some great bowling. It's been just percentage cricket where you miss, I hit, build pressure of dot balls. And that's what's exactly happening right now. They're just waiting for the batters to do something, and all Yorkshire has done is kept it tight, not giving away too many easy singles, build the pressure. And eventually the batters think, hey, we need to get on with things and try to make something out of nothing. And that's where they've started losing wickets, and that too in a heap.
So 167 for 8. Ballinger and Gordon trying to find the extraordinary for the Blaze side, who so often have been right up there or thereabouts in the Metrobank One Day Cup, which has had a slight revamp as a comp this season, just to account for Yorkshire joining. So it's now 16 games, up from 14 before. Still a double round robin, and it is now an eliminator, then a final. So if you get first from that league phase, you go straight to the final. Cooper this time is cut away for what will be eventually 2, thanks to a slight misfield. And Yorkshire, of course, also have the possibility of a bonus point win here. You need a net run rate of 1.25 times what your opponents have managed. That's short and will be away for more runs. Now, in what even for me is a bit of a numbers boffin is something that I can only just about get my head around. That isn't always necessarily scoring 25% more runs than your opponents, but that's a rough guide price at the auction, if you will. So that bonus point line hovers somewhere around 205-ish.
I think that bonus point might come handy, especially for the start the Yorkshire women have had in the first 2 games. Every point would matter, and I guess they had a strong position to get 2 wickets before that 205 score that you mentioned.
I think also, whilst it is worthy of a mention, that the primary thing for Yorkshire is the psychological feeling of being back in Tier 1 and winning a game of cricket. As Cooper just darts one out a little too wide. Did beat Tier 1 opposition last season here in a close game against Essex in County Cup quarter-final. That was third round, I should say. That was a bit of a thriller that in the end Yorkshire edge the Eagles out in. But to be back at this level and in a Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 1 game, and again across a 50-over game, which is a longer grind than a T20s, that's a full toss, and Ballinger was, had she put her hands through that a bit more, she might have hit that straight down square leg. Got away with it a bit. 32 overs gone, 172 for 8. Jonathan has got 3 left, and surely will bowl out here. 18 off 7. That's what you get when you sign someone that's played more than 200 times for one of the biggest winning dynasties in any sports history, never mind men's, women's, disability sport. Australian women's juggernaut. And Australia's loss is definitely Yorkshire's game, but it is going to be Maddie Ward. I must say I'm a touch surprised by this, that Lauren Winfield Hill has not decided to continue to go right in for the kill, but clearly seeing the effectiveness of spin, has decided it's a chance to introduce the 7th bowler of the day in the form of Ward. None for 13 off her 2 overs against Somerset. 2 wickets in 2 balls against Surrey in taking 3 for 38 that nearly brought about a miraculous win from the depths of despair. Flicked away. Nice shot by Ballinger. There's a lot of vacant real estate out there, so we'll get 2.
And I reckon as well, from Maddie's perspective, ever she wanted to come in and to bowl into a match and ease her way in, this would be a better position at 174 for 8, really. And I think what Lauren is doing as well is the Yorkshire captain keeping a few overs in the bank, just in case things don't go in her way, and giving young Maddie a chance to come and bowl a few overs, so which also means that there'll be 2 off-spinners on both the sides, but I guess the game won't meander, and we're giving everybody a good shot at to see what's lies for the games that's going to be coming ahead in the future.
Yeah, definitely a fair point. Yorkshire still with more than 100 runs to play with, of course. On that bonus point situation, for those unfamiliar, 4 points for a win, 1 point for that bonus point on top, which can get you that 5-point feeling, and no result is 2 points. And of course you get nothing for a defeat. And even with rain, DLS, what can happen? I think it's fair to say that across a 16-game league phase with a double round robin, that's plenty of time for the best sides to ultimately come through and show their quality when you've got that big a sample size. Ward trying to finish off the over nicely. Has done well enough. Gordon will keep the strike, so 4 off it, 179 for 8 off 33. Change alongside me as Maroof Khan takes a well-earned break and goes back to the diligent scouting duties that he's doing at the back of the box from working both English women's and disability cricket. And alongside me once more is Alison Byrne.
Well, this has been a very enjoyable day out. Thank you for having me. I love this game.
And as we were just discussing, potentially a red letter day for Yorkshire to be back in Tier 1, having had that desperately disappointing 1-wicket loss against Somerset at Taunton, and then that 3-wicket defeat against Surrey at the Oval. To get that winning feeling would mean so much. Cooper pulled away by Gordon. Still work to do for the White Rose.
And you've got to give credit to the captain on the day, Winfield Hill, for her choice of bowler at the correct time, the detail she's given to her field placements, and of course those very, very useful 90 runs up at the top there.
Well, some appeals from Cooper for LBW. My instinct is that Kirsty Gordon might have had quite a wooden pad there.
And of course Winfield Hill would have been under some pressure. And you know what pressure makes, don't you? Diamonds. She's come up like a real jewel today as Winfield Hill.
Oh, there you go. I thought you were going to work in a little Northern Diamonds reference there as well.
I could have done, but that was too obvious.
Just for good measure.
too obvious, as opposed to the other day when pressure created a volcano, I suppose. But thankfully, we've had the diamond today.
Yeah, but I thought you were going in the direction
Okay.
of... Oh, I'll tell you in a sec. A little short from Cooper. One more. I thought you were going in the direction of the context of midweek as well, because, after everything that happened, all of the extraneous situation at the Oval, being the captain and the leader, and then having to refocus yourself, bring yourself back to Headingley.
I was really. That's what I was sort of aiming for.
Chasing that win too.
But all respect to her.
Job is not quite done.
No, I mean,
without meaning to be a pennant.
Speaking prematurely.
It would be a heck of a win for Blaze from here, but we still have very much a live game of cricket, and the beauty of live sport, and the reason why I'm sure plenty of you are joining us, is that sense of unpredictability. And so another over ticks by, 180 for 8, and just very quietly, these two have both advanced into double figures, and in terms of what they're thinking out there, Gordon and Ballinger, just got to be small little margins, even by the high standards of women's professional sport. I know that Kirsty Gordon is known as being one of the very most competitive people in it, so she will be the last person to be told that this game is by any means done.
Well, they'll be wanting to take it as deep as they possibly can. They definitely would not want Yorkshire to pick up that bonus point for a start off, so that'll be their first target. Just hang in there and just see what happens. You just don't know with this game, do you? It could go anyway.
Ward finds the outside edge of Ballinger's bat, and that will pick Ballinger up a couple more. If it were to be Maddie Ward who would have her part in bowling Yorkshire to this victory, it would mean so much to her as an individual when you think Yorkshire's second youngest captain in their history, when leading them at various points last season in the absence of Whitfield Hill. And on top, of course, it was Ward who dropped that catch against Sophie Luff at Taunton at Somerset that, had she taken it, would have almost certainly sealed the game in Yorkshire's favour. So that would only make this all the more sweeter in the way that this game of cricket can eat you up, chew you up, but then provide these huge moments of elation as well. Slightly overpitched. That's a great square drive from Ballinger, and that will be 4 more. So Grace Ballinger's just steadily starting to find her confidence here.
Very nice shot indeed.
Just a little too wide and a little too overpitched, and that's the kind of shot that if you showed somebody that and you said that that was a number 9, you would be forgiven. Beg your pardon, in fact Ballinger's at 10 today. You'd be forgiven for thinking they're not capable of batting higher, as Ballinger just dots that back. I know she obviously predominantly known for her bowling, but like any player at this level who's been fully professional for a few years, works very hard on her batting too. Responds with a couple of dots, 186 for 8 then, with 15 overs to go. And this pair are doing their very best just to make Yorkshire nervous. They have added 24 runs with, to be fair, quite a minimum of fuss from 34 balls. Now, they are going to have to step that up. They are going to have to go at more than a run a ball here to go and win the game. But they're giving themselves an opportunity to do something relatively extraordinary.
They certainly are. Do you know what I was thinking of, Michael? You know those charts that they had, the win predictor, the percentage, and what's the percentage win? I'd like to see how that calculation would work out over by over, because I think we would have had like an absolute roller coaster, up, down, and throughout this match. It's been one of those, hasn't it?
And you wonder what twists and turns we've got left. Rachel Slater comes on, 1 for 32 off 4. Had a mixed first spell. She got the enormous wicket of Tammy Beaumont, but then was a bit more expensive than she'd won. She's on from the pavilion end and it's been turned away for 1. Slater, of course, adding Tammy Beaumont to her collection, having got the former England captain Heather Knight out in the game away against Somerset. That's not a bad couple of scalps to start your season, to say the very least. She got Bryony Smith out as well, the Surrey skipper, in the game at the Oval.
And every run has been cheered like like a half century down below us from the Blaze crew. And it's still they still haven't given up.
And when you're out there as Ballinger and Gordon, that's important because it lets you know that your teammates are still, in their own way, in the battle with you and believe that you can do it.
Regardless of what happens, this is fantastic practice for similar situations when the runs are not as far away as they are in this one.
Would have been a wide had she not made contact, Ballinger, but as it was, gave it some good clout into the offside. Campbell does the fielding at the expense of one and does pretty well to keep it to one. You can see her just rearranging the sand, and don't be mistaken, we're not at the beach, we're not in Scarborough, we've got that to look forward to in not too long. Scarborough being played at by the women for the first time in the women's full-time professional era under the White Rose banner when Yorkshire hosts Durham on the 29th of April. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot from Gordon. And there's plenty of space out there. That'll be a 2. Thomas does the covering around. And while it's not quite the White Rose, Red Rose rivalry, I think it's fair to say, given recent events in women's cricket, that there might be a little bit of spice in that game between Yorkshire and Durham.
Oh, the Durham game.
Yes,
because there's an awful lot of players who used to be Yorkshire girls playing in that. And the current crop of Yorkshire players will definitely want to prove a point, I feel.
Push back to Slater. Yeah, Stair Callis did a stint on commentary in a game last season where, and you wouldn't believe this if you know Stair Callis, given the amount of cricket she played, she had a rest. She actually just turned up to the ground and just did not play for Yorkshire or Warwickshire or the Netherlands. She just walked Lauren Winfield Hill's dog and had a day off. But she joined us for a bit of commentary and talked about just how destabilising everything that happened with that was to be around. And I know a few from both sides of those camps have gently suggested to me that it would mean that little bit more for them to win that game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised you say that Stair Callis had a rest. I'm not surprised she had a rest. She must have done more air miles up and down the motorways playing for all these teams she was playing for last year. She wouldn't have been able to afford the petrol this season anyway, I know that.
Slater's best ball, and ground is covered well though by Ward. So again, Ballinger and Gordon will see that as another mini tick. They've worked 5 off that over without doing anything too high risk. 191 for 8 off 36. Dilemma for Winfield Hill about where to go. Slater's bowled 5. Woolston and Langston have bowled 6. Blackwell's bowled 5. Jonathan, the big trump card, has 3 left, but Winfield Hill will want to save that. Cooper has 2 for 21 off her 4. In fact, beg your pardon, Cooper has 2 for 25 off her 5, and Ward's bowled a couple. So there's no shortage of options, and there's nobody who's quite close to being bowled out. But it seems clear that for now, Winfield Hill is hoping that she doesn't need to go back to Jonathan. There's more Ward here. It's another single. What would you do?
Well, I've just written you a little note to tell you that, Michael. I've put go
What prompts
Jonathan.
me?
Go
Yeah.
Jonathan. I just think she's on a roll. It's her day. Get her in. Even if she doesn't get the wicket, she'll have restricted the runs and put extra pressure for the last few overs regardless. So nothing to... You don't want these guys getting even more of a rhythm than they are now. You get your best bowler on. Much as I admire Maddie Ward as a bowler.
And the versatility. Keeps wicket,
Absolutely.
bowls off spin, can bowl a little bit of leggies. Extraordinary story of how that came about. Even the Yorkshire staff in the winter before last were not aware of her bowling abilities. Saw her as a keeper bat. And then basically she was captain in a scenario, kind of indoor game. Her team was struggling to take wickets and one of their bowlers was injured. She stepped up and said, "Hold bowl." And all the coaches found themselves looking at each other saying, "Hang on a minute. This is not someone who's a batter turning their own arm over. This is genuinely decent off spin." And then tried a couple of leg spinners and they were like, "Well, hang on a minute, you've kept this quiet."
But then, of course, the advantage of bowling a few overs and Cooper potentially in Ward, they're not bowling badly, is that when Jonathan does come on, there's even more pressure, and the accuracy of Johnson is such that the error will be made then anyway.
Yeah, so that's a much better over for Yorkshire. That one from Ward goes for just a single. If Yorkshire can string a couple of those together at the very least, that then pushes that required run rate up beyond 7, and that gets to the point where Ballinger and Gordon's plan of just trying to steadily accumulate has to change. It's forced to change.
Absolutely, and this is a point in which you're thinking, well, how many wides and extras did we bowl, and has that is that going to make a difference at the end? Well, I think it will make a difference. You know, we're still a long way off thinking about that though, but
26 extras in total
Yeah.
from Blaze, 18 so far from Yorkshire.
oh, okay.
So you're
Not much in it, considering we're only in the 37th over.
Slater to continue. It's uppish. It has managed to clear the infield. One. Duel between two fellow Scotland internationals in Gordon and Slater going on there. Gordon, who of course has switched nationality back to Scotland. I know they're absolutely delighted about that. Kirsty Gordon spoke in detail about the decision. I've straight Cooper, talking about how she's somewhat split between the two. Said it's always been in the back of my mind in the last couple of years to return to Scotland. It's helped having Craig Wallace, the Scotland head coach, in my ear all the time. He's been on the phone quite a few times. I feel like I've really connected with him and his vision for the team. Gordon adding, if you couple that with a chance to play again with two of my best mates in Catherine and Sarah Bryce, my teammates at Blaze, it feels like the right moment to come home. Gordon, who once upon a time played for England back in 2018. That was a little attempted off-cutter from Slater. Ballinger gets it out to the sweeper for 1. She made 60 appearances, Kirsty Gordon, for Scotland from making her debut as a 14-year-old. That was from 2012 through to 2017. She then, in 2018, went to Loughborough Uni, opted to pursue a full-time career in the English system. So she stopped playing for Scotland so that she could play for Lightning in the regional setup as a local player. It's another change up from Slater. It's a slightly uncertain-looking drive, but it's a well-judged quick single. Even if it was a direct hit, Gordon was pretty much past the stumps when it came. And so in 2018, Gordon stopped playing for Scotland because of that. She played for England at the T20 World Cup in 2018. She played a one-off Ashes test against Australia in 2019, but didn't really play for England since. And so as of December last year, it's Scotland's gain on that front. Nice change up from Slater, and that could have spun anywhere. Bit of luck for Ballinger. On such small moments, games can turn.
It's off 73. As you say, it's gone.
Well, it's north of 7 now. And
Yeah.
that is important because that means that Ballinger and Gordon have to start thinking about boundaries rather than just run scoring.
Every over.
It's another change up from Slater. Big appeals. I'm a little bit perplexed why, because to me it seemed perfectly obvious that Ballinger chopped it onto her own pad. End of the over, 3 off it, 195 for 8. 38 gone.
Oh, yeah.
Just coming back to that rate, bit of quick maths says to me 7. Oh, there we go. I was going to say 7.2, 7.17. So it's gone above that 7 mark. It does have to sort of enter the conversation. Great credit to these two regardless. They put on 33. They've come out in an enormous batting collapse when, quite frankly, probably it would have been, maybe an hour and 20 minutes ago, you wouldn't have blamed them for sort of being, and I know they weren't, just to be clear, but you wouldn't have blamed them for being essentially in their training kit, having a non-alcoholic beverage whilst watching Bryce and Kelly do their work, thinking their team were going to cruise home. And now here they are trying to rescue it for them.
Yeah, indeed. Great credit to these two.
No shortage of fight, it's fair to say.
Makes for an even better game. It's another twist and turn in this match.
That time, Ballinger wanted a single rightly sent back by Gordon. Definitely not a run there. And that is the thing to remember. Whilst it's a good partnership here, Blaze are only one mistake from being one ball from defeat. That's the brutality of batting. Oh, Ballinger gets a bit of fortune. There's nobody really behind square on the offside. Big chase needed by Woolston, who has got no chance. It's a lucky 4. They all count. 200 up for Blaze.
200 for 8.
I have to give this pair so much credit for the application and graft that they're showing. If nothing else, if Yorkshire do win this, my goodness me, these two have made sure that the White Rose have had to earn it. Of course, Maddie Ward has also got a bit of associations, came right through the Blaze Academy, and I know played with a few of these players way back then. Down the track. And a measured stroke. And a bit of a foot race. It's been a theme of the partnership. But on the whole, it's been slightly better judged running than that saw Elwes get run out by the direct hit from Cooper. 201 for 8 off 39.
Yeah. It's at this point that the Yorkshire players, I'm sure, are thinking, no, they can't do it, surely. We've got to get these two out. Surely not. Surely not a third unlucky game in a row. Winfield Hill won't be thinking that, I'm sure.
Beth Langston coming back. We were wondering quite who Yorkshire might use and when. They've gone to one of their most dependable, most experienced performers. None for 32 off 6, which might not look spectacular, but remember she came on when Catherine Bryce and Marie Kelly were belting the ball absolutely everywhere. So when you put that into context, she actually managed to slightly put the brakes on things. Finds the outside edge of Ballinger's bat. It's a bit of an agricultural swipe.
Yeah. Just trying to look around you there, Michael, to see where the boundary fielders were. One in the shade over there that I hadn't spotted. Got a deep third, deep fine. Winfield Hill's just moving the leg side fielder to square on a deep point. What's in the ring?
Down the ground from Gordon. Look, the slightly both more aggressive but also the more controlled of the two for her, 22 off 29.
So the straight lofted drive is on if you're brave enough to try and clear the fielders at mid-off and mid-on.
There is a point here. If Langston can keep this over tight where that required run rate moves towards 8 and over. So again, it does just start to ask questions of this pair. Nice looking straight drive that Langston is able to deal with. I imagine there's quite a few different members of that Blaze middle order who are watching on feeling mightily frustrated. I mean, the way that fell away for the quality of that lineup was quite something to behold. Elwes run out by Cooper for 1, Prendergast caught by Winfield Hill off Jonathan for 2, Sarah Bryce caught by Woolston off Jonathan for 8, Emma Jones bowled by Cooper for 14, and Hyam caught Woolston bowled Cooper for 2.
Yeah, and some of those dismissals were very much avoidable, weren't they? Poor shot selection.
You might look at the scorecard and think, oh, maybe it's one of those games where the pitch is sort of around par 250, par maybe max 280, or maybe the pitch has changed a bit. It is still a good pitch to bat on, being no doubt.
Oh, hello.
Intentional bouncer from Beth Langston. It's a bit of a party trick of hers, but it's a little too high for Amy Clark. It's the one for the over as well.
Should we get some stick for that in the changing room afterwards, I would imagine? Yeah, that runs there all day long, but they need boundaries.
204 for 8. Yorkshire won't mind a single there. 3 off the over. 10 overs to go. 7.7 an over needed for Ballinger and Gordon to pull off an extraordinary heist at Headingley after that big collapse. After a few more words from Alison Byrne, she'll be joined by the brilliant Aaron Vance.
So, one of the coaching staff from Blaze has just run on to give these two girls a well-earned drink. They've been running lots of 1s and 2s in this, you've got to say, impressive partnership that they're putting together here. They've stayed cool, calm and collected, and they've shown, as Michael alluded to, some of the higher middle order batters how it's done on this glorious pitch. So, at 204 for 8 at the end of the 40th over, 10 overs left. It's all to play for. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ali. That one drilled into the palms of Maddie Ward, just tips it around the corner for a single. It's funny, I was just having a conversation with Jamie Ramage in the press box here at Headingley. We're just speaking about Grace Ballinger's batting. So in terms of her List A career best for the Blaze, it's 25 currently. She advances down the track, plays a glorious shot. One bounce for, and there is the career best for Grace Ballinger.
Right on cue. Right on cue for you there. Set her up for that, didn't you?
Certainly did. Let's take another look at that. I mean, that is the shots of a top order batter. Exquisite.
Yeah.
Really is. Here is Ballinger.
Just shows you the quality of the pitch as well, to be fair.
Well, the interesting thing to mention as well, immediately the fielder has been pushed back onto the rope as a result of that shot. So it's getting interesting now. Again, plenty of flight there and goes down to the fielder at long off. But we're having a conversation not only about the career best, which of course has come up right on cue, but the fact is she also played for Leicestershire for a little bit in the previous iteration of the county circuit and actually opened the batting. So in T20 she scored 59 in a game, and
there you go.
You can tell in terms of the approach, can't you? That one has gone up. This should be a chance, and it's going to be a wicket. Kirsty Gordon has to go, and Claudie Cooper gets her third of the game. The partnership is broken. Yorkshire now 1 wicket away from their first victory as a Tier 1 county. The Blaze in the 41st over, 210 for 9.
That was good pressure for the last 7, 8, 9 overs there from Yorkshire. Boundaries were needed, they weren't getting them, and they just had to go for their shots a little bit more there. And as you can see, the ball was just too good for her on that occasion. The fielder took a well-judged catch, which they will be relieved to do, having had a few butterfinger moments in the last match. So looking good for Yorkshire now.
Really is.
Charlie Phillips, I believe, is there. Tail end, literally a tail end Charlie.
Well, here she is wearing shirt number 19. Final wicket partnership here for the Blaze.
Yeah, she bowled well. She'll need to bat very well if they're going to get close to this this target. 271, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
281.
281, beg your pardon.
So 71 is the figure to win. Interestingly enough as well, it's hovering around bonus point territory, providing the wicket does fall imminently. Phillips it is who goes for the big booming shot, and that'll be a dot ball to round out the 41st. The Blaze still 210 for 9. Ballinger on 29. Phillips, the other batter, currently on 0.
Yeah, it's never easy coming in, is it? And you know, when you're on 0, it doesn't matter how experienced you are. It's daunting, but certainly coming in this situation, I would imagine it's very much your worst nightmare.
Well, coming back onto bowl will be Beth Langston, currently wicketless, none for 35 from her previous 7 overs bowled. So yeah, in terms of how the points work, would be 4 points for the victory. It's Langston bowling here to Ballinger. Looks to almost shovel that one away, but can't quite get it beyond the fielder at short mid-wicket.
Almost looked like she changed her mind what shot she was going to play halfway through, and then they're just playing a sort of tennis shot almost.
Langston just preparing to bowl here. Shorts, that one played up in the air. This could be the match-winning catch. It will be. Rachel Slater takes it. Langston provides the cherry on top of a very tasty cake for the White Rose of Yorkshire. They have bowled the Blaze out for 210. It's victory in the home opener in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. Yorkshire victorious by exactly 70 runs.
Yeah. As a Lancastrian, and I'm genuine about this, I am absolutely thrilled for that performance from Yorkshire. It's great for the league to have all teams firing on all cylinders. You know, makes it less predictable, makes it, as Michael and I were discussing earlier, a better product for all concerned. So it makes the upcoming fixture between Lancashire and Yorkshire even juicier, because they've beaten the Blaze and we lost to the Blaze, so it's tightened things up nicely.
It really has. Just a word there, though, for Grace Ballinger. Batted superbly well, carded in at 10, came in and played some very, very good cricket shots. In particular, the lofted drive down the ground. That was something akin to what we'd see from a top-order batter. She departs in the end for 29. But for Yorkshire, that will be a massive moment in the wider campaign. 2 difficult back-to-back defeats on the road down in Taunton and at the Oval against Somerset and Surrey respectively. But on their first game of the season on their own patch, they have defeated one of the strongest teams in Tier 1 and have sent out a bit of a message there with regards to the winning margin as well. Just before we say our goodbyes for the broadcast, Ali, just some final words, your final summary of what has been a lovely day here in Leeds.
Well, I think the effort to come out in this blustery grey day as it was earlier on have had their money's worth. What a great game to watch, because sometimes these 50-over games can drift, and you know from pretty much halfway through the first innings that this is going to be one-sided. You just didn't know really who was going to win that until, well, to be honest, maybe 2 or 3 overs ago, if we're honest about this. But still, what a great game. And some fantastic performances from both, from either, you've highlighted Ballinger there, but Catherine Bryce at the beginning, Marie Kelly with her 50. But for me, Lauren Winfield-Hill took the biscuit with that 90 at the beginning of the innings and really set the tone for the rest of the game. And the way she captained the side was superb. It was great to watch.
It really was, yeah. Just to go through some of those major performances then, before we depart, Lauren Winfield-Hill, top scoring with 90. Jess Jonathan on her home debut, 67 with the bats, as well as 4 for 18 with the ball in hand from 7 overs. Of course, also runs for Stair Callis. She scored 61 from 42 deliveries. As for the Blaze, well, the standouts, the aforementioned Marie Kelly with 56, as well as Catherine Bryce with 55. So we shall bid our farewells here in the comms box for what has been a super Saturday for Yorkshire County Cricket Club. We will be back on the 29th for the next home game against Durham. Tickets are still available on the Yorkshire website. But if you can't join us in person, we will have all of the action broadcast for you live right here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. On behalf of myself, Aaron Viles, Alison Byrne here in the comms box, as well as the likes of Michael McCann, Maroof Khan, Hannah Rainey, Charlotte Ashton, and everybody who works so hard behind the scenes to bring these pictures to life, we wish you all a very safe and enjoyable end to your Saturday.